Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 87 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, Mood616, also known as Moods. And of course, I've always got my Mexican horror henchman, Double Shot J, also known as JP in the house. Yeah. And we are very, very proud to welcome back to the show the number 2 horror podcast on Horrorphilia.com and 2/3 of the Exploding Heads Horror podcast. First up, we have the man that trains 6 days a week at the gym, the funny man himself, the second string Jew, aka Brandon. And last but certainly not least, we have the man that can be heard on every horror podcast in the history of horror podcasting, including this one right now. He is the star of Home Alone and Goodfellas, the man who will take 12 pages of notes and still forget every last detail from the movie, Joe Pesci, aka Dave Z. Yeah. What's going on, guys?
Welcome back.
What's up?
Hey.
Moods, even you were laughing when you were talking about his notes.
I know, I lost it twice in there.
I deserve it, though. It's
No,
good.
it's so true, though.
I like how Brandon has all these nicknames now. The second string Jew, the rookie of the year, Brandon New Blood.
Wild card. Brandon.
I have a feeling Brandon Newblood's gonna stick.
I like Brandon New Blood.
I like it too.
It is true, though. You do train like 6 days a week, don't you?
Honestly, right now I haven't been working out in like 3 months.
You're a liar. Lawyer.
I'm fat.
Yeah, right.
I put on like 50
Dude, you're
pounds.
come on. So what's going on, everybody? Happy as hell to see you guys back in the house, man. Brandon, it's been a while. Dave Z, we had you on just recently, man.
Yeah, the
Baby,
Colts
baby.
episode.
Yep.
Yeah, man. So you're back in the house. And, of course, you're
Still no
making your
Christian.
presence. No Christian,
No.
yeah, man.
The Canadians just have a difficult time with. They're very busy people. Moods is only available this hour of this day, and Christian's only available this hour of that day.
Well,
So
al-
something
also-
about Canada, I think.
Is he
it's
really only
also
available
this.
like one day? That's crazy.
Seems like it. Yeah.
He's in the editing room working hard on Exploding Heads episodes. He doesn't have time to guest star on other podcasts.
The editor.
He's
Yep.
the editor.
That editor. That's an awesome movie from last year, man.
Yep.
It was,
Yeah.
but
So, why are we here, man? Top 10 of
1996 again.
1996? Yeah.
Interesting that every one of these movies that we watched for this show, it was its 20-year anniversary.
I was thinking the exact same thing, dude.
Wow.
20-year anniversary for every one of these movies.
Yeah, that's
I
pretty
find it a little fascinating that there was no major 20th anniversary release for Scream.
Yeah, Scream 2.0. What the fuck?
Isn't that weird? I was actually thinking this a couple months
Did
back.
any of these films get a 20th anniversary release?
I don't think so. Nothing. But you would think that out of any film from 1996 that would get that treatment would be Scream.
Oh yeah,
Right?
for sure.
But it is strange, right? I was thinking about this a couple months ago, and I was like, that's really interesting, because, fuck, man, we get a lot of, like, 20, 25 anniversary special editions of films that really don't deserve them. I think
Yeah.
Scream would most likely deserve one.
I
So,
think out of all the films, definitely Scream, but maybe like the Stendhal syndrome as well, because you know it's Argento, and you could see a company like Blue Underground using that as a way to sell some more units with the Stendhal syndrome.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I think
He's
Scream
good.
will get a big 25 one.
Yep, that's what
I'm
I
thinking
think.
maybe too.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that Hellraiser 4 did not get a 20th anniversary edition. That's just crazy.
How about Henry 2? Henry
Such a
220.
shame.
Well-
Such a shame.
Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer got some kind of crazy anniversary thing going on. The original film from Dark Sky Films.
I want a Henry 220.
Yeah, it did. It was the 30th anniversary.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that.
Well, what about Mars Attacks, man? 20th anniversary of Mars Attacks?
I thought we were covering horror films tonight.
That just seems... Exactly.
Madman Mars.
Good one.
Maybe.
Man, Mars.
Yeah, we had a few
Well-
debates on what horror is and what it isn't when we were sort of preparing for the show. Dave was a little confused because that original list that we put out, that was just everything that is under the sun.
It's just a
Or
guideline.
There were
could
Disney
be
films on
considered,
that list.
You know what I mean?
I think I made fun of Moods too on the fucking on the show, and I said, "I go Moods thinks Mars Attacks is a horror film. You're going to talk about that show?" I said,
That
And
was
it wasn't
actually
you.
added by JP.
Yeah, that was. But you gotta understand, I had never seen the film when I
My bad.
suggested it. You know, I was like, well, what about Mars Attacks? Just because how I do it is I just go on IMDb, Wikipedia, and all other places on the internet, and I type in 1996 horror films. And as they, you know, most of them are always going to show Scream, or From Dusk Till Dawn, or Trilogy of Terror 2 even.
Yeah,
but
the same ones always pop up.
every once in a while you'll see films that you're like, oh, like I seen this one on a horror list, like a top 10 of 96, and it was Mars Attacks. Like, so somebody out there considered it a horror film, or, you know, didn't have enough films to put in, so they put it on the horror list or whatever.
That's probably what happened.
You know, so I just throw it in there because if I see it mentioned anywhere, then I'll at least put it in as a possibility. But, you know, there was a few films that after I watched them, I was like, okay, well, these I wouldn't really include. These ones I would. These ones are debatable. But it seems like we have that issue every year, and particularly in 1996, with a year that is really lacking in the amount of films that there even are.
Well, it's both, man. It's quality and quantity, I think.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, imagine if there was fucking 200 shit movies. I'm glad
It is actually quite interesting though. Like, how many films did we find that were listed on IMDb for 1996? Wasn't it like 125 or something like that?
Yeah, but half of them are like Indian films that aren't even real films.
Well,
Indian films.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so
It's always some Indian title at the end with like 5 O's in the same word.
Well, all right,
I
I'll
know.
tell you right now. Currently on IMDb for films released from January 1st to December 31st, 1996, there are 122 that are categorized as horror. Now, when you start going down that list and you go further and further down that list, you start getting to films that I don't even think have ever been released. It's just one copy sitting in some dude's basement. Because there's films that like, you can't find, I can't find.
I mean, there's
they
probably
allegedly exist.
30% of those films don't even have descriptions or cast or anything. It's just a title.
Oh, it could be
So I'm
four.
thinking-
Some of them didn't even have directors.
I'm thinking people just made those titles up. They're just like, well, I'll put this in for 96.
I would honestly say after you get past 100 of them, it's literally debatable if they're even real films.
Yeah. So, I mean, there was roughly maybe, 60 films or maybe even 40, like 50 films maybe that we could have potentially actually got our hands on to watch.
I would say
I'd say
at
50.
most there's probably about 50 that are
Yeah.
realistically
About 50.
watchable. And
It's interesting because 96, you know, of course, is 6 years before our last show, 2002, and there was quite a bit more to choose from.
Yeah, there was a lot in 2002.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, there was definitely a lot more. I mean, nowadays
obviously-
it ain't even funny. There's like
no, it's
near
5,000
1,000
listed from
something,
last year.
you know?
I think 5,000 films listed from last year, some crazy thing. But, you know, in 6 years, man, the horror genre kind of picked itself up quite a bit there. And there was, you know, almost 3 times as much films to watch. So that's pretty interesting.
I
Yeah.
That's all thanks to
45
1996.
films. I've watched 45 films for 2002 alone. And I know you guys, I think, watched more than me. So,
Yes, we did.
so you know, that just
I
goes to
watched
show.
50.
You know,
50.
that, yeah, so exactly. There was definitely, I mean, I guess we can talk about our totals right now. I personally watched 30 films for this year, 1996, and that was really pushing it. I could have maybe got another 5 or maybe another 7. I know Brandon literally couldn't find another film that was worth time. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Brandon, what was your total?
I watched 37, and like you said, I kind of wish I had watched 30.
I watched 36 and I could have watched 4 more, but I was done. I was spent. So
Wow.
What about
Wow.
you, Dave?
I watched the magic number 22.
I thought you were going to say 10.
I thought he was going to say 9.
I watched 10 and made my top 10 out of that.
I'm not
Well,
that
that would be something that Jeremy would do, right? He would watch 5 and make a top
Oh my
5.
god! Every time I go on the webpage, every time I go on our webpage and I look at our top 10 list, it cracks me up because there's a top 10 of 1968, and it's my list of top 10, then JP's, and then Jeremy's is on the end. And the first 5 spots where it should be movies, it says Jeremy did not have enough films to make a top 10.
I literally put that in there as like a little poster.
And you only made it a top 5 list, and it's just so funny looking on the page.
I mean, come on. There was enough films to make a top 10, and actually a pretty good top 10, I might ask.
Yeah. I mean, obviously in 1968 there was not a lot of horror films that came out that year.
It's quality.
But there was the ones that did come out that were top 10 were quality. And, that's kind of comparable to this year almost in terms of like, there really wasn't a lot of good films to come out in 1996, but the ones that are good are pretty damn good,
Yeah, roughly a handful. I mean, really, I think we probably all had decent problems with the bottom half of the list. I mean, let's put it this way. I think me and Brandon were talking in pregame, and we were saying that, the last like 2 or 3 spots were interchangeable, and I changed it out like roughly 3 times,
Yeah, I switched mine around a little bit as well.
See, that's interesting because, like, it's like, should I put this one in there and put that one in there? And I'm like, I don't really know. But I was real, like, with 2015, I had a hard time making that top 10 list. Like, there were so many films I wish I could have put in there. It's such a different time. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. I had about 8 films that could have made my number 10 spot. All with the same rating.
That sounds about right.
So
that's pretty much exactly what we came down to, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. We can get in there, but
one thing that I did want to kind of talk about a little bit is 90s horror in general. So all the time you hear people rave about the 70s and 80s. And Dave mentioned recently on one of his shows that, and just in talking, that, the early 2000s also were some really strong years there. And I think that you made the argument that some of those years might even be better than some years from the 70s. Is that correct, Dave?
Yeah, basically I said that the 2000s...
That's pretty bold, man.
Well, the 2000s in general, and I mean... necessarily saying 2000 to 2009 is better than 70 to 79. I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I was just trying to say that because it seems like from 2000 and onward, horror has been peaking the way that it hasn't peaked since the 80s. And if you look at everything that came out in the 70s, the 70s are basically like this year, where you have 3 fucking, well, in my opinion, of course, you have 3 great movies, and the rest just kind of mediocre. Maybe someone's better. I noticed that there's a lot of that in the 70s. That's just my opinion. I mean, the Italians saved the first half of the 70s, but I don't know. That's kind of what I was getting at, that the 2000s kind of had... I could look at the 2000s and off the top of my head and say 10 great movies from each year almost, from like 2000 on. I can't say that about the 70s.
Well, I know one thing, Dave, that should be of note with both me and you. We haven't really seen a lot of the films from the 70s as well.
To be fair, you're right. But I don't want to either, I guess. I guess I'm an asshole because they don't interest me.
That is straight up assholism right there, man.
It is. I'm a horror hipster.
Basically, my thoughts on that is, I'm one of those people that's always surfing that. I'm very dorky when it comes to making lists and stuff. I love lists.
You're dorky for other reasons.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And it started a few years back. I got right into it when I first did my 52 of 81 series. And I was kind of, going through the 81 years, and I just kind of, basically I went year by year and stuff like that. It was like pulling out films and almost compiling pretend top 10 lists and stuff like that. I did it for the 70s too, a while back. And some of those years, dude, are hard to choose from. I'm not lying. Picking top 10s from certain years in the 70s is hard. I mean, if you've seen as many films, there is some fucking good years, man. Like 74 it's crazy. And, I think 76, 77, something like that. There's some good years, man.
Interesting that you brought up 74 moods, because a while ago on the podcast, we had a question that was our top 5 favorite horror films from 1974. This was in the early pre-22 days. This was like in the first 22 episodes. And I remembered back to then, and I had only seen 5 films from that year. Granted, they were all good and top 5 worthy, but that just goes to show, like, you've seen way more than I ever have from the 70s. So if we do get a year from the 70s on our next top 10, which we'll do at the end of this show, we'll find out what we're doing.
I'm so excited.
Dave and myself might have a sort of a re-evaluation of one of those years, and it might change Dave's mind. I obviously know that there's tons of films I hear talked about highly that I haven't seen.
But isn't this such a good way to like discover films? I know JP, you're always about that. You're like 96. I mean, some of the films that we all watch we probably never would have watched for various reasons,
Absolutely.
Preparing for this, but it's going to happen in the 70s. And I'm telling you, you're going to discover some really interesting gems from the 70s.
And I believe
for sure.
But back to what I was getting at, where we say like, okay, the 70s, the 80s are great years, even all the way back into the 30s and 40s. Those was another golden age. And then you always hear people a little down on the present time, but I've noticed that as time goes on, people are way more higher on it. When the 2000s were happening, people were just mad and angry and didn't like what they were seeing. But now we look back and there's all these damn good movies from those years, and it's kind of a different perspective once hindsight 2020, blah blah blah. But 90s in general. Right? You always hear people say like, oh yeah, the 90s sucks, but there were tons of good films that people never give credit to. Yeah, that might be the case. There are good films from the 90s, but realistically, when you go in and you dissect one year, 1996, the year of Scream, and you dissect it from top to bottom, it does suck. Like that year, and I think that it is one of the there's not very many standout years in the 90s, right? So
I think there's only one or two, man.
The one that had Scream, you would think would be kind of standout-ish, but when you really get in there, guys, the 90s sucked. There are fun films, of course. There's good films, of course. There's films that you go back to that are great or masterpieces or whatever. But in general, when people say the 90s sucked, it did. It did suck.
Agreed.
It did.
Remember we were doing this one time? I think it was a long time. It was on Body Bags, and I think one of the themes was
the year you was born, I think.
The year you were born, and that's how it got started. And I think 93. You were born in 91, right?
Yes, I was born in 91.
And Jeremy was born in 93. So we're just kind of fucking around on the computer and looking at, the films that came out in particular years in the 90s. And we kind of end up going through every year in the 90s. And we're like, fuck, man, it is really weak. Just, at a quick glance. And it turned out that 93, I think, was the strongest year.
Yeah, 93 and maybe like 98 or something were pretty strong.
But then remember, we cross-referenced, the year 1993 with pretty much any year from the 80s. And we're like, that year is so terrible compared to every year.
Yeah, the best year. If you were doing a top 10 1990s years and 93 was number one, literally any year, the worst year in the 80s, the worst year in the 70s, the worst year in the 2000s, still trumps it by a mile. It
really did, man. I think what it came down to is every year in the 90s had roughly a handful of films that were notable. That's really sad.
Yeah. I mean, when I was looking at 91,
you can't make a bona fide top 10 list, from a handful. You need two handfuls, man. You know what I'm saying there, Brandon?
Or in your case, 1.5 handfuls. Depending on how many digits.
I don't know why I ever disclose that to the public.
Like, I remember looking
at so many damn digit jokes and phalange jokes coming my way and shit. It's like, fuck.
And me in Freaks. Oh my god! If I would have met you up close, I wouldn't have been able to see you back in the day.
Probably not, man.
Would you keep that dude away from me? I'm freaking out,
dude. I was laughing so hard listening to your guys' Sentinel, and I was like, "What the fuck is Dave is all freaking out about the fucking Freaks?"
Oh, stop! Yeah,
that is so good. So you don't like the movie Freaks, then?
I will never watch it. I have never seen it, and I cannot watch it.
That movie's fucked up because the people in the movie are actually freaks.
That's why it's scary. Yeah, I can't watch things like that.
People. So
maybe I'll pick that for my next choice.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
One thing that I do want to do before we move off of this 90s sucking thing is you did suggest 1991 moods. So what I want to do, and all the listeners out there, you three guys here, I'm going to read off the entire list of 1991 films on Wikipedia. Now, that's not all of them, but it's the more known ones. There's more on IMDb and stuff. And I want you to imagine making a top 10 out of these, okay?
Popcorn.
Easy. Okay. It's got my favorite horror film of all time in that year.
Oh, now everyone's just
going to Hanging Rock.
Everyone's just going to go back to my top 10 of 1991 video.
New Blood? No, that was 88.
All right, you ready? 976 Evil 2, Alligator 2, Bad Karma, Begotten, Blood Ties, Body Parts, Children of Darkness, Children of Light, Children of the Night, Child's Play 3, Cthulhu Mansion, Freddy's Dead, Hiroku the Goblin, Howling for the Freaks, I Hate You Not, Immortal Sins, Last Dance, Mechadroid, The Moonlight Sauna, Necromantic 2, Omen for the Awakening, Pale Blood, The People Under the Stairs, The Pit and the Pendulum, Popcorn, Puppet Master 2, Puppet Master 3, The Rapture, Revenge of the Billy the Kid, The Runestone, Scanners 2, Science Crazed, Servants of Twilight, Silent Night, Deadly Night 5, The Toymaker, Sometimes They Come Back, Sorority Babes in the Dance-a-thron of Death, Speak of the Devil, Steel and Lace, 10 Haunting Tales from the Japanese Underground, Trancers 2, and Zombies Rampage.
I have a bunch. I think I have a few films in my top 10 that aren't even listed in there, so.
You didn't say Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, well, you know.
Oh, it's not horror.
They probably consider it like drama thriller or something.
Yeah, right. That was Wikipedia's interpretation of horror. I did not use that.
There's definitely a few. But
that's just an example of how dead.
Cthulhu's Mansion's a close second, though.
I thought one of them was Sorority Babes in the Slime Bowl of Rama, and it was some other thing I never heard of.
It was a rip-off of the
sequel.
You didn't say the subtitle to it. Mechadroid, Robot Kill Beneath Disco Club Layla?
Yeah, well, I got too tongue-tied on Mechadroid to begin with.
It's a fucking mouthful. Robot Kill Beneath Disco Club Layla?
What? I just think they had a bunch of words in a hat and they picked 5 out.
It's a fucking Japanese film, of course, I think, so.
I can't even remember 5 films you mentioned from that list.
Yeah, I mean,
you Puppet Master 2
the
and
very
3.
fact that Freddy's Dead is probably going to make your top 10 is saying a lot about that year.
No,
my top 3.
It was not in mine. It was not in mine.
It definitely isn't mine, I think. Oh my gosh.
But that just goes to show that's 1 year out of the 90s. We're going to focus on another year tonight. But what is there a theme or a feel to this year? Is there any, in 2002 we talked a lot about the Asian influence that was part of 2002. Is there any sort of theme or feel in 1996 that you guys know? Brandon?
Feel. Actually, no.
No feel. No themes.
No theme. I think it's a very important year. I think it's probably the most important year in the 90s, but I don't see any similar themes or feels to any of these movies. They're all over the place.
Modes?
Yeah, man. I mean, I had a few Asian films in my list from 2002, and I don't know, man. There was a few notable ones here. I wouldn't say that they were feeling the same. I think the Asian films that came out in 96 were quite different. I didn't really relate them at all, if that's what you're asking.
What about you, Dave? Any noticeable theme or feel to this year?
Bad CGI.
Okay, that's something, right? I mean, the CGI was starting to come in this year. Heavy.
It wasn't too cool.
Well, that's interesting because there's good and bad. I mean, you got to remember 96
Budget,
was
right.
still in its infancy, and for CG, man, like, I mean, it was very, very, it was barely even there. So what you were getting was probably pretty shitty, but there is one particular film that we'll talk about later
that it worked well in.
That it works really good in. And
really well, yeah. I feel like we're probably thinking of the same movie. So yeah.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. For the most part, yeah, the CG was very shoddy, and it's definitely something you see around there.
And one of them, which was it's funny because 2 that are high on my list, they both have CG, and one of them it looks really good, and the other one, sometimes it's good, but other times it's whoosh.
I totally know what you're talking about,
I
man.
bet you do, man. Can't wait to get there. All right.
But so what do you think about the state of the franchises? Is this really the worst ever? When you look back, there wasn't very many films that came out from franchises, but
honestly, there was 3 or 4. I think there was Children of the Corn 4, which came out in 96.
Hellraiser.
You got Hellraiser 4 and Dollhouse or Amityville Dollhouse, which is what, part 6 or 7?
And Tremors 2.
And Tremors 2. That's right. So there was really minimal.
Yeah. So we don't get a Michael, a Jason film, a Freddy film.
None of the majors, no.
The most major is definitely Hellraiser there with the 4th installment of the Pinhead series. But I think that I think that we were still completely, just tired of all of those.
Oh, yeah. Carnosaur 3, sorry.
Carnosaur 3.
Well, I think technically it could be considered a franchise too, because me, like 4 films makes a franchise. That's just kind of a thing that we came up. Are we taking credit for this, JP? Because I know people argue all the time with us, but I think that was like our rule that we set for ourselves.
Yep, it was our rule that we set for ourselves.
Yeah, so 3 films was a trilogy, 4 was a franchise. But
I thought that's the real rule.
Well, that's what I thought too. But people like, I when I did my top 10 trilogy, top 10 Tuesday, people were arguing all over the place. Well, why isn't this in there? Why isn't that? That's a franchise. I'm like, I consider that to be a trilogy. So it was like this big debate. I'm just like, I thought this was pretty damn straightforward, guys. 3's a trilogy, 4 is a franchise. Come on. Anyways,
I agree. 3 is a trilogy, 4 is a franchise. You guys were right.
I think it's just it's an easy rule of thumb to follow, right? And so Carnosaur. There's 3 of those. I think there's a couple spin-off films actually that are related to it. I know Matt knows that better. I've never seen them. Yeah, they're actually related to Carnosaur 3. So I think there's 4 or 5 of those. So technically, yeah, I guess I could be considered part of the franchise.
So franchises are completely dead at this point. They don't really get resurrected until the early 2000s again. Mm-hmm. I guess Scream is the start of a franchise in 1996, but it wasn't at the time. So, I really think that most of the popular franchises don't really hit until the early 2000s again. The state of directors, the masters, well, the one notable right away is Wes Craven. He was still working and still kind of shocking the world at this time. Wesley Craven. I think that, this might have been out of the original masters, Carpenter, Hooper, Romero, Craven, Argento. I do think that Wes Craven's had the best longevity, because most of the other guys were kind of at the end when Wes Craven did.
Just because of Scream, though, you're basically just basing that off of Scream.
Yeah, but Scream 1, 2, 3, and 4.
He did have a nice run with those,
That's
but
true.
Wes Craven didn't really do anything, in my opinion, that noteworthy. I know you'll disagree, JP. That noteworthy, except for the Scream films after '96.
He didn't.
I know my soul to take. I know you like that, but it's okay. I don't think it's overly notable as being like a great, early 2000s film or whatever. But yeah,
but just compared to the other directors.
Well, if you are looking at the John Carpenters and the Wesley Cravens and the Hoopers and stuff like that. Yeah, how many times have I said it? I think Tobe Hooper's a severely overrated director, man. He, honestly to God, he's made literally one of the best horror films of all time. But you try and make a top 10 Tobe Hooper list, dude.
A top 10? I don't know if he's made 10 movies.
No, he's made 10 films. He has. But the thing is, Tobe Hooper basically...
He made 5 good ones.
Yeah, that's about it. But he's done a lot of movies. He's done a lot of films. Like, he's honestly directed, 14 films or something like that. It's crazy.
There he is, 36. You're right.
He's directed a lot of films.
Well, not all films.
The quality of films from the later 80s on to present are pretty bad. Pretty bad. So, yeah, Tobe Hooper, not really the greatest longevity with making good films. 1996 was notable for me because my favorite director died that year.
Bava?
Fulci.
Okay.
Lucio Fulci died in 1996. So, yeah, man, he was obviously past his prime. But, that's just something I wanted to note because he did pass away in the year 1996.
That's interesting. But, look, just compare Carpenter, right? Like, Carpenter at this same time, from 95 to 2001, he did Village of the Damned, Escape from L.A., Vampires, and Ghosts of Mars.
And The Ward.
And Craven did Scream, which is arguably double as good as any of those films I listed. And then Scream 2, 3, and 4, my soul to take, okay, that's debatable and stuff. But even Scream 3 is debatable, but Scream 1 and 2 solid. Scream 4, I really do think that Craven, out of the original masters, really did have the longest success over time.
On paper, yes, but I'm going to say something, and people might think it's blasphemy, but he got lucky with Scream. That was all Kevin Williamson. Another director could have taken that great idea, and that movie still would have been a hit.
You think?
How dare you?
I know there's a lot of people out there that might not want to hear that. That's all I'm saying.
Yes and no.
It's still directed very well, though.
Of course
Yes,
it is. But
I say yes and no with that.
if
I
Tom
see where
McLaughlin
you're
would
coming
have
from
done it,
with that, Dave, because that script, at its core, that script is what makes that movie.
Oh, for sure. It does. But at the end of the day, you still have to do casting and, just having Wes Craven's, presence there and ideas and stuff and just his knowledge. I think it had a lot to do with the success of it also. I mean, who knows, man? You have some other director there and Drew Barrymore pitches the idea that, maybe you should kill me off in the beginning of the film. And that director says, fuck no, you're starring in this shit, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Is it different?
Let's not forget the most important thing.
It's the subtleties, man.
Who would have played Fred the janitor?
Dude, it's still one of my favorite parts. It's literally one of my favorite parts of the movie, man. I love that shit. I love how he's wearing the hat with the red and green shirt.
Yep.
It's just so good, man. Hunched over. Fuck,
Yeah, Dave, picture someone else. Picture Adam Green playing Fred the janitor. I don't know why I'm picking on Adam Green. He was probably like,
you know what I'm saying?
McLaughlin
But
from
don't you
fucking
think
Friday
though, like,
6 got it offered to him?
yeah, I mean, if you had some kind of, just brand new director, do you think they would have had the same influence? Do you think the film would have turned out pretty much the same with some brand new director or Wes Craven? I think, like I said, having Wes Craven had a lot of influence on cast and the way things went down in that. I mean,
even The Mask, right? Like that,
experience.
The Mask was a huge part of why that film was successful. Imagine if it was just, any knockoff, like, shitty Mask.
Exactly.
It's true.
Like I said, Wes Craven had ideas. I mean, yeah, when you're given the greatest script in the world, sometimes your ability to direct films plays secondary. I mean, I'm sure we could probably come up with examples for this, but I think Wes Craven and his ability to just know film and, really, he's one of those directors that listens though too, right? Mm-hmm. We know that about Wes Craven. He would sit there and not yell. He would actually
listen to people around him, but he listens to the world and what's going on in the world.
He was a very in tune person with, and I think that's what kind of separated him from a lot of other directors where it's, they're in charge and shut the fuck up attitude where, maybe that attitude isn't the greatest and your shit comes out pretty wish-washy, man. I don't know. I think Wes Craven had a
Scream
big
4
inspiration.
Was still a good movie that Wes Craven directed and Williamson dropped out, halfway through production or whatever.
Yeah.
But
I just credit Williamson with a lot because what a great idea.
And he does deserve a lot.
It is a great idea, but would the movie have caught steam like it did if Wes Craven's name wasn't attached to it?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
I remember
it had been 10 years since fucking Nightmare.
Yeah, but I remember 96 being such a pivotal year because there's this new movie coming out by Wes Craven and it's gonna save horror. I remember it.
I don't think... Yeah, I remember seeing this in the theater. I don't think that if you had some nobody's name attached to this film... Okay, here's a little bit of stats on this. Scream had a $14 million budget. Opening night only made $6 million. Now, do you think that, with having nobody behind that, you think it would have done $6 million?
That's actually pretty low, honestly.
It is, man. It sat fourth at the box office after the opening night or opening weekend or whatever.
It didn't hurt, that's for sure.
It opened up in 1,900 plus cinemas. That was a wide motherfucking release and only made $6 million. And that's with Wes Craven's name. Now, without Wes Craven's name, do you think it does that good? Probably not.
I agree with you. You're right. It probably didn't. No,
that's crazy.
I agree. But Moose did also, he said, I agree and disagree. And I know where he's coming from.
I do as well. I agree that Kevin Williamson had a lot to do with
that's what I was agreeing to. I think the script is really good.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. So besides Wes Craven, we also have Robert Rodriguez, who really hasn't done much horror, but I believe he also partnered up with Kevin Williamson with The Faculty the next year, which is 1997. Yeah. So he's done a little bit. Tom Holland, of course, directing Thinner, so he was still working, of course, from Child's Play fame.
That's the last time he worked. How's that for you?
Is it really?
Well, no, for a long time, for like a dozen years or something like that.
Yeah, Tom Holland came back out
in 2000.
And he also did that shitty anthology a couple years ago too.
Yeah, but he was gone after Thinner. He was fucked up for a while. That was the end.
And he did Dave's favorite movie of 2015, Fright Night.
So you
30
asshole.
years later.
Mood didn't get to take a jab, so you did. Nice.
Sorry.
So,
That's good.
also we had Peter Jackson, who this was sort of his last horror film. Of course, Peter Jackson from Dead Alive, Bad Taste, Meet the Feebles. I think, was this not his last horror film, or did he do another one after this?
No, this is his last
This was
kind
it.
of dip into horror. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, man. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah,
I've heard rumors though that he's had interest in, maybe pursuing another horror film, and I'm like,
he should.
I think it would be very interesting to see what he would do now.
Yeah, it would be like Lord of the Rings style scale, but a horror film.
Well, I honestly think that I don't think he would do that. I think that he would probably do a relatively lower budget.
That would make the most. That would be the best thing to do.
Well, he did
Like
that King
Raimi.
Kong remake.
That's true.
That was pretty horrific.
Dude, I was just talking about
I
this
have
movie with
fun.
my buddy the other day. That movie had no business being 3 hours long.
No.
No.
I
That was
like
fucking
that.
horseshit. How do you
Oh,
make
so
that
boring.
fuck-
So boring.
I saw it in the theater, dude. I had to get up like 6 times because my
Yeah.
back kept falling asleep.
That's not a movie I'd really want to see in the theater, honestly.
Man, I don't know how I got duped into seeing that shit, but
Also,
not good.
we have Dario Argento in what a lot of
The
people
master.
consider to be his last good film. Now, if
Nope.
that's debatable whether it is on our list.
You
or
know
isn't
what,
on our list,
man?
but
Nope.
a lot of
One
people
more.
do. Well, his next movie after the Stenzel Syndrome was The Phantom of the Opera, which is personally, I think that movie is a bona fide piece of shit. It's fucking horrible. It
It's
is
his worst
so
movie.
fucking. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's like the worst interpretation of Phantom of the Opera I've ever seen. Sleepless, I do like.
I love
That one
Sleepless.
came out
Thank you, Moon.
in
That's the movie.
2001. The
Yep.
Card Player is very hit and miss with people. Some people like it, some people hate it. It's kind of like middle road. It's not terrible. But I honestly do you like Hitchcock? And a lot of people don't like that film, but I think it's actually kind of a cool film.
Let's
You
not
know,
forget
it came out-
Giallo.
Giallo.
It's got
I
a
don't know, man.
jaundice.
It's okay. I like Giallo.
Sylvester
It's fine.
Stallone.
Giallo-
Jaundice.
Stallone.
Sylvester Stallone, all yellow, suffering from liver failure, going around killing people.
That's right. But I was going to say the Masters of Horror episodes, Peltz and Jennifer. I thought those were
yes,
actually
Jennifer
they're
is one of the
so-
best episodes. It is my favorite episode. So
Yeah.
definitely Dario. In my opinion, still made something great after the Stenhall syndrome. But just a little poking around with a little bit of research. I listened to some podcasts. It does seem like a lot of people consider the Stenhall syndrome to be his last great movie. Whether it is or not, that's up for us to decide later. But I mean, so he was still working. So he's up there with Craven as like probably the two biggest masters still doing things. And really the last director that is of note for me is Brian Usna, who, of course, directed The Dentist this year, and he is most known for films like Society and Silent Night, Deadly Night 4.
Yeah, and he's a protege, of what's his name as well. Stuart Gordon. He was involved in a lot of his work. So he's quality. I'll say one thing about Argento, because I love him. He's the fucking master. In my opinion, he's the only horror director to have a really solid movie every decade since he started. That's just my opinion, of course, but I don't think any other horror director you can say that about. So I'll
I
leave
think there
it
was
at
another notable director from this year, but I kind of don't want to say it because the movie from this year, I think a lot of people are going to be questionable. It is horror, but it's it borders more on a mystery thriller. And then he wound up doing a great horror film 5 years later.
Is he
Kevin
Canadian?
He is
He's Canadian.
Chilean.
I forgot
He's
about
Chilean.
Cronenberg.
He's Chilean.
That was Cronenberg worked this year. Charles
go.
Mann with Head of the Family.
I'm not talking about
Penny
Cronenberg.
with
Yeah,
Revenge. There's a few more that I didn't even realize.
Best Tenny film by far.
Yeah, right.
So who's the director you're talking about, Brandon?
Alejandro Amenabar.
And what did he do?
Well, he did Thesis from 1996, but he went on to do The Others in 2001.
Okay.
That's right.
Oh.
That's right.
Okay.
So there's definitely some names in 1996. I mean,
Yeah.
actually a little more than I realized until we started listing them all off.
Well, William Lustig popped up there with Uncle
Oh,
Sam.
right. That's
And,
right.
you know, he directed one of my favorite movies of all time, which is Maniac. You know,
True.
Yeah.
I liked Uncle
but
Sam a
Maniac
little
Maniac
better.
Cops are cool.
You know what it is? I don't think anybody could get jobs at this point. What did you say? I missed it. What did you say, Brandon? It had to be Brandon.
I said I liked Uncle Sam better than Maniac. Just putting that out there.
You're a fucking maniac.
Yeah, you are a goddamn
Oh,
maniac.
fuck. No. What I'm saying is this, though. It seemed this is why. Because horror was so down, nobody wanted to touch it. There was no independent movies really at the time in the States, so it's just like nobody wanted to touch it. So all they had was fucking known guys that would make movies. Maybe there's a reason for it.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
yeah. So
I mean, there is one more. Trilogy of Terror 2 was directed by Dan Curtis. Now, Dan Curtis did the TV Dracula film in 1974, which is, I really enjoy that film. It's not like the greatest thing in the world, but it's good. But he also did Burnt Offerings in 1976, which is a fantastic ghost film. You guys have seen it before?
We covered it on Exploding Heads, motherfucker.
yeah, they did.
That's right. You guys did. That's right. Shit. Totally forgot.
Shameless plug.
Oh, you know who else worked? Alan Smithy.
In Dead
He
of Night.
directed
In Dead of Night.
Hellraiser 4, Bloodline. Alan Smithy.
Mm.
Stop bringing up Hellraiser 4. I
Of
know
course-
it's your show, but I just want to stop talking about that
Of
movie.
course, Alan Smithy is a pseudonym? Is that the right word?
Oh
Yep,
yeah,
yep,
it is a
that's right.
pseudonym.
Yeah, it's not a real person.
right.
It's just what you label as a director for a film you want to take your name off of. But
Yeah.
Kevin Yeager was the real director of Hellraiser 4.
Really?
Yes, but Kevin Yeager
I
hasn't
didn't
done
know.
anything since then. So, like, really, that film kind of fucked his
Well,
career.
if you've seen Hellraiser 4, chances are
He's
you
done
know
make-
why he hasn't worked since.
It's probably not his fault, honestly. I've heard a lot of stories about, like,
Well-
interference from the Weinsteins a lot in that movie. Apparently, there's a completely different cut as well.
Yeah.
'Cause it was
similar
that
to
big of a deal to them?
Halloween 6.
Jesus.
Come on, Hellraiser 4? That's not fucking nearly as bad as anything they came after.
No, it's not.
Right?
6 was good.
That's
I like
debatable now.
4 is
like
actually decent. It's not a
4 is
bad
okay.
watch.
It's average. It's average.
But then again, it was also still created to be a Hellraiser film, so I think
but
that's
it's
what
like,
kind of separates
let's
itself
get,
from 5
let's
through
get one actor
8.
to play 7 different parts.
Yeah.
I know it is very.
You're going to play the
frustrating
male
to
and
watch.
female lead.
So, Eddie Murphy.
But one thing I did want to mention about Dan Curtis because I got cut the fuck off by somebody over there telling jokes. Just joking, Brandon.
Dave, stop joking.
Not it.
No, but Dan Curtis, man. Okay, so Trilogy of Terror 2. Now, me and Brandon were talking about this earlier. I just wanted to mention that it's just such an odd thing because he directed an anthology film in 1977 called Dead of Night. And in Dead of Night, he had a segment in there about a mom wishing her son back to life. Now,
What?
in Trilogy of Terror 2, he remade that.
Oh, really?
One of the segments in Trilogy of Terror 2, he directed, and he remade that old segment in this in that anthology. And I thought that was just so strange to remake your own little short segment.
Now, what was it that was wishing the son back to life? A what?
Yeah, that.
A
Don't you
mom.
remember?
A mom.
A mum?
The mom.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, okay. A mum. Okay.
Mom's
such
the
a-
word.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really.
It's fucking mammy, man.
It's a flower, a chrysanthemum. Okay, I got it.
Listen, I mentioned this. I mentioned this the other night off. Record,
I'm gonna
but
phone you up, man.
Brandon, if you're gonna talk smack about Moods for calling his mom, you should definitely take a look in the mirror, brother, because you every time on Exploding Heads, you're like, yeah, I was watching it with my father. You sound like fucking Norman Bates, weirdo, creepy ass dude. Like, my father was watching it with my father.
I'm sorry,
You
my
say it
mother's
so
dead.
uncomfortable.
Who the fuck even says father?
It's
Yeah,
the word
father.
father he's laughing at, you fucker.
No, it was a mom joke.
I-
My mom's dead.
Man,
No, you know what? I actually noticed that too. It is true, and I'm like, that must sound real creepy. I'm like, it's just me and my father, and I'm always mentioning him every 2 seconds on the podcast.
Yeah, you're like, I was watching Sleepaway Camp 2 with my father, and it's always like, whoa, sounds creepy.
You're like Luke Skywalker, father. Like all the time. I know there's good in you, father. Is that how you talk to him?
With my mom.
So, also in Trilogy of Terror 2 Moods, it's actually the only time it's a noteworthy thing for two reasons, I guess. One, that it's one of the only anthologies that remade a segment from another anthology, but also it's the only anthology that I know where there's a anthology sequence that is a sequel to another anthology. When has that happened?
True. Yeah, wow.
The Zuni Fetish Doll's return. And it's a direct sequel. It's like follows
I know,
the
it's
same
so
type.
weird.
None of my fetish dolls look like that.
I bet they don't.
Yeah, they look like fucking Black Phillip, I know.
Bam-a-lam.
So, let's get into a little bit of the box office, guys. So Scream obviously dominated the box office. It's the first horror film that makes the top grossing films of that year at number 13 overall with 103 million total gross. That's crazy. You know, it's one of the true movies that kind of shook the world in terms of horror. And then you go down a little bit and you don't see another horror film until all the way down at Mars Attacks, debatably, which is 37 million. And then after that, it's like nothing. So From Dusk Till Dawn made 25 million, and that's number 61 overall on the box office that year. And then followed by The Craft, which made 24 million at 66.
Did Frighteners do anything?
Frighteners doesn't seem like it did, honestly. It still hasn't popped up here.
Surprise.
That just seems really surprising to me, man, because I saw that in the theater too. And it seemed like there was a lot of buzz about it. That's really strange.
I think you're going to say it seems like there was a lot
Are you
of
sure?
Okay, the Frighteners came in at number 96 with 16 million worldwide.
Mood saw it with 100 million
60
people
million
in his
US.
theater.
It was Canada. It wasn't
What
U.S.
the
domestic.
I'm making fun of you for a joke you didn't even make. I just thought you were going to say, I remember seeing it in the theaters with a lot of people. I thought you were going to say.
My place was packed. I can't believe they didn't make money.
No,
$80
guaranteed
must
it
have
wasn't.
been
I don't remember how many people were there, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't packed. Trust me.
I just felt like that would have done well because it's kind of more of
You
a
would
family,
think,
family
it is
friendly.
weird.
With Peter
It is
Jackson's name attached to that,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Peter Jackson
Peter
wasn't.
Jackson wasn't.
Nobody knew him
active
yet.
back then.
Yeah, that's true. But still, it's family friendly horror.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's rated R.
I guess
sort of is. Is it
I
rated
guess
R?
the people,
It is rated R.
the people that knew Peter Jackson went and seen it. That's why it finished at 97.
All of New Zealand was the audience.
So there was just a few people, man. It was few.
All those Kiwis.
Yeah, because that film was actually credited from being New Zealand, right? It's like a New Zealand film.
Probably.
Cool.
But, Stephen King's
It is.
Spinner came in at 99. That was the last horror film on the list with 15 million. So you're looking.
So in the
you
top
got, like,
100, there's only
6
5.
You got
Name
like 6 or
recognition.
7 because I didn't mention stuff like The Island of Dr. Monroe, which made a lot more than what.
Oh,
Right.
The Island of Dr. Moreau. Oh
Did you
my
say
god.
Monroe?
Is it?
JP
I
said
did
the
not
island
say
of
Marilyn
Dr.
Monroe.
Yeah,
No, JP said it.
Not a motherfucker.
Isn't that the guy from The Simpsons, Dr. Monroe?
Dr. Moreau. Oh my god.
What about James and the Giant Peach? Do we consider that horror or?
I consider that a kid's film.
Dude, that movie's horrific. I don't give a fuck.
That shit is horrific. What, the
On
fucking
acid.
worm in the peach?
That movie scared me when I was a kid a little bit.
It is kind of scary.
I guess we all have one of those little oddballs that scared us
It's
as a
like a
child.
dark Tim Burton almost, you know?
It is. Yeah, it is.
But I mean, there was
I'm
some
surprised that
decent
Tim
regular
Burton never
films.
did that movie. Crazy.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, this is the year that Space Jam came out. Beavis and Butthead Do America. The Cable Guy.
Dude, horror was a dirty word. That's all there is to it.
Set It Off. Come on, you guys seen Set It Off, right?
I own that movie, man. Yeah.
Set it off.
Oh, so you're the one.
You're
I am the
that
one.
owns it.
I am the one.
I heard that somebody actually had a copy.
Yeah.
I never thought I would meet him.
It's interesting. It's signed 1 out of 1.
Those of you who are interested in
It's
the
rare
number
shit.
1 film of the year, non-horror Independence Day, 306 million.
I
Awesome.
actually knew that.
So the
That's
last
actually
little,
scarier than most horror films that came out this year.
That was a creepy movie.
I actually
That
never.
first half,
Have you guys seen Independence Day? Have you guys watched it recently?
Yeah, I watch it now and
'Cause I
again.
had never
I
seen
enjoy it.
Really? You want to talk about like effects not really holding up that well?
Terrible.
Did
I
not
know.
end well.
I mean, that movie was a massive budget. That was probably the best CG you're ever going to do. And wow.
Yeah, that's true. That's
I think there's a movie that we're going to talk about that has better CG than that one.
So,
Yeah.
one thing that I will say, we've kind of already talked about the state of horror at this time wasn't very good at all, but we did mention any themes or anything that we saw, and I did note one thing, but I kind of saved it till now. I think this was the beginning of the sort of stars, you know what I mean? That like these hot names in Hollywood that were being put into horror films that were, not. They were sought after talent, and you have Neve Campbell in 2 films, Skeet Ulrich in 2 films.
Well, Scream made them stars, really. It's the Scream effect is what it comes down to.
It was the Grant effect.
So that was kind of the beginning of that. Like, it's in its early stages. It's
where
in
it was
its
kind
infancy.
of okay to put like these known actors in your films.
Yeah, because before, if you look back in the 80s and 70s, known actors, hot people on TV or whatever at the time were not doing horror.
No, a lot of the films from the 80s and 70s kind of, a lot of the actors that we know, that's where they came from. Those were their first films. They always came from these type of films, like Brad Pitt and things like that. And, man, the 1996, man, it started to showcase the already born star.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. That's a very interesting note. Didn't even think of that.
Did you read that? Did you come up with that yourself?
I came up with that myself.
He heard that on another podcast.
I did not. I swear to God.
It is interesting, though.
But no,
it's
serious. If you really think about it, all throughout, like the stars that were in horror in the 70s and 80s were not stars at the time. Right?
Got another one.
We look at people like Bruce Campbell and we look at people like Reggie Bannister as these horror icons now, but at the time they weren't. They were just people doing horror. And those were the only noteworthy people besides the people who became stars later, like your George Clooney's and your Kevin Bacon's. And this era, 1996, we began to see people who were already famous doing horror films.
Well, and that's interesting because the Island of Dr. Moreau, you got like fucking... who's in that film? Marlon Brando.
Yeah, and
Kilmer.
DiCaprio, right? Or am I wrong?
No, not DiCaprio.
Like Jay Fox with the
Frighteners. And of course, here's another one. Mary Riley had Julia Roberts in it.
Correct. And Malkovich.
She's a big time star.
And
John Malkovich.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, dude, all this started in the early 90s because of Silence of the Lambs. And horror became a dirty word, and they were calling a lot of these movies thrillers.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. So the success of Silence of the Lambs is what kicked off real actors, A-list actors doing horror, because all of a sudden they weren't called horror anymore. That's what it was.
Right.
Children of the Corn 4 had Naomi Watts, right?
Yeah, but that was before she was...
But that's one of those examples where that was kind of one of her first films.
Yeah, it's like, what's her name?
From Dusk Till Dawn?
Troll or Leprechaun.
Sometimes they come back again. Alexis Arquette.
From Dusk Till Dawn had Harvey Keitel.
Alexis Arquette.
George Clooney.
George Clooney was a big star on ER at the time. And he was known from doing Roseanne, and like people knew who he was. Mm-hmm. What the fuck was he doing in From Dusk Till Dawn? Yeah, really interesting. That's a good one, JP.
That's pretty much the only theme that I was able to come up with when I was racking my brain over it, but I think that it is definitely of note.
Head of the Family had that giant head. I'm pretty sure he was doing other big stuff.
Yeah, he played Krang in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from the 80s, late 80s, early 90s.
That dude did?
Yeah!
That's fucking funny. Oh, that head.
That is so
I'm not
funny.
sure if Dave actually thought that I was being serious there.
He did. He really did.
I thought you were. I thought that guy was an actor, and I never watched anything.
It's animation, Dave.
No, Turtles make movies all the time.
That was good. That was fucking
Wait,
good.
it was just
Were
a
you talking
giant
about
head
Ninja
in the movie.
Turtles?
It's not real.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's real.
Don't
No,
pick
I
on
thought
Dave. Don't pick on Dave. He didn't have that noted. He didn't have that written down.
Motherfuckers. No, dude, the guy that played the head There was a guy playing a head of the family. You saw his voice, you saw his expression. I thought you were saying that he played Krang in the Ninja Turtles movies. Because they were movies, right? Weren't they like...
Yeah, but there was no Krang in Ninja in the movies.
I never watched
Just on the
Ninja Turtle
cartoons.
anything. I don't know dick about the turtle. I'm
okay,
not one of those 90s kids. I wish I was. No,
I blew everyone's mind the other day, too, because I told them that I had never seen Three Ninjas before. And they're like, what the fuck? Have you never seen Three Ninjas? And I'm like,
I've seen Three Ninjas.
dude, I was a fucking
any
teenager. I was a teenager in the 90s. Like,
Have you seen
I
Three
saw
Ninjas
Three
Strike
Ninjas.
Back?
We were kids.
I wasn't watching. Yeah, but Brandon, you're still a fucking kid. Trust me, I was out doing better things than watching. I don't know. It's just, when you're a teenager and stuff, were you really checking out like kids and PG-13 type movies and stuff?
Yes,
I didn't have elk to sodomize like you did.
I was. I still
Really?
watch kids' movies today. Not
I mean,
much, but
it's different when you're older, but like when you're a teen, you're really trying to rebel against that. You're like, where's that rated R? Where's the porno?
no, because I was cool no matter what I did. Where I could literally do anything and still be cool,
Oh, fuck, Jesus.
Oh, I
Christ.
masturbated to Three Ninjas, but I
Because
still...
you're Mexican, that's why.
I never saw any movie with ninja in the title. How about that?
Oh, I can't. Oh,
You're
I
doing
was,
yourself a favor. There's not,
dude, I love.
Probably. What's that movie?
Enter the Ninja and Revenge of the Ninja. Oh, dude, I love those 9 Deaths of a Ninja. That ninja craze in the 80s, those things were awesome. You never seen those?
that I like.
That one.
I made myself like them. Like I can kind of understand it now.
They're still Revenge of the
Don't
Ninja
understand.
still entertaining as all fuck, dude. It's so good.
Probably
Way better.
the best ninja film I've seen besides Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is Ninja 3: The Domination, just because it's almost a horror film.
Everyone talks about that fucking.
But the first two are so much. That movie's fun and it's kind of silly because it's like a girl and she's hot.
Is that-
it's the girl from
these weird-
Breakin', right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Electric Ooga Booga.
Dude, I remember. Oh my god, yeah, dude, it's so funny.
Check it out, Ninja Turtles. I never watched either. Maybe that's why I never watched them.
Probably.
That fucking
Wow.
list that you posted on Exploding Heads page, a month ago of the films you've never seen before.
Crazy, huh?
That shit
Embarrassing.
blew my fucking my socks right off my feet, man.
I think
Dude, I
there was a
couldn't
lot
believe-
on there that I had never seen. Honestly.
I couldn't believe that you'd never seen stuff like The Big Lebowski, and I can't remember the
Didn't like the name.
No,
Princess
Dave,
Bride.
I'm with you. I thought that name was so retarded. I didn't watch it for so many years. I just seen The Big Lebowski for the first time probably like 5 years ago, and it's one of the funniest movies I've ever seen in my life.
dude. That's the thing, man. The Coen Brothers. Oh my god, I'm actually with you on that, man. Like the fucking Big Lebowski. It does sound a little
stupid.
It sounds a little unappealing for sure. But dude, that movie is funny.
It is really funny. It's
I'm
like,
turned off
another-
to it now, though.
Oh yeah,
because-
that's what it was. That's the other thing. That was the other one that blew my mind. You'd never
Which
seen any movie with Tom Cruise in it.
No,
that was
any
actually
movie. Just
not
any movie
beginning
ever.
to end. Not beginning to end. Now, they've never appealed to me.
I don't know
So
if I
there's-
have either, honestly.
I was watching Friday the 13th Part 2 for the fucking 80th time, but I couldn't take time out to watch fucking Top Gun. That's just how I was.
I actually don't like Top Gun, to be honest. Can't
I
stand
did, it was a big hit at the time. All my friends were into it. Van Halen did that fucking song on the fucking soundtrack, and the Blue Angels. And everybody was all into it.
Well, what
The
else
Kenny
is
Danger
Tom
Loggins,
Cruise
was,
Zone.
not?
Kenny Loggins was doing Danger Zone and
Yeah,
shit.
dude.
The
All my
soundtrack,
friends
the
were digging
soundtrack's
it.
better than the movie.
Yes.
I can't. There's something about that film I just can't handle. It's cheesy. It's like too cheesy for me or something. I don't know.
What else has
Just
Tom
never
Cruise
appealed.
done? Just curious.
I want to see the Vanilla Sky movie. That's about it. I just looked to see that.
It's a
and I
trip
saw-
movie.
For that, you should
Yeah.
see the original,
I know I should. I agree.
which is Amenabar.
I know. Well, there you go. And
Open
Eyes
cut.
Wide Shut. Eyes Wide Shut. I saw half it. I used to date this girl, and she liked to fucking. That was
Eyes
like
shut?
porn for her. That was like her porn. She'd like to watch it and then fucking get crazy when she started that. So, isn't that
So-
some shit?
So
You've never seen The Outsiders, Dave? Come
No,
on.
there you go. You corrected me. I was gonna update it. Wrong.
See, the
I've
film-
seen The Outsiders many, many times.
Yeah,
so-
Outsiders kicks ass.
And
Yes,
see,
it
I was
does.
actually the one thing that got me thinking about Tom Cruise was you've never seen Interview with a Vampire before.
No, I never. I
Oh.
didn't see Bram
This sounds
Stoker's
stupid.
Dracula till last year because I thought it
Interview
was
with the Vampire is
Never
a
turned on.
great film, man.
What
Maybe
about
it is. I'll watch
Born
it.
on the 4th of July? That's a really good one, too.
That's like one of
Risky Business?
Anne Rice's biggest fucking books, man. It's
I'll
crazy.
watch it. I'll check it out. And as far as
Honestly, Dave, it's a good movie. Don't mind the cast. It's got like some, fucking Brad Pitt and
Everybody give Brad Pitt shit. Like I like
love
Brad Pitt.
No, but when you hear those names, generally you're just kind of like, I kind of do the same thing. I try not to do that, but
Who are these people out there that don't like Fight Club and Seven?
Right.
Like,
Right.
what the
Fight
fuck?
Club and Seven.
Oh no, those are great. Those are great fucking movies. But one movie I do want to say that it's probably the last Tom Cruise movie I actually did. I don't think I've even seen anything since since this movie. Anyways, actually no, Last Samurai was pretty cool. I will say, but Collateral. You guys see Collateral?
Yes, it's a great movie.
That's a good fucking movie. He plays a bad guy in that film, and he's badass.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's actually definitely
Before we
worth seeing.
get into the podcast on Tom Cruise, maybe we should move on.
I just wanted to
Episode 89, guys.
Run
Tom
it.
Cruise retrospect.
Our tangents.
22 shots of Cruise and horror.
Every once in a while, it's okay to stray from talk about 1996 and break into Tom Cruise talk. We're manly enough.
I love TC.
We've accepted our masculinity and our sexuality. It's okay to talk about Tom Cruise every once in a while. You know that one part in Risky Business where if you pause it in the right spot, you can see Tom Cruise's penis?
All the right.
If you really pause in the right spot, you can taste it.
Okay.
Thank you for making me
up.
seem less
You
gay.
always have to one up me, don't you?
I'm sorry, Moods. I'm sorry.
I've
been very quiet tonight so far. I feel like I had to throw in something. I felt like that was going to get a good laugh, though.
Don't worry, it won't last. You won't be quiet for long.
Dude, that was disgusting.
That was disgusting.
Brandon does that
I just
a lot.
took a sip of my beer and it tasted like salt. Is that wrong?
Gross.
Ew.
Okay, we need to.
That's like that joke they said in that movie tonight, JP 31, about
Yeah.
the fucking on the couch and that. Yeah. Okay. You guys will see.
So
I will see one day.
yeah, let's give our final thoughts on just this state of horror. I think we've all agreed that it's bad, but it's getting better, right? It's gonna get better after 1996. So the state of horror is down.
It does. It honestly takes a couple years, though.
That's debatable for me.
Yeah.
It does.
I agree with that.
I think even 99, not that great. There's a few good films, but then I don't know. I don't really remember what 2000 was like, but was that kind of the start?
2001.
Yeah.
2001. So it took about 5 years.
I think
but
3 is when
I
it
mean,
really
at least
took
horror films picked up in terms of quantity after 96 because we got the glut of Scream ripoffs and different films like Urban Legend.
This is where we got the floating heads, man.
Yeah, that as well.
We can thank 1996 for floating heads.
Floating head posters. Not exploding heads posters, floating heads.
Now, exploding heads posters would be the shit, man. That would be fucking awesome.
We're getting some made for sure. Dude, fuck the fucking floating heads. That's what I gotta say about Scream. I love fucking Scream. You'll hear how much I love it later. But I'm one of those people that fucking hated what it spawned. And I guess I really do.
It even lasts till like 2002, 2003. We
Right.
still get
Further,
floating
man,
heads.
I think it's right to the mid 2000s, man. There was still posters coming out with floating heads
Oh, they
in like
suck.
2004, 2005, and so many damn ripoffs. And man,
And the
Scream did a
slashers?
lot. Scream did a lot for horror, but it did a lot for horror in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right. It's
The
true.
meta shit got fucking old.
It got
That's
old.
what-
It
It got
did old.
beaten to
I
death.
100% agree with that.
They're still doing it.
Dude, every once in a while, don't you see a poster that you go, "Wow, that was influenced by Scream"?
Oh, yeah.
Like, how in
Still doing
2015, 2016 do we come across floating head posters?
I mean, just like look at
So
even
bad.
the ones that aren't directly floating head. They're still fucking floating head. Like look at
Okay,
the faculty. They're all in a line like backwards.
Yeah.
Josh Hartnett.
Okay,
so
seriously.
Final Destination even did it.
Yes.
Oh, for sure. Okay, I get this. We're 20 years later, 1996, 2016, but are we already throwing back to 1996? You know, like a lot of films nowadays they're throwing back to the 80s and the 70s, making these type of films. So now these directors are like, well, it's been 20 years since Scream. We'll do a throwback to the 90s. We'll come up with this retro poster.
Please don't.
Please
Look,
don't
Scream,
do this.
Scream was just doing throwbacks to films a decade old.
Yeah, but those were good films.
Oh, great films, but
Isn't
it did
it kind of weird
did
when
it
you
so
think
well.
about it? That Scream was only talking about films a decade old.
Yeah, like 15 years.
Yeah, 10, 15 years, but it was doing it did it so well.
Yeah, but
Yeah, like the conversation about Jamie Lee Curtis, Scream
Yeah.
Queen.
Yeah.
Prom night. Yeah.
I get why all these
Terror
movies
Train.
wanted to try and copy it. Who wouldn't want to try to copy this?
I still love that part in that film in Scream
great.
when they're watching Halloween and it's
Yeah,
like
it's
on VHS and full screen and
Yeah.
it just looks really gloomy. It's totally awesome, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so you guys ready to get into these lists?
What
yes,
list?
I think we're it's about that time, man. Now, did we do a randomizer to see who's going first? Because I believe
you
who
are.
went who. I'm going first.
You are going first. It
Oh, 'cause
goes
I
you,
usually
Brandon,
I usually
me,
go-
Dave.
Me? Holy fuck, I'm the worst of us all. This would be interesting.
I
oh,
used
it's
to
good
always
though.
go first. I was going to volunteer, but okay.
Woods is going first
How the fuck did I get put first?
because I did the randomizer.
You want to
You
switch
did
your
not.
meatballs?
You fucking lied.
I have a randomizer
Now,
open.
is
to
randomizer
randomizer.
an actual word?
Yes.
It is? Okay.
Randomizer actually is a word.
Randomizer or randominizer?
Randomizer.
The way Moods and JP say it.
Randomizer. That's a
It's a
5-syllable
website.
word.
It's
There's like
randomized.
6 N's in that in a row.
Randominizer.
Dude, that is so fucking. It's a 5-syllable word, man. That's big time shit right there. 222 shots coming at you with some knowledge. Yeah. Right there. So are we kicking it off right now? I'm going number 10.
Yep.
I'm up in this bitch. All right. In at number 10 from 1996, and
you
this
sure?
was a spot. Yeah, I'm pretty nice. Yeah, something like that. Carry the one.
He said carry the one. He snuck that in there.
Yeah, so I did a lot of, kind of fondling with this list, and things got changed around quite a bit. I was like, should I put this in there? Okay. And what it came down to was, I don't even know. I don't even want to explain myself, but in at number 10 is probably a film that's on no one else's list but mine, and it is going to be Organ. Right, Brandon?
Oh,
Worst.
Dude, I really enjoyed this, man. If you take this movie for what it's worth, I'm going to say absolutely nothing. Snark mark, but it's a it's a simplistic film that is presented in such a hard way. The filmmaking in this was a little complex, probably for the story that's presented to you. It's a very simple story, though, man. So these two detectives that go into to infiltrate this black market human organ dealer type deal thing, and basically one of the guys gets captured and the other guy escapes, and the cop escapes, and the whole film turns out it's just like a revenge film because he finds out that what they're doing to this guy, they're fucking him up and they're doing all this crazy shit to him. He goes back to this underground market and it's essentially a revenge film. It's done in like two kind of parallel storylines that kind of meet up. I think it was probably a little confusing for some people to watch. I don't know. Was that the problem with this movie? Was it too confusing?
for me, yes.
I was going to say
Because-
for me it wasn't about the way the story presented. I actually liked the way the story presented it. I was just really turned off by the gore effects.
Oh, I liked the gore.
Extremely turned off. It grossed me out so much that I was just
What?
like, it was overly disgusting. It
Oh, I
disgusted
know.
me.
That's what I liked about it because it was like it was all practical and it was
I'm
nasty.
sure.
I thought
Yeah,
this
it
film was
nasty.
just very black-hearted, man. Like they were just man. It was just vicious, man. It was really vicious,
I
and
couldn't keep watching that human plant guy just keep growing and oozing. Like, it was just nasty.
I get it. But I thought it was very stylistic. I was very
Colorful
surprised.
gore.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. It was it was nothing what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting very colorful images and gore like that and things. It was just things that were surprising me to the point where I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. And I believe this was her first film that she directed, major film or something. I don't know, first or second film.
Wait, a female directed this?
Yes.
Yeah, man. It was directed by a woman, and it happened to be her very first film, which I found to be very intriguing. I was shocked by that. I was very, very shocked. I don't know. I think it's because you don't technically get a lot of female directors.
So you were shocked that a woman actually did something good.
maybe that. I don't want to answer that. Yes.
Look,
Yes,
not to
yes.
get political, but I always believe that women deserve equal rights and lefts.
Well, let's face it
Is
here,
that
man.
is that a domestic violence joke?
That is a domestic violence
It's
woman
pretty hardcore.
joke. Yeah,
it's pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
But let's face it, man. When you watch a film like Oregon, would you ever consider that film was directed by a woman?
Not a chance.
Not a chance. And that the surprise factor for me was like, damn, that's really cool. But I didn't even know that until after I'd watched it. And I thought it was I like the style of it. You know, it's very Japanese. It's very weird and gross and kind of over the top and stuff. But, you know, I think the performances and I think the way it was done was good enough to be in my top 10. I really enjoyed the film. And I actually did pick up her second film. I need to check it out. But I'm just curious now. Just really, really curious.
So did you think that it takes a man to do something like that?
To what, make a really gory, fucked up film?
Yes.
I mean, for the most part, I mean, you know, I don't want to sound sexist or anything, but I don't associate films kind of this hardcore with a woman.
Well,
it just seems
that
like
was just
something
a Scream
that you would
reference.
stray.
It wasn't a serious question when Matthew Lillard says that.
That's right. That's right. I got it now. I got it. But I mean, come on, man. I mean, you watch a shit like this.
Leave her alone.
How many women are making movies like this? Not too many.
Sure.
This is on the extreme side. A little too extreme for me.
Yeah, I thought it was good. It was really interesting. So
I love the gore. I couldn't follow it, Moods. It was my only problem. I kept getting confused. I was like, what the fuck?
That's why
I lost my patience eventually, and I decided to 1.5 it for the fucking second half.
Well, that's your problem if you're 1.5 it.
Yeah, if you 1.5 it, you're never going to understand what's going on.
1.5. Yeah, man.
That was after I
especially
threw in the
with a film like
towel.
this.
I
Especially with a-
1.5 instead of stop. Most people will watch a movie and they'll stop. They'll reach a point and they'll walk out of the theater or they'll just take it out. I don't do that, but I will 1.5 a movie if I'm at home.
I think if you were having a hard time understanding the film, maybe you should have minus 1.5'd it. Slow that fucker down.
For people who don't know what Dave's talking about, 1.5 speed. He fast forwards through movies. I've done it before, but it's only against like the most intolerable things.
I can honestly say I've never done it before.
I do it on YouTube.
I fucking watch Moods' videos on YouTube on 1.5 speed.
It's amazing that you even watch them.
I'm fucking that bad, aren't I? I'm just fucking.
Well, when you put out a 45-minute update, I mean, geez.
Dude, I put one up today. I actually recorded it last night. I didn't make it private or
Public.
to put it on public till today. Jesus Christ. This short, man, it was only 33 minutes. I ripped through it.
Yeah, but at 1.5 speed, it's even less than 33.
Yeah, that would
16 and a
that would be
half.
No,
6.5 minutes.
that would be 27.
So for what it's worth, guys, Oregon into number 10, and that was a 7 out of 10. Now, that's very interesting because I can't remember any top 10 list I've ever made before where a film made a top 10 at a 7.
Well, my 1968 list started with a 6.5.
Did it really?
It did.
Damn. Shit, I don't remember that. But anyways, for myself, I think this is pretty much a first. So, Oregon 7 out of 10. Who's next?
Nice.
Brandon is next.
All right. Coming in at number 10. It's a sequel.
Oh, no way.
Tremors 2 Aftershocks.
Okay.
Nice.
I avoided the Tremors films
Big mistake.
What the fuck? This is crazy.
till this show came up. And I actually had to watch part 1 because I'm not going to watch part 2. I watched part 1 first.
You know part 1 is in our Hall of Fame, right?
That's crazy.
I believe I knew that, but I'm not a huge creature feature person, but I decided, you know what? I gotta see Tremors 2. I'm gonna start with 1. So I bought all 5 of them, actually. Man, do I love these films.
Oh, so you've now seen them all?
I've only seen the first 2. I gotta get back to part 3, but
I watched them all just for the show, just because 22 Shots covered it. I watched them all for the first time, by the way.
They're really underrated, kind of.
they're very underrated. I gotta say, part 2 just... I think did a good job of really picking up where 1 left off. I think,
as a sequel with continuity and stuff, it's pretty cool. It even adds to the mythology.
Yeah, I mean, the Graboids are great, and then it has the Shriekers on top of it. I kind of like the cab driver guy who was basically Kevin Bacon's replacement.
Yeah, he reminded me of like a Matthew Lillard type of guy.
Yeah, he was goofy.
Yeah.
He just came out of nowhere. It's like, oh, I'll help you.
Yeah.
And of course, Burt Gummer and all that. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, they're very overlooked. To me, I mean, you never hear people talk about these films. Maybe the first one, but how often do you hear the sequels get talked about?
Yeah, and in my opinion, all the sequels are at least can stand on their feet and are decent.
Well, honestly, man, after we did the franchise, I mean, didn't we say like it's probably one of the better franchises out there?
Yeah,
I mean,
considering that all
quality.
5 films are decent.
Yeah, and I haven't even gotten to 3, 4, and 5, but I would say that if they just stick with this, type of film for all of them and don't get too crazy, then I'll probably.
Well, they do remake it in Part 4.
No, see, they have a prequel in Part 4.
They do have a prequel.
The prequel's in Part 4. Okay, I knew I read 1 was a prequel, but I didn't.
And of course, the silliness of Part 4 has the same characters playing the present and the old
That's
school.
okay.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, but when they're good characters, good actors, like who played Burt Gummer? Michael Gross.
Yeah,
Michael Gross.
He carries
So
the
good.
series.
He does carry the series.
He really does.
He's like the
he's
Sam
hilarious.
Loomis of the series.
Yeah,
because he's kind of like that relief character in the first one, but then he takes over in like Part 2.
Yeah.
does.
I like that about him, man.
He does.
It's really cool. Yeah.
Yep.
I love the whole. It just got batshit crazy towards the end of the second one with these shriekers being basically hermaphrodites that reproduce through eating and all that, and it was just crazy fun. And then they're basically stranded on top of shelters, and Bert's stranded in the tractor, in the bucket of the bulldozer or whatever it was.
It's probably something you would never expect from the Tremors films, but like they're actually pretty well written.
Yeah,
it's something that we talked about, and like how the mythology was always kind of evolving itself in every film. It's really interesting how they did that, and never got old. And I think that's what made the film so good. I know we talked about that, is that it kept it so fresh. It's like, oh wow, this is different. It's evolving. That's really interesting how they did that with a creature feature. Pretty cool. Cool stuff.
So what did you rate that?
I gave that one a 7 out of 10. Also, my lowest score for a top 10.
Unreal.
All right, so my turn. My number 10.
Did you say 7?
Yes.
I did say 7.
Okay.
My number 10. My top 10 was flipping around like crazy. Like initially, this film was higher, but it kind of found its seating at the very bottom of the list at number 10. But that's not to say that I don't like this film at all. I mean, this is a top 10, and even though we talk shit on the year, I do love all of these 10 films in my top 10. And this one is The Craft. This is starring Robin Tooney, Fairuza Balk, Nev Campbell, of course, Skeet Ulrich. Which, by the way, who names their kid Skeet Ulrich?
Right. That's the coolest name ever. I'm actually naming my kid Skeet Ulrich.
And that's just gonna be his first name, right?
Yeah, no, that's his first name, Skeet Ulrich Orlick. Skeet Ulrich Orlick.
Skeet Orlick sounds good too.
Yeah, Skeet Orlick.
Damn, Skeet Ulrich Orlick.
I'm fucking shocked by this. I thought The Craft was going to be way higher up on your list.
Me too.
Yeah, so The Craft follows, witchcraft and the
Shocking.
4 girls who are kind of teenage outcasts, even though they're all pretty beautiful. And they really get involved in the witchcraft thing. And one of the things I've always liked The Craft, even though it seems sort of like a chick flick. I've always liked it, even when I was a kid. When I seen it, like I wanted to be doing that shit. I want to fucking control.
Manning?
I used to come home and my sister would be playing like those tarot cards and all that shit. And after they watched The Craft,
it was pretty big in the 90s. It was.
They wanted to be the characters from The Craft.
JP actually invoked the spirit of Manning.
I did twice.
Of course he did.
But it does have that very 90s vibe to it, which I like. I mean, the chicks are pretty hot. Fairuza Balk steals the show, man. She's just crazy as hell. Like I love her as an actress. Like she needed to do more horror films. I definitely.
Yeah, she has that face, eh?
She has that face. Yeah.
I love her.
Yeah. Yeah. She's cool, man. And of course, Neve Campbell's in this film, and sort of you would think that almost that she would have been Robin Tooney's character. You know, you would think that Neve Campbell would have been the lead in this one, but she's actually a secondary character.
Yeah,
now
I like Robin Tooney's or Tommy.
I'm not sure what
her character.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure which film came out first, Scream or The Craft.
I think The Craft.
So that's probably why. I bet you if Scream came out first, she would have been the lead in The Craft.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, Robin Tooney what was she? She was doing like I don't know if this was before or after, but like Encino Man and like some smaller films. I mean, she didn't break.
A knockoff to me.
She didn't break out till later. I mean, she's big now. She she was on The Mentalist. She was a star of The Mentalist for 8-9 seasons, however long they ran. She's terrific. I mean,
yeah,
I
this
love
was her first major film. Like, she did some TV, Law and Order, a show called Cutters, Class of '96, JFK, Reckless Youth, and like you said, Encino Man. That was sort of her biggest film before this one.
I always thought she was like a knockoff for another actress at that time, but I can't remember who the actress was. Like
no, the other actress was a knockoff. No, the other was a poor man's Robin Tunney.
It's your girl, huh? All right.
I like her.
All right.
But I've always just really liked the camaraderie between the witches and just sort of how they're just these isolated people in this school, and they're cool as fuck. Like, they're so cool. You know, I'd want to hang out with them. Dave, I bet you would want to hang out with them.
All day,
every day, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're just kicking it. They're just being teenagers, and I really like that aspect of the film. They're just being teenagers who happen upon this magic, this witchcraft, and it's teenagers doing teenager things, but with these weird, crazy powers. It really is a solid movie. It's very predictable, though. That's if there's one knock on it, it's start to end very you can call like everything that happens. You know, it's pretty by the numbers. But the performances are great. The you know, it's just a cool concept. You know, whatever you do comes back to you threefold. It's a morality tale, stuff like that, and it's just a solid movie. I give it a 7 out of 10.
Nice.
Another 7 at the bottom.
Wow. Well, this is crazy. And you probably may have guessed during my reaction to when Brandon was giving his number 10. But it's all the same. It's all the same as Brandon's. This was the first time I watched this movie, and it's Tremors 2. And
damn.
Yeah,
man. Absolutely. First time I saw it, I had fun with the whole. I watched the whole series because you guys were covering.
I was surprised you did that, Dave. Like that's a big task for not even being on the show to watch all 5 Tremors films.
Well, now the question is, Part 4, remake or prequel?
No, I hate to say it, JP, but I thought prequel the entire time. But I'll tell you why. I will tell you why. Because the characters were they acted a different way. They did different things. Like, the plot was different than Tremors 1. Okay. If it would have been like one of those plots that was almost like they're doing the same thing again.
It's the same plot. It's just in a different time period.
I just don't think it's the same plot. There was a few different things. I can't remember what, because you know my memory. But when I heard you say that on the show, I was thinking, no, the whole time I was thinking that it wasn't, because they were doing different things. The plot was different.
Listen, I'll tell you the one reason why, the one reason that is Scream's remake is the fact that there's a character named Old Fred who dies the same exact way as another character named Old Fred.
That's just his relative.
It's just not creative writing. Yeah. It's just not creative writing.
Yeah, it's just a joke.
It's a fucking prequel.
It is a joke.
It probably is a joke.
That's a remade scene right there.
Yeah, that's fucked up. But yeah, I got the same reaction, man. I really enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed the first one. The second one, we didn't have Kevin Bacon, but we had
Fred Ward.
We had Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah.
Who's Eddie Guerrero?
Yeah, who's Eddie Guerrero? The guy who played Grady?
He's a wrestler.
I know who he is.
Isn't Eddie Guerrero dead now?
Yes, he's been dead a little bit.
Wait, was Eddie Guerrero actually in this movie?
I don't know what the guy's name is. He looks 100% like Eddie Guerrero.
I've always liked
the character name. The character name was Grady.
Grady?
It's actually Eddie Guerrero, but
yeah,
he looks just like him.
You almost flirted. I was like, did I fucking miss that?
That's all I was thinking when I was watching it was Eddie Guerrero. He basically replaced Kevin Bacon, and they kept the other guy from the first one, and then what's his name was in there again, Michael Gross, who ends up carrying the series. But I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And I liked what they did with the RC cars to destroy them, but their methods that they had to fucking blow them up. Yeah, that was cool. They came up with some good stuff. They had the
RC stands for remote controlled.
Yes, it does.
Just wanted to
Thank you.
let the listeners know.
Oh, okay.
Dave Z with his hip lingo.
I used to have RC cars when I was a kid. I
used to drink RC Cola.
that too. The babies were cool. I like the fact that they had the baby versions. I forgot what were they called. I don't know. Shriekers. Yeah.
The Shriekers. Yep.
It's a cool reinvention of the original Graboids. What they did with them, it was a way to do more with them. It was creative. So it's a good sequel. My only complaint is that the CGI was just not great. It was just bad CGI.
I think that's one thing that we did say, that the effects definitely were downgraded from the original one, for
But
sure.
there wasn't that much. There was still practical with the Shriekers too, and I thought the design of them was really cool.
The design was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was going to say, CG, good or bad, never bothers me as much with creature features as it would if it was a slasher.
It's because it just seems like it's kind of its place, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, obviously
It
we
seems
want
harder
to
to make a creature, so I guess CGI is a little more forgiving.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, we all can't have a Pumpkinhead film all the time.
Yeah, that's just
great
insane.
effects.
That's spoiled.
See, that's cool, man. It would be cool if we can get creatures like that, but unfortunately, going to be a lot of CG these days.
Yeah, yes it is.
Dave, you and I on the same page, huh? We're all
Yes.
synced up. I wonder if all 10 will be the same.
And imagine that.
Imagine?
That would be some crazy shit.
That would be crazy.
I doubt it.
We'll see. But I give it the same rating, by the way, 7, same as you. And actually, did we all give 7s or no? What did
All
we?
7s for
All
us.
7s. Yeah.
sevens.
Wow.
That's the theme. That's the theme of the year. 7s.
6s.
Yeah, 6s.
6.5s as well.
Oh, I have so many 6s and 6.5s. It's ridiculous. Is that back to me? Yes, that is back to me, isn't it? All right, coming in at number 9, we are going to the coast of Graves Point. The Beast.
Ah, shit.
The
I
Beast?
didn't get to see the Beast.
Neither did I.
You didn't get to see the 3-hour Beast that is the Beast?
The Beast.
Oh,
It's-
that's why. It was the TV one?
Yeah.
Honestly, man, this all it is. It's Jaws with a huge, gigantic squid.
It's literally Jaws, guys. Like the music
It's
sounds
the
like
same-
Jaws.
The same cues. The whole
It's
storyline
squid.
pretty much is exactly the same. I mean, it's a little different, but it's fucking Jaws with a huge squid.
It's a TV movie of Jaws with a huge squid.
How's the
And
CG?
The effects are good, if that's what you're talking about.
Honestly, man, yeah, the effects are pretty good in this, and it's
The squid. They use practical a lot of the time, if not all the time. I
Oh
can't.
yeah, man! Like
Oh,
when they're
nice.
hauling that fucking thing after the dude sedates it, looks awesome.
It looks crazy good.
It's huge, man. They put a fucking lot of effort into it, man.
I want to
mean,
see
that-
it now.
That thing was definitely bigger than the boat that they were towing it with, and it's a cool film, man. Starring what's his face, William Peterson from CSI, Grissom.
Grissom. Gil.
Yeah, so he's the lead in this one, and yeah, it's pretty much what it is, man. He plays he's like a marine, or now he's like a fisherman. He's a fisherman and stuff, and it's up to him because he knows these waters the best to go and stop the beast who's taken out everything. It's a fun fucking film, man. Really, really fun. I mean, if you're a fan of any aquatic type films where the killer sharks or squid or anything coming out of the water, which I am, and this was such a perfect film to watch in the summertime too. It just screams summer.
Yeah, nothing screams summer like killer squid.
It doesn't, man. It doesn't. It's fucked up, man. After I watched this film, I Started, Googling squid and stuff like that. Apparently, giant motherfucking squid like this actually exist.
They do.
I was like, what the fuck? This is so crazy. They can't really study these things because they live in such far depths in the ocean and stuff. So, but I thought that was really fascinating. I'm like, that's really cool. So technically, maybe this could happen.
It's a little scary, honestly. When they start talking about
they feed like crazy.
the
They eat
the
so much
hooks
of them.
on their suction cups and shit.
Yeah.
Man, dude, there was this show on Discovery once, and it was
The
called
hooks on their suction cups.
What?
Yeah, they had like little prick like claws on their suction cups.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do they really?
I don't know if that's true or not, but in the movie they did.
Wow.
I heard Moods
I'm
had
not-
a little prick in his athletic cup.
I'm not 100% sure about the claws, but who knows? Maybe when they get that big that shit. But
I watched a 2-hour show called The Search of the Giant Squid one day, expecting to see this. It was on like Discovery, and it was 2 fucking hours long. And I got to the end of it, and they didn't see it. It hasn't been filmed still. I was so pissed off.
See, I really thought Moods and JP were kind of just trying to get me to watch this 3-hour movie, and they kept saying they really liked this film. And
I know they did.
I didn't believe them. And now I want to check it out.
I told you, man.
Because I had already watched the other 37 films. So I'm like, oh, they're just trying to get me to watch a 3-hour, bore fest. But
Which is something that I would do. Let's be
I
honest.
know I totally misread the situation.
It's one of those things, man. Yeah, you hear 3-hour TV film and you're like, no.
And apparently I had the extended cut.
Yeah.
But honestly, this shit went by super fast.
It really did.
Like the first hour and a half, it was one disc, and the second disc was the other hour and a half, and I was like, okay, it just ripped by. It was crazy.
Did you watch both discs at the same time to make it go faster?
Yeah, it was weird, man. I had 2 TVs side by side, 2 Blu-ray players, and I was like, hey, yeah, back and
Mine
forth.
was all on one disc Blu-ray.
Oh, you have a Blu-ray? Oh, nice. But yeah, of course, The Beast is a Peter Belleci film. He obviously wrote Jaws and a whole pile of other aquatic horror films like The Deep and stuff like that. So you know what you're going to get with this, and it's that type of quality. It's fun. I highly recommend this movie, man. People got to check it out. I think Matt talked about this one a long time ago, and I was always curious, and I couldn't really find it for a good price, but give it a shot, man. It's good. It's good. And definitely check out the 3-hour version, man. Don't chintz out and get that fucking 90-minute TV cut or the alternate TV cut or whatever. That's bullshit. Right?
90-minute version. That sounds nice.
You probably could get the same excitement out of the 90-minute version if there is one. I mean,
probably.
I think I would probably prefer that one, honestly. Even though I agree with Moods that it ripped by, it didn't really feel long. It's still, by the end of the day, it's 3 hours later.
I know what I'm going to do. I figured it out. I'm going to buy the 3-hour version, and I'm going to watch it at 1.5. Best of both worlds.
That's still 2 hours and 15 minutes, Dave Z. You're not getting the math of 1.5.
It's actually not as good as it sounds, does it?
No.
So what's the rating on that, Moods?
I give it a 7 out of 10. I thought it was really enjoyable. I mean, I honestly would have liked to seen this type of movie with I guess it doesn't have to be all gory. It's not like Jaws is like crazy, crazy gory or anything, but I would like to see a giant killer squid just tear motherfuckers apart. I think that'd be awesome, but didn't get it. It's TV film, but it's still good. 7 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah.
Brandon.
All right. My number 9 film features the best performance of the year by an actor who has no lines in the film.
Okay.
And the film is Bad Moon.
Bad Moon, number 9.
Are you talking about Thor?
Talking about the dog?
Thor is phenomenal. Thor steals the movie. He really does. He's an amazing German Shepherd.
That's because Thor is the only one that can act in that film.
That's true, but
the kid
honestly, the kid is not that bad in that movie.
The kid really wasn't that bad. Mariel Hemingway isn't that bad. It has a very I don't know. The acting feels very made for TV, but Thor makes it feel very theatrical, and so does the werewolf effects. Obviously,
that one does feel like a TV film, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, but the effects I thought were great. I love the werewolf effects in it.
Old school practical.
Yeah, old school. Thor is. I mean, it's amazing. It's got a great final chase scene between a dog and a werewolf, a dog and a man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an amazing final chase scene, an amazing final showdown.
Well, it has to come to that because
Campbell and Ghostface, huh?
Because the movie is about Thor saving the day, so it has to come down to that.
But it does it so well.
Better than Lassie?
Yes.
Fuck Lassie. Thor would have killed Lassie.
If Thor would have had Lassie's got her impregnated and bounced. Thor's a G, dude.
Lassie was a fucking hero, though, who did it week after week.
Yeah, I didn't even really set up this movie. So the movie basically sets up with a guy, getting bit by a werewolf and his girlfriend getting killed while they're, like, in the jungle on some, like, exploration.
Yeah, because that's where a werewolf would be, some foreign jungle land.
Yeah, I believe it was in Nepal. And, Nepal is known very much for their werewolves.
Werewolves.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
I forgot.
I just actually watched a documentary on that.
Yeah.
So.
On the Nepalese werewolves, yeah.
Yeah, on the Nepalese, yep.
The Nepalese werewolves, yeah. They're
We're such idiots. That's not true, guys.
What the fuck?
But the simple storyline
Had
with,
a
a single
bad
mother
werewolf
and her
problem
son
back in
is
'87.
it's a fine setup.
Of course, he moves out to, beside the river and lives in his Airstream?
Yeah, and of course, he's, contacting her when, like, when his whole intent is to stay away from his sister and his nephew, but he's the one who reaches out to them first. So there is a little issue with that.
Yeah, that was my biggest issue. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Dude, there's such plot holes in this film, though. Come on.
There's plot holes, but I really
Dude,
love
you know what's
the
so
dog.
funny? Okay, if you're a werewolf and you're trying to get away from everything, I understand that people are probably going to come near you and you're going to have those, that appetite to kill, which happens. But why the fuck are these bodies ending up in the tree and so close to his Airstream and shit? Like, there's like this huge murder investigation like all around his Airstream. Like, is he not aware that, if you leave bodies around where you are and stuff, like, you're probably gonna have to vacate? Like,
Well,
I just didn't get that.
Once they find the body, that's when he realizes that he has to go stay with his sister-in-law and nephew. That's when he.
But
that's
they're
the
being
whole setup.
killed by a wild animal, not a man.
Dude,
Yeah.
that doesn't even make sense. A wild animal terrorizing or putting a body up in a fucking tree? What wild animal does? It leaves a
It's
fucking
a werewolf.
body
You
up
eat
there?
it, then you chuck it.
No, bears do not do that.
I'm
And
talking about
everyone
werewolves.
knows that.
Well,
No animal would be able to do that besides a bear, and bears don't do that. If anything, bears, they actually bury their food.
well, what kind of man would leave chew marks the size of a wolf mouth?
I'm just saying, he's aware of the situation because he's living in this Airstream. Why was he leaving bodies? I mean, if you're going to mutilate them and eat half of whatever the fuck you're doing, get rid of the body. You're still human, man. You know that you know.
Well, I think
Don't
that's the whole thing. He's
disrupt your-
conflicted because he's not really like, he is the antagonist, but he's not really a bad guy.
But he's so self-aware though, because I mean, it gets to the point
he
where
is. He is
literally-
self-aware. Yeah, he's
He's
locking
literally
himself up.
handcuffing himself to trees and stuff so he doesn't do this type of shit. But, I understand he wasn't doing it before and you need to feed, blah, blah, blah. But what's with the bodies, dude?
Yeah. No,
Is
you're right.
Moods making you rethink your list, Brandon?
No, I really enjoyed this movie. This was a really fun movie. I'm telling you, the showdown between the dog and Ted's character, whether he's werewolf or human, is great.
I like Thor.
Everything else is second. Yeah, Thor was badass. I love the fact that he pees on his Airstreamer or whatever the hell they call it, and then
Airstream, yeah.
the Airstream, yeah, Airstreamer. I don't know why I said that. And then later
Marking his
on,
territory, man.
and then later on, he marks Thor's territory when Thor gets taken away. He pees on his doghouse. And then the showdown is phenomenal. And just sort of like that ending that basically, like, I mean, are we spoilering, doing spoilers all out?
Spoilering? Did you say spoilering?
I did say spoilering. I can't talk tonight. I think
Wow.
They're rubbing off on you with their.
I think I'm stroking out, to be honest.
Are you smelling burnt toast right now?
I smell burnt toast and I can't feel my left arm.
Random and
You can call 911 from your computer, right?
No, I can't.
Oh yeah, just like
Campbell
in
can.
Scream, right?
Right? There's another Scream reference.
Yeah,
Nice.
I totally missed
Nice.
it.
We're throwing them all
I'm
in there.
really thinking I'm having a stroke.
No, it's these guys rubbing off on you because they say randomizer, and now you're saying storylining or something.
Spoiler-ing.
Spoiler, whatever it is.
I can't even talk anymore.
um,
The
Are
final
you-
showdown is great.
okay, since you're so into dog and werewolf battle, are you a fan of the Harry Potter series?
I've seen them.
Yeah,
No.
right. He's a huge fan. He probably got a
No,
Dumbledore
no,
I
poster
admit
behind
I
him right
am.
now.
Honestly,
I am a
I've never
fan.
read the books. I've seen all the films. I watched them as like
Okay.
a marathon.
I'll admit, man.
I actually
I'm a fan.
do too. I've seen most of the films, not all of them. I think I stopped with Prisoner.
Oh, you got.
Yeah, I think the
get
only
rid
one
of-
I
That's the
didn't
third
like.
one.
Don't
Is it?
stop.
Then
Don't
I
stop.
think the
maybe
only
it
one
was
I did
Goblet
care
of Fire.
for-
It was one of the. It was like before they did the two-parter. It was the one before the two-parter.
Oh, that would be Half Blood Prince.
Yeah, seen that one.
Okay, they're all
So-
great, man.
Yeah, no, I
Which
like
was-
them too.
I
They're
think
good.
I think part 4 was kind of the weak link. I think it was the fourth one that was kind of the weak link in
What?
there.
Goblet of
They got
Fire?
darker and darker, man.
That's my favorite one of the whole fucking series.
It could be part 5. I can't remember. I get all
They
the
got
names
better.
fucked up because there's like 19 films, and I'm just like,
I like the one where it's
They
like
got
the
better.
Olympics.
That's Goblet of Fire.
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
Yeah, dude, it's great, and it's dark. It's the first one to really get. They get darker each and every movie, and I'm sorry I turned this into.
they
a
do though. They really do towards the end, like especially the last episode, man, or the
I
last
like
episode.
I like the one with
There's so many
Daniel
goddamn
Radcliffe.
movies.
in it.
I'm calling them episodes.
Which one had Daniel Radcliffe in it? I really like that one.
Oh shit, man! I'm not even sure. I think it was
Welcome
part-
to episode 87, where
Right.
we discuss the Harry
Took
Potter
over part
franchise.
Harry Potter retrospective.
I was just trying to make a joke too because a dog fights a werewolf.
This
in a Harry Potter
episode 87, Tom Cruise and Harry Potter films.
The moment you've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate Dave, picking up the slack when I was having a stroke about 5 minutes ago. So
I'm
thank you.
great. Yeah, sure.
So,
Do you need to be
Let's-
saved by Thor too?
yeah.
Seriously,
Everyone could use some saving.
something's wrong with me tonight.
What's your rating on that, Brandon?
I gave Bad Moon a 7.
Okay, so back to me.
This is
gonna be
crazy
a
how our
quick one.
ratings are the same in like the same slots and everything. Did I
Yeah.
just say slots? Slots? Oh. Okay.
My number 9 film, also from the year 1996. It is Bad Moon.
Yes,
Nice.
nice.
Of
Yeah.
course it is. Of course it is.
So I'll just.
Didn't we just talk about this?
It's very familiar. I'm having deja vu.
I don't think I saw this one.
Well, Brad, that's better than Brad because he's having a stroke right now.
I'm
he's
not
not
even
even-
not even joking. Like all seriousness, I noticed when I started talking about Tremors 2 that I automatically developed a tremor. I can't talk. I might be
This year,
dead
Brad,
before we
he's
get
calling
to
for
number
his dad right now. He's calling for his dad right now. He's like, "Where's the 11? Where's the 11?"
Not his dad, his father.
His father. That's right. His fucking father.
Father? I'm here for you, Father. Brandon Bates.
Father, what are you doing? Father, he's just a friend, I swear. Okay, so Bad Moon, I feel the same way as Brandon. Like, Thor really steals the show. It really is like a fun movie, and you root for that dog. Like, you love that dog in the movie more than the character, the human characters even.
He takes a beating in that film.
Yeah, I don't know. This one, I love the practical effects. It's my kind of werewolf. That's the kind that I like. The way that he looks and stuff. The more humanoid, less animalistic versions. Also, it's one of those werewolf films. There's not a ton of great ones from this era, but I do think that this one is pretty solid. I also came in at a 7 out of 10.
I think it's actually the only good one.
What year did
From the 90s?
Yeah, Ginger Snaps came out in like 2000 or 2001, so
Yep.
yeah, probably. Huh?
Yeah, 2000 for Ginger Snaps. Yeah.
2000, yep.
Wow.
Dave.
So it's all about Thor, huh?
Yeah.
You guys are a couple of Thor whores over there. And I guess that makes me one too.
What?
Fucking kidding me, man?
We're two for two, Dave?
Bad Moon is it number 9 for you? So for the record, I don't know what Dave has it, but I have it at 6.5.
Oh, I have
As
it at 7.
episodes.
Yep.
Crazy. Dave, again,
Yeah.
you rate shit higher than me. Who's the high rater now?
Well,
Yeah,
Bad
wait,
Moon's
man.
cool, man.
Every
Wow.
fucking film.
You're right. Look at this. Yeah,
Dave,
let's
I'm
see
trying
how
to
it
link up.
goes.
I'm trying to
I
link
told
up
you.
number 8 with you.
What's gonna happen?
If
We'll
if you
see.
guys have the same list, that's just gonna blow my shit.
Would
No,
it explode
we're
your
not.
head?
We're not.
There's no possible way anyone has mine. Well, obviously we don't.
Yeah.
but Jesus, maybe I'm the one having a stroke now.
It can still happen.
Why you gotta take away the unanimous vote on Bad Moon? Come on, man.
Honestly, man, I was watching the film and I was like, I used to like this movie a lot. I mean, I still really do like it. It's just not as much as I used to. It just, I have no problem with TV films whatsoever, obviously, because I had The Beast at number 9, but that one did feel a little TV amateurish at times for me. I don't know. It's
just fun to me. But I'm with you. I did lower my rating from previously because I watched this about 2 years ago and had it at 7.5. I lowered it to a 7.
This was a first time view for me.
Yeah. See, I mean, that probably helps out a little bit. I mean,
yeah.
I've really had this film in high regards many, many times, and I do agree with JP. I like the look of the werewolf in this film.
Yeah, the effects.
I think
awesome.
it looks very kind of human, and it has that kind of that's what it should look like. You just have that kind of moment when you see it, right? And I do like that. But honest to God, though, I think a lot of the acting is. I hate the mom in this film, man. She drives me nuts. The only good part, the mommy.
No, don't say that either, man. It's mom.
Dude, okay.
Mom and father. What the fuck am I in here for?
It's my West Coast accent, man. That's what it is.
Between you, what's Brandon's excuse?
Hey, say one. Jesus Christ! You can fucking say rough for roof. Give me a fucking break.
The roof.
The roof.
That's how Thor says roof.
The roof is on fire.
I don't even think I know anybody that says that.
Yeah.
It's one of those American stereotypes. It's kind of like certain things.
Kind of like mom.
You just gotta ask your mom.
Oh shit! I'll say one thing about this movie, about Bad Moon. The intro is just kick ass. It starts off with a bang, and the gore. It's top notch. It's good notch.
Yeah, it reminds me of a Tales from the Crypt episode, the opening.
Yes.
Which is kind of not ironic because Tales from the Crypt is a TV show.
This is the year of the TV show movie. You're right.
Yep.
One way or the other. Either intentional or it feels like it's a TV show. It's weird. That's a trend I should have said at the beginning when I was asked. Because I think it's going to spell true by the end of this podcast. We'll be saying that numerous times that it felt like a TV show. Or it was a TV show. We'll see. Mm-hmm. Bad Moon Rising.
Yeah, man, the fucking mom in that film. Okay. Did that purposely. Anyways.
What's your number 8?
The mom in this fucking film, man. I think the only good part in the film for me is when she
cracks down on that lawyer, or cracks down
when she cracks down on the lawyer, and then she's like, "Oh, why don't you just give me a call? Here's my card. I'm a lawyer." And I'm like, "Oh,
yeah, that part
that's
is
good."
dope.
Wouldn't you always want to do that to somebody? Just to see the expression on someone's face. You totally just got served. That's some good shit right there.
It's kind of funny how they live like in the middle of nowhere, and yet there's a grifter.
I know, right? I never thought of that, actually. That's funny. It's
It's a fun film, though, look, and it's not,
Yeah, well,
no, it is. I still dig it. It's just, even that 6.5 range for me and just out of the top 10, so.
Yep, that's fair.
Yeah, so, in at number 8, we're going to take it back to the 1990s. with a director that we actually talked about some hours ago, in the pregame or whatever the fuck it was. Brian Usna film starring Corbin Bernstein, and it is called The Dentist. Corbin Bernstein, whatever. Mom.
Starring Dr. Bernstein, my dentist.
Yeah. I've always been a big fan of this film, man. There's something almost like every time I watch this film, it plays out like a huge dream to me for some reason. It's probably because there is those sequences in the film, but it's one, it has this kind of weird dreamy atmosphere to it that.
You know what it is, though? It's the soft lighting.
Yeah.
And it's the chaotic, wavy camera movements.
It's probably what it is. And it's just, there's something, I love the look and feel of this film. It's awesome. Corbin Bernstein's performance is top notch, though. I think it's just, Bernstein, he kills it, man. I love him in this role, man. He's awesome. I think he totally makes this film for me, man. In every scene that he's
a goddamn lunatic in the movie.
He is. Well, I mean, you would be too, man. You got this hot wife, you're a rich, dentist and your hot wife is cheating on you with the goddamn fucking pool man,
And you
which
got
is so
tax problems, and you live in a
so-
world that goes on ignoring dental hygiene.
exactly, you know, and it's so cliche that your hot blonde bombshell wife is cheating on you with the fucking pool man. It's so cliche, but I don't.
Hey,
give a
this
shit.
was your pick.
Here I'm
Why are you
bashing
yelling
the film.
at us?
What did you give this fucking film? Jesus Christ! No, it's such a cliche thing, but it's for me. I overlook it because I love the fact that like mixed in with all of his kind of personal problems, his tax problems, and his wife problems and stuff. He's still determined to clean those fucking teeth. And he just kind of goes ape shit, and I love it, man. There's not too many films that take place in a dentist office, so I mean this one kind of sticks out for me. I think performances are good, man. And,
Yeah, you don't really need the setup of anything because you get the impression that he's insane from the start. You just know that it's just what's gonna set him off.
It is interesting that you note that because it's very odd that the highest suicide rate for any professional in America is dentistry.
Yep.
And so I don't know if they
not know
had this
that.
in mind when they made the film. It's just like, wow, this, dentists apparently are a little crazy. I mean, if you're going to kill yourself, you're crazy because dentists generally make a lot of money. Like, how many fucking problems do you really have that you got to offer yourself?
Yeah, and you got nitrous right in the office. Anytime you're having a bad day, you can suck on some nitrous, man.
Exactly.
I'd love to be a
Or you can
dentist.
just put some nitrous on one of your patients and fill them up.
Man,
I'm
that
not
scene
saying I'll do
always makes me so like uncomfortable and nervous.
I know,
like
right?
I almost like feel bad for him because like he's not intentionally doing any of this shit. He's just fucked up.
I know he's just all fucked in the head, but there's so many great scenes in this film, man. And dude, some of the bitchiest assistants in there, like the hygienist, fucking great stuff, good stuff. But
The
yeah, man,
receptionist who's like the doctor can do no wrong. Like she just like talks about how awesome of a man he is.
The one who gets to
Yep.
live.
Yeah,
exactly.
And an early appearance from Mark Ruffalo,
true. It's
2-time Academy Award nominee.
And actually, oddly enough, man, this movie has Ken Foree in it.
It does.
He plays the detective who's
Yes.
investigating all the kills.
Detective
Who killed this
Sunshine.
fucking-
I believe.
Detective
Who's the
Gibbs.
Oh,
Yeah, Sunshine's the other one. Yeah.
okay.
Sunshine's the other one. He killed this fucking dog. Love it. That's good shit. But yeah, man, the dentist, good shit, man. I don't really know what else to say about it because I'm sure someone else has it on their list. So, again, I'm coming in 7 out of 10. I love this. It's good.
Brandon.
All right. Wait, it's my turn.
Yes.
Let's see, 3 for 3?
Okay, coming in at number 8. Film already mentioned.
Nope.
The Craft.
Wow.
Craft. What do you like about the Craft, Brandon?
I love everything about The Craft. It reminds me of going to high school. Racist bullies and rapey.
It reminds you of being a girl?
Reminds me of rapist bullies and rapey young men. I mean, Chris has to be the most despicable high school student ever. I'm joking, of course, but Skeet Ulrich's character in it is like the most like
The one that lies about hooking up with girls. That one.
yeah, but then he gets all rapey.
Yeah, he does get a little rapey.
I do
But
like
then Fairuza Balk
love
gets
that word.
rapey.
I love the word rapey. Yeah, it's
rapey.
like-
Yeah,
rapey's good.
It makes rape sound better. Makes
It
it
does.
sound more fun.
Yeah.
makes it sound sensible.
No, the setup for the film is great because immediately they set you up that Sarah has had her troubles. She's cut her wrist, so it makes sense that she would fit in with this type of crowd, more of the outcasts. It doesn't make sense that the 4 outcasts are probably the 4 most beautiful girls in the school, but I do love how all their wishes come true, and I like especially how Nancy's comes true. It became more like a Wishmaster type movie.
Mm-hmm.
Because she wished, for, to not be white trash anymore. And then her stepfather has the heart attack. And they inherit the money.
Which wasn't actually a ton of money, I believe, when
Yeah.
Oh,
it
it
wasn't
wasn't
as
enough.
much as... it was definitely enough.
It was
but
like $350K. That's a life-changing amount.
Was it that
not
much?
with the way they're spending it, it isn't.
Well, they got a condo and they did spend a little bit. Yeah.
She came in the next day wearing like a chinchilla coat and stuff.
Yeah.
That never happened. I'm kidding.
If you're smart, you buy a house You get $350K, you buy a house, you have no mortgage the rest of your life, and you live comfortably, basically.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah. But what do you expect? That they're fucked up, both of them.
It is funny when Skeet Ulrich starts becoming obsessed with Cooney's character.
Yeah.
It's quite funny. He's just standing outside.
Yeah, it's great.
It's a well-made movie. I like it. It's a lot of fun.
Right on.
Rating?
7.5.
I'm surprised it wasn't higher for you, Brandon.
You said the same thing about JP.
You know, I felt the same with JP. It's one of those films that kind of like when I'm watching, I'm like, oh, I love this film, but it's actually this rating.
Yeah, I was genuinely shocked by JP spot in his top 10. I knew it was going to be in there. I thought for sure it'd be way higher, like in top 5.
I thought so too.
I've always loved The Craft, and I do love it, but at the end of the day, like, it's only so good of a movie in terms of ranking, in terms of quality. But I don't know. Like I said, this one, it kind of bounced up and down my list for a while. But I guess getting back to me, my number 8 is a film that's also been mentioned before, and that's Tremors 2. Tremors 2 is a true favorite sequel of mine. It's my favorite in the series, even though I agree that the first one is head and arms above the second one in terms of quality. It's just I have more fun with part 2 because I grew up watching it. I used to play, like, pretend I was Burt Gummer and shit, like hopping from bed to bed, avoiding shriekers and tremors and shit. You know, I was only
So you used to pretend you were a hermaphrodite?
Yeah. No need to pretend, buddy. So, yeah, I love Tremors 2. I love the mythology that they set up with the Shriekers. You know, it's a very well-paced movie. There's highs and lows for the characters. There's an arc between the Fred Ward replacing his old best friend and Kevin Bacon with this new kid who's kind of dumb but kind of likable at the same time. You know, there's Burt Gummer who comes back, and his character really develops because he was really just a kind of a throwaway secondary character in the first film, and he kind of really shines in this one, where he's, you know, some of his lines come through, like, how was I not informed and critical need to know information? How could I have known? You know, shit like that. Like, he's just so likable and lovable that, like, he's this badass dude that has all this shit, but he's always screwed over at the end with not knowing the briefing and stuff. You know, the Shriekers, it completely changes. The characters think they have these graboids under control. They know how to hunt them, and then boom, everything changes. And now, you know, they start climbing on top of each other and shit. And it's like, we used to have to be high. Now we can't be high. We got to hide our body heat. You know, we used to have to hide our sound. It's just kind of a cool new dynamic. And I've always just liked it. It's a really fun movie, and I can watch it at any time. I can truly throw this film in at any time.
I honestly know the real reason why you love this movie so much, though. Is because you feel like it's hitting home a little. You know, just a little bit. Because the graboids, they're threatening Mexico.
It's true.
You know, the refinery in Mexico. So you're just like, man.
I feel like
feel for him, man.
Yeah, you're right about that.
That's why we have to build that wall to keep those graboids out.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, because those Jesus Christ.
So yeah, I'm coming in a little bit higher. This is my first 7.5 out of 10 with Tremors 2.
Baby.
Wow.
Gia.
Nice.
All right.
All right.
Does the streak stay alive or no?
No, there's no streak.
So the rating never changed then, JP?
No.
Okay, cool.
Now, this is going to be strange because my memory sucks as is, and some of these movies on my list are first time
watching. It's all part of
watching.
getting old.
It's funny because somebody was busting my balls about the same thing today. My wife was saying that when you're 80, you're going to be fucked. Look at how you are now, and this and that. And I'm like, yo,
nice
gee, thanks, honey.
Wake up in the morning.
She was busting my balls at her job. I stopped by her job, and her and her girlfriends were laughing at me because of.
You remembered where she worked?
Yeah, I did. Believe it or not, yes. Yeah,
good. That's a good start, man. That's a good start.
Okay, but the funny thing is, she's busting my balls about it, and I'm saying, well, this is what you don't understand. I have always been this way.
Oh no!
I've always
long
been
as I
dumb.
can
It didn't happen overnight.
Right. I've never had a good memory. Ever. I never have had a good memory, and I didn't do myself any favors being high on weed for 10 years of my life either as I got older. Actually, right about this time, 96, I was fucking guaranteed high as hell every night these movies dropped. But anyway,
Actually, 96, I smoked a lot of weed too, man. That's
Oh,
funny.
Yeah, me too.
91 to like
96 was the year.
I was gone.
JP,
But,
you were 5.
Yeah.
Me too.
I started smoking in the womb.
I was at that. I was 16, so I was like, great age.
Hell yeah. So this movie here,
Does it have a name?
I don't remember.
You don't
a
remember
whole
the
lot
name?
about it.
You don't remember
I
the
remember the name.
The name?
I remember the name of the movie.
What year did it come out?
Number 8. I have no idea what it's called.
I think it came out in '96.
But when I tell you the title,
I'm taking it back to 96.
oh, taking it back. When I tell you the title, it's gonna sound. When I saw this the title, I was like, I'm probably not gonna like this movie. But anyway, to get right to it, the movie is called Ebola Syndrome.
All right.
Oh, damn. I'm really surprised this is in your top 10.
Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna like it. I thought it was gonna be stupid as hell, and I just wasn't gonna like it. And even though I like movies, I didn't
Anthony
think
Wong is so good in it, man.
this movie. This might get outside of my big four, because I have a big four, and I've seen them several times. But outside of that, this movie might get more watches than anything else on the list. And this is the first time I saw it. So, like I said, it's been a little while since I've seen it. We've been doing this for a while, and it's taken longer than
I actually rewatched it yesterday.
Nice. Well, you know what it is? This movie has so much going for it because it's good as a regular horror movie, but it also has moments of so bad it's good in the same movie, and that is a rare combination. Usually it's one or the other. I could see me watching this movie with my friends and laughing at different things. There's just it starts off really good. There's a real cool opening scene, but it's funny at the same time. And
It's genuinely funny.
right? Yeah, it is funny.
Some of the way that
kick
this dude, when the scene where Anthony Wong and his boss or his brother go to, I don't know where the fuck it is, to go get meat or whatever, and it just switches to English, the dialogue in that part is the funniest shit ever.
Yeah, those racial
Thinking about it,
slurs.
it's so fucking fun. Oh, dude, I love it. Yeah.
What the hell? It's just
Oh yeah, the Asian chick, she's dropping N-bombs.
right.
And the guy's like, he's like, "What you saying?" She's like, "Never mind."
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's funny.
The movie's crazy, but it's good at the same time. It's so weird that's why there's so much going for it. I never thought I was going to enjoy it, and I know I can enjoy it on more than one level. And like I said, it's very rare. I mean, you're talking about meat sex. You're talking about
A very rapey film. Another rapey film.
Well, that's essentially where the shit goes crazy, man. Like, he rapes this chick with Ebola, and he essentially contracts Ebola, but he's one in a million that, he gets over it. He's just a carrier.
Do you guys remember when the whole Ebola thing was happening? For some reason, everybody started talking about this film. And I thought that it was a movie that had just came out.
Me too.
Because they're capitalizing on the Ebola thing. Here, this shit was like a decade old. 2 decades old.
I could not believe it. When you got at the end of last show, when we did 2002, we talked about what was going to be on the next show after we drew 96, and somebody brought up Ebola syndrome, and I said, "You're full of shit." Because I'm thinking Ebola wasn't even around until the 2000s.
Yeah, that's what
I wanted to say, because I never heard of it until the terrorist shit.
Yeah.
And everything else, and I'm like,
yeah, it was invented in 2002.
Invented. Oh shit.
Oh shit! But it's a funny movie. Like I said, they're talking about frog race. They're talking. There's an attack from a cheetah. There's the woman at the end is in the street. What the hell were they saying to her? Or the guy, he said that you're Oh, there was such a funny line. I forgot what it was. But something about her shaking on the ground, and he said, "Oh no, I don't know. It's all right."
I can't remember exactly. I know part.
Yeah, I know what
about.
you're talking about,
Yeah.
but I can't remember either.
Yeah.
She's shivering. He goes, "Why are you shivering?" He said. That's what he said to her. She was having like problems. She was spasming out, and he goes, "Why are you shivering?" Like as if she was cold from it. I was like, "What the hell?" You know, there's an autopsy. The dubbing was humorous. You know, I don't know if it's meant to be or not, but
I love the fact that he sticks around after he does a huge massacre and he just starts feeding people fucking human burgers. And they're like, no, not burgers, not burgers. These are South African pulled pork or whatever the fuck he said. And he's so damn serious about it. It's like, fuck, man.
It was kind of weird that when they went, what was they looking for when he goes to rape the girl? What were they there for?
They were there for
They were there to get
livestock,
pigs.
right?
They were there to get pork.
Okay.
Yeah.
What, like, didn't it just seem like they just walked into another country?
I mean, I'm a
Like, it just seemed like they walked next door and it was like a jungle or something.
Right.
Well,
right.
it is kind of
Because
odd
the
because
jungle.
they seem so surprised. They seem so surprised what they're seeing, and it's like, well, I'm sure there's African tribes everywhere, you know, doing crazy shit. Who knows? But yeah,
It was weird.
Yeah.
It was that they walked into a tribal sacrifice or something.
Wasn't that Krippendorf's tribe?
That one scene though, in that one scene, it's so funny though when Anthony Wong bends down and he kind of flips up the sheet and he sees those dead bodies under there. He's like, holy shit, and he's like, where's the meat? And he's like, no, it's over here, and it's all stacked up in like this shitty ass like type thing. And they just take it. They're like, yeah, totally, man, that's where it is. I'm like, okay, there's dead human bodies right next to the meat.
They
And you're just like,
probably
yeah, I
have
need to grab
Ebola
that shit.
syndrome.
It's so fucking funny. It's good
And
shit.
one more bonus. There's hot women in this movie.
Yeah, man, there is.
Definitely.
Yeah, man.
His brother's wife. That's she was pretty hot. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a good amount of hot women in this movie, so rock on. And my grade 7.5.
All right.
So that's all we've had, right? 7s and 7.5s?
Yep. No 8s yet.
Okay.
Oh, it's
All right, back at the top. Coming in at number 7 is a film that, it's definitely new to our list. We haven't talked about this one. From the year of 1996, Aftershocks, Tremors 2.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Made all 4 of our lists. I guess it was probably no surprise, though, right, JP? Considering.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all, expected that to be one of the ones that would make our list.
Yeah, dude, I really enjoyed this film, man. It's funny, it's clever, and again, it just kind of elevates things from the first film, with the mythologies and stuff. One thing I always loved about this film is honestly the remote control cars. I think that's one of the coolest ideas. It's like, yeah.
You mean the RC cars?
The RC cars, man. RC
Yeah.
cars.
Which, by the way, Brandon, it's radio control, not remote control.
It is radio control. What a fucking idiot. Jesus.
Remote control. What is
I thought we
he,
had
a
smart
fucking-
guys come on this show.
Did I say radio? Did I say radio control?
No,
he
he said
was
remote
having,
control.
He was having part of the
I'm the smart guy. I said RC.
He's been having stroking the whole show, man.
I'm not feeling very well tonight. I expect to be dead before number 4.
Can you write down your list and pass it to me?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you now because I'm not doing well.
But yeah, Michael Gross again. He's the show stealer for me in this one, man. Just great. I love it. If you guys want to hear more thoughts? Check out whatever episode we did the Tremors anthology franchise.
Episode 79.
Is it episode 79?
Yes.
Yeah, we've talked about this one enough. And 4 times on this show, and I give Tremors 2 a 7.5 out of 10. My rating did not change. Good film. It's fun.
Oh, fun.
Nice.
Brandon.
Okay, number 7. First time mention. I have a feeling it'll show up at least on one person's list. Batshit crazy film, first time watch. Tromeo and Juliet.
Wow. Tromeo and Juliet.
Tromeo and Juliet. Let me just say, I'm a
You
fan
have
of
a trauma film in your top 10. Awesome.
Yes, I'm a fan of Troma. I just haven't seen a lot of Troma.
The good films, yeah.
So, Romeo and Juliet was one of the big ones that everyone's always talking about that I hadn't seen. And honestly, to talk about this movie, I'm not so sure I can. It's an updated version taking place in New York of Romeo and Juliet.
Yep.
And it's a modern day telling, with Lemmy narrating.
That's so awesome. And a whole pile of other batshit crazy shit that's going on in it.
Batshit crazy. I mean, we're talking, this film has incest. It has cows with a 3-foot penis.
Mm-hmm.
It's got meat tycoon London Arbuckle.
Oh, can't beat it.
And it's got Debbie Rochon and Tiffany Shepis.
And I'm pretty sure it has an actual nipple piercing.
And that's what you can't. Debbie Rochon and Tiffany Shepis.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I love this
the
film.
incest is what really that's not really overly that surprising for a trauma film. But
No.
Yeah, I love incest.
But it's always a selling point.
Incest
for me.
is best.
One of the most surprising things about this film to me is the dialogue. Like the way it's actually written, man. Like it's actually written, a little bit in Old English and stuff like that. I mean, it's not obviously precise, right? But I don't know. Just some of the dialogue in this film just cracks me up, man. It's funny. It's supposed to be serious, but it's not at the same time. And it's like, I don't know. It's got a very odd tone to the film. It's cool, man. It's cool. I mean, how lighthearted can you get?
What's that?
How lighthearted can you get when you have incest? The daughter was locked in the fucking cage.
Yeah, in the glass cage and
the glass cage. It's good shit.
Yeah, I love the fiance. I love
the very
Tromeo.
fact that the guy's name's Tromeo is ridiculous.
I love that his father's black, and he doesn't think twice about it.
Yeah, like Kaufman came up with the name for this. It just slipped out one name. He was like Tromeo and Juliet, and he's like, we got to make that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's exactly what they came up with.
Yeah, that title came out long before any ideas where it's like, Tromeo and Juliet.
Sounds about right.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised you liked it as much as you did, but that's cool.
Yeah,
man.
I really, really loved it. I actually need to watch this again.
It's in a green case.
I rewatched Tromeo and Juliet, I think a couple months ago. I think again for the first time in a long time I'd seen it. So it's been a while since I've actually checked it out. So
it's very funny. It's got something for everyone. I really think it's a trauma film people should check out.
It was funny. I was watching this film and the wife was beside me. She was on her computer doing whatever the fuck she was doing. I think work stuff. And she kept like kind of popping up and looking at the screen and busting and got laughing. She's like, what the fuck are you watching? I'm like, a trauma film. She's like, oh.
The ending is just perfect. The ending is perfect for this.
Yeah, it's awesome.
for a trauma film.
Yeah. Good stuff.
All right. What was the rating on that?
7.5.
All right.
7.5.
My number 7 here is also a syndrome, but it's not Ebola syndrome. It is the Stendhal syndrome. Master of Horror Dario Argento directed. This is a first-time watch for me. Going into it, I thought that it was the Stockholm syndrome, which is, I believe, where the captive falls in love with their captor. But it's Stendhal, which is a different syndrome. That's where you get disoriented, psychosomatic, rapid heartbeat, dizziness, fainting, confusion, and even hallucinations when an individual is exposed to experience of great personal significance, particularly viewing art.
I'm pretty sure he's reading that off right now.
Yes, I am. So the Stendhal syndrome is the kind of the film that I was talking about where I said I don't really remember it all that well, because this is one I watched a few months ago. It was actually one of the first films that I watched in preparation for the show. Really wanted to give it another watch, but it is actually a film that stuck with me for a few days. It follows a young woman played by Asia Argento, which is Dario Argento's daughter, obviously. And she is tracking down an elusive serial killer / rapist in Italy. They're kind of having a little deadly dance, and she begins to go insane when she is, having this obsession with tracking down this brutal man. And I don't know. There was just something about this one. There was a really weird scene early on where I was just like, I don't fucking know about this. Where it's like there was like a CGI like fish or something. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's so random.
It's so random. I'm just like, what
so
the
random.
hell is going? I believe she even makes out with the fish.
Yeah,
I forgot about that actually.
that's great.
Yeah, so that I remember thinking like, okay, like this is not going to be my type of movie. But I got really into it, and it was one that I actually liked more the more I thought about it, and it really impressed me. I think that it's a great 90s film for sure, and it was one of the bigger surprises of this year for me, because I didn't really know much about it. I knew it was Argento, but from my memory I heard everybody say that Argento's really sucked in the 90s and beyond, so I wasn't really expecting it to be that good, and it turned out to be really good. I definitely enjoyed it, and it's one that I'll definitely go back to. I actually popped it in yesterday hoping that there was a commentary track on the Blue Underground release, because this is actually a film that Troma released originally, I believe, on a DVD with a shit transfer. I've heard so many people
I have that one. The transfer is not great, but
Yeah, that's actually a Troma release I don't have. I have the Blue Underground one, so
I got the Troma.
Yeah, I remember
cool,
hearing that Lloyd Kaufman was super proud to have Argento on Troma and then release this terrible transfer. Blue Underground definitely probably upped the ante with the transfer.
It's the
it
blue,
looks good.
right? Are you talking about the blue?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Blu-ray.
Okay. I thought maybe they did a DVD as well, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I have the 2-disc DVD, and it looks great. The DVD looks great.
Oh, so Blue Underground has a DVD and a blue of it. Wow.
Yep. Yeah, the DVD came out, and then the Blu-ray was way after or whatever. But yeah, the DVD looks great though. So.
Nice.
Yeah, the Blu-ray does not have a commentary, unfortunately. But which I don't. Argento doesn't speak English, does he?
You never get commentaries with them.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. But there was an interview. I was kind of hoping that there was a commentary because I was busy doing some website stuff, and I wanted to let it play in the background, which I do with commentaries a lot. Like the TV's right next to my computer, and I like having commentaries on and glancing over and hearing them talk about films and stuff. Unfortunately, it didn't have a commentary, but I do want to rewatch this film very soon, actually. I'm becoming a pretty big Argento fan,
Nice.
which I originally wasn't when I first seen Suspiria, which was my first film from him. But now I've seen
that is just mind fucking blowing right there.
That statement
Suspiria?
right there could get you killed.
It's not really though. When you hear people talk about Suspiria, and everybody always says the people
I always tell
like it, they always say, "Well, I didn't get it at first, or I didn't understand the style over substance first. It took maybe a few more Italian films to really understand Suspiria." So, I think that that's the case. With
man.
as well.
It's a pretty simple witch movie. It's a witch movie. Like, I mean, that is so fucking beautiful, man. It's amazing. Yeah, there's a lot of style over substance, but there still is a story there. You just have to watch. But I always tell people, man, Suspiria is a film that you gotta watch a couple times. You just have to.
I've still only seen it that one time.
Yeah.
Oh man, it gets better.
Man.
But I'm hoping to
Suspiria's-
do it for Italian horror.
The film changes every time you see it, JP.
It's funny, man. Yeah, the same thing happened with
No, it
my
actually
wife.
changes.
The first time,
Yeah,
the first time she watched Suspiria, she had absolutely no idea what the hell she was watching. And then we watched it again, just this past Halloween, and she was like, "This is really good."
Yeah, but I definitely think that it is sort of that, it was maybe a little overhyped for me at first, and I watched it that was sort of my first venture into Italian horror in general. And now I've seen many more, such as some of Fulci's films, Zombie, City of the Living Dead, The Beyond, the entire Gates of Hell trilogy, rather, and the Animal trilogy from Argento, the Masters of Horror episodes. Like, I've definitely seen tons more Italian horror films and have really grown to love them. Stuff like Cemetery Man. So I think that so far I haven't seen a bad film from Argento. I'm sure that'll change eventually, but everything that I've seen from him, I like, and I'm guaranteeing that I like Suspiria more the second watch.
You will, man. Since you've got that appreciation for Italian cinema, you'll come around, man.
Hard to go down from a 0 out of 10.
Yeah, you've checked out The Bird with the Crystal Plumage. The Cat o' Nine Tails, Four Flies and Grey Velvet. That was that trilogy. Really, Argento had one of the most amazing runs ever. If you exclude the TV stuff that he did and that weird comedy that he did. Dave, have you ever seen that comedy that he did?
I never got into any of the comedy, no.
Yeah, there was one weird one, but then he went on to Deep Red, Suspiria, Inferno, Tenebrae, Phenomena, Opera, all in a row.
Yeah.
That is fucking the most incredible run of films.
Yep.
Like, it's just mind-blowing, so.
So by 1996, there was really nothing left to do except rape his daughter a bunch of times on screen.
Yeah, that's weird,
And,
man.
and show his daughter's boobs and shit, yeah.
Yeah, I don't care, man. That's kind of weird. And even,
It is weird.
There's even an article that came out a few years ago where she said how she didn't like it, and it's not cultural. It's just weird.
It is weird. It's
she's
very
fucked up, and she's people know that she dabbled in drugs pretty hardcore for a while, and maybe that was one of the reasons, the pressures that she got from her father. I
always
hope
thought maybe
not.
that, Argento took it a little bit farther. He used to kill his wife off in his films.
Yeah.
And shit like
Every
that.
film.
Yeah, but we've
And
been
then-
all
then-
that. We're
and
not
then-
going to
and then
film our daughter naked, though.
Well, that's the thing. Then he kind of graduated into like raping his daughter on film.
It
and,
all depends on what she looks
and,
like.
and showing her titties and stuff. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. It's kind of fucked up when you really think about it, but.
But you know what? Maybe he just was just like, hey, you know what? I can recognize beauty, and other people know that she's hot, so she's a commodity. She's my daughter.
He's
I
a
can
filmmaker.
pay her. I could teach her to act, and I could let her show a little TNA, and guys will like it. So
Oh,
maybe
God,
it's just
she-
that simple.
I mean, Aja is.
I
pretty.
love her, man.
Yeah, she's
I do
beautiful.
too.
She's awesome.
Especially
She's so
in this.
fucking beautiful,
Especially
man.
when you look at Dario and like, you made that?
Well, I do definitely see Dario in her. That's what. Sometimes it's a
For
problem.
sure.
I'm sure Dario
Yeah.
sees himself in her too.
Oh.
Nice.
It is kind of odd that she does look more like her dad than her mom.
I always
Oh, yeah.
wanted to move to Asia.
right.
Asia Argento. Hey.
Ooh, damn.
Hey, relocate from Hannah, Montana.
But the Stendhal Syndrome, really great movie. I'm sure that you guys will talk about it. I'd be really surprised if it doesn't at least end up on another list. I give that one a 7.5 out of 10.
Nice. I'm glad you brought that up.
Thanks.
No, I am, because it's not on my list, personally.
Oh.
Spoiler alert!
Sorry, I just had to. It was one of those films that was competing for the final spot.
Fucking
and
Romeo and Juliet, seriously?
What?
Oh,
But now-
are we going to start these arguments already? Wait till we get to like the top three.
Okay.
We're going to hear some crying. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Jeremy's
Yeah,
coming on?
That's going to
I
happen.
didn't know
That's
Jeremy
gonna
was
happen.
coming on.
Yeah, I was like, Jeremy.
Shit.
Fuck, seriously.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
All right, Dave, what you got? Number 7.
Wow. Tromeo and Juliet and not a fucking good Argento movie?
I love
I love
Argento.
Dave's
It was a
reaction.
Come of you.
It was a little long. It dragged a little.
Blasphemous.
Stendhal Syndrome dragged a little.
Wow, okay, all right.
Love it.
Okay, let me get over that now.
That is one issue I've always had with that film. It is way too long.
It is.
It is. I guess what? Remember I said today I was watching a movie, one that I even liked at 1.5. Guess what it was?
No way.
Yeah, I watched the second half at 1.5.
Which is kind of ironic a little bit because isn't Argento your favorite director?
Yes, I was just running out of time. It was a
Yeah,
time constraint issue. I had a lot going on today. That was the only reason.
You've seen it before.
Well, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 hours. Honestly, they could have chopped some time from this movie.
I
At
would
think so.
1.5
I
speed,
always
the
thought so,
language
too,
yeah.
changes to English.
In the uncut version.
Yeah.
Right. That's the one I have.
Ooh,
Yeah.
crickets.
Ouch.
Ooh, ouch. Hey.
Oh, see, I'm sorry. I was reading, Brandon. My bad.
Okay.
I missed the joke. I was reading my next pick because I was trying to figure out.
Trying to figure out what the hell it's about.
No, this one I remember. This one I remember entirely because it was another first time watch,
Nice.
and I wasn't expecting necessarily to enjoy it because I don't hear much about it, and it's an anthology and a sequel.
Nice.
Trilogy
I
of
think I know what
Terror
this
Yeah,
is.
that kind of narrowed the list down.
2. I know, but
Is
He
it
wasn't even
directed by
sure. He
Dan
thought
Curtis?
he knew what it was.
Is
We
it
all
directed
knew
by
what it
Dan
was.
Curtis?
yes, it is. But wow, I didn't expect to like it. Nobody ever talks about it, and you know how it is. come on, you hear people talking on social media and on podcasts and everything else, and we all seem to be big fans of anthology movies, and we always hear about them. But I never. You hear about part 1 because of the Zuni doll, but I never hear anybody talking about Trilogy of Terror 2. And after watching it, I don't know why. I really don't.
I'll tell you why, Dave. It's because it doesn't have a release. It's only appeared on VHS. A lot of people have never seen it.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, I guess.
No DVD release, no Blu-ray, only VHS.
I guess just years of me seeing that box in the the VHS box in the video stores and passing it by and then renting it, whatever, just seeing it all the time. Just in my mind, it presented itself as a wide release film that everybody would have seen. But if it, I can see that if it hasn't progressed since VHS.
I felt the same, Dave, because I actually saw it when I was younger too, and
I did as well.
And then rewatched it on YouTube.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I actually own a boot, but I did watch it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, is the quality good on YouTube?
Yeah, it was fine.
It's not that
it's
bad.
okay.
It's not
it's
great.
okay. It looks like a good VHS transfer.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Well, I'll tell you.
That's how I watched it. That's how I watched it, man.
I like the different actresses they got for each story.
I'm glad they did the same damn thing they did with part 1.
I was just shocked that Dan Curtis remade one of his own shorts. I was fucking blown away by that.
Was it a cargo short?
The what? Cargo shorts? Fucking idiot. You're so witty. Even you stump me there sometimes, man.
Sorry.
But in my opinion, he didn't do that short as good.
I never saw it.
Than the original one from Dead
I
of
loved it in the.
It's the weakest entry.
And that's what I've heard a lot of people. Yeah, I mean,
you really think it's weaker than the giant rats, the opening one?
Listen,
giant
the
rats
may
one
be
my
scary
favorite.
as fuck. If the
rats
one better,
rules.
it would have been so much. It would be a classic horror like.
You know me with my rats, man.
Scene. Like, it's creepy when he
rats.
tells them not to go up there, and like it's. I've always loved that segment the most. And
it's my favorite one too, man. I won't lie. But yeah, I'm. His Dead of Night story with the little boy, way better.
It was good.
I love the boy running around the house screaming, "Mommy!"
Yeah, I like it too.
Oh, it's fun.
Well,
Moods would have liked it better if he was running around going, "Mom."
Mom.
Oh, fuck off. You're fucking tripping balls. Can you finish having that stroke, dude?
Sorry. Mom.
9. Where's the 11, Daddy? Father.
Father.
Mom.
Okay. Lisette Anthony is hot, dude. That girl.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm a Karen Black fan to compare it to part 1. I think Karen Black is nice looking and she's a good actress. But Lisette Anthony in this movie is straight up hot, and I'm glad that she's in all of them. I'm glad they did the same model like they did with Karen Black in part 1. I didn't know that they were going to do that. But
yeah, that's cool.
You never hear it. That's what I'm saying. Nobody discusses this film, so that's why I was so surprised. I think The Rats probably was the best one. It was a good twist. It was good the way it unfolded. And like I said, the middle one's the weakest, the Curtis one. But I didn't see the original, but I still enjoy it. It's the weakest, but this movie's what is it? What are we on, number 6 now? Whatever. It's good, and the Zuni doll is fun. I'm not crazy about the way they ended it. That's probably my only knock on it. That and it feels like a TV movie.
Yeah, it does.
It is a TV movie.
I know. Bad joke, but that's what I was saying about they either feel like it or they aren't.
Yeah, my thing. I like Trilogy of Terror 2 almost as much as the first one. The first one's Zuni fetish is so good, though.
Yeah.
But I like these 3 stories better than the other 2 in the original. You know what I mean? Besides the Zuni fetish doll in the original, I don't love the other 2 stories.
Yeah, this collective is better.
Yeah.
Yep.
I get. Yeah. I can see that.
Yeah, so pleasant surprise. I enjoyed myself with it, and if you guys, you heard it's on YouTube, so whoever's listening, go check it out. It's a pretty good anthology. And
what's the rating on that, Dave?
7.5.
7.5.
And watch that Zuni doll. It's fun. It's a riot, that one. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Alrighty, man. We are going across the pond to Spain. So in at number, what am I on here? 6?
6.
Yeah, in at number 6 is going to be a film from 1996. Fuck, I don't know what. So you said,
Like, we're saying it as a joke. He's serious.
Yeah,
Jesus.
no,
Apparently, I'm the one having a goddamn stroke right now. I don't know what the fuck's. And it's going to be Thesis.
It's gonna be.
It's going to be Thesis.
Or it is.
I was writing something here. I'm writing my thesis right now, man.
Okay, so number 6 is Thesis for you.
Yeah, number 6 is Thesis.
Have you seen this before?
No, man, this was the first time watch, and shit, dude, I fell in love with this movie right off the bat.
I'm glad you checked it
Like,
out.
I
Hope
really
everyone checked it
fucking
out.
enjoyed this movie.
It's like
man.
the one good thing Brandon did. Was
No,
suggest
because
this film.
I didn't want to be, the guy who didn't recommend a movie that shows up on my list. Spoiler.
Yeah, dude, this was really, really impressive to me, man. Right from, I mean, it's a pretty simple storyline. It's about a girl writing her thesis, and she ends up finding this kind of snuff tape, and so she starts investigating. Shit goes down, and the thing I like about the film is that it does it takes place at the school. Mm-hmm. It's fucking cool, man. I love the setting of it. It's great. Acting was really good, even though it's in obviously Spanish. I thought it was really good. I thought it was shot really well. Just there were so many elements to this film, and it was mysterious, and it was also, it had this weird atmosphere to the film. I don't really know how to describe it. Did you feel that, Brandon? That has this I don't even know what kind of atmosphere it was. It was really strange. It
It's
was
like grungy.
It is, man. It just felt appropriate for the time. When the whole time I was watching this film, I was like, this film felt like it was earlier though, like a 93 type film. I felt like, with plaid shirts and just the way those big kind of oversized pants that the girls are wearing and
Spain's
shit.
a few years behind, so
it would kind of make
like
sense.
Canada.
So the decor and the clothes and shit just shut the fuck up, Brandon. Idiot. I just felt like
they still don't got
older,
the red boxes up there,
which is really cool, man. But one thing I love about this film is that there's so much VHS action in this because it's based on all these tapes and all these video cameras. And there's a really cool scene in the film where I can't remember the guy's name. Chema, yeah, her friend or whatever. Yeah. He's a filmmaker. He's that very kind of artsy filmmaker and stuff. And he's like, I think I know what camera it is, man. He notices this weird digital zoom, and I just started laughing. So I was like, oh my god, this thing's so dated. Digital zoom.
He's like, no cameras have that except for these, and these.
He's like, these ones. And he starts fucking going through this pile of pictures because he's a fan of even looking at shit
camera magazines.
Yeah, shit that he can buy or maybe can't buy. And I really liked that scene. I was like, damn, that's really cool,
that's
man.
Something so 90s. Nobody has a bunch of magazines with circles around the shit they want anymore, You guys remember doing that as a kid?
Oh, yeah, all the time. The brand names book. In the Toys
but you know what I liked about this film, though, is that, these guys are at this technology school. They're there for whatever, broadcasting and filmmaking and stuff like that. And it does. It showcases, man. The director, Alejandro Amenabar, obviously a fan. There's posters, there's horror movie posters in the rooms. There's things like that I'm noticing all around and stuff. And I'm like, that's awesome. That's fucking awesome. Main character's wearing a Cannibal Holocaust shirt.
Yep.
Oh, he was that dude.
Big props for me.
He was totally Moods. When they were talking about him,
Moods has the better snuff collection.
Yeah. But I just loved everything about this film. I liked the mystery. I thought it was kind of cool. And to be honest, man, it wasn't even that predictable. I didn't even guess it. Lately, I've been really...
I guessed it a mile away.
Did you? I honestly did. I thought it was going in a different direction, to be honest. And I was like, no, it can't be that. And, I was wrong. Or I was, so, which is good. But yeah, this is a good film, man. Really, really good stuff. I don't really want to say too much about it because I'm sure we'll be talking about it some more here. But I highly enjoyed it, man. I liked the end, too. I thought the end was great. I thought it was great. So I'm going to give this one 7.5 out of 10. And check it out, peeps, man. This is one that is really never heard of before. Thank you, Brandon, for mentioning this one because I
I never heard of this film before Brandon brought
really
it up.
wouldn't have seeked it out. There is DVD releases of this. Apparently this version that I watched is the cut version. I don't know. The DVDs are 118 and then there's another one that's like 225 or something like that. So I don't really know what they cut out. I mean, in this version, you do see a little bit of gore and stuff, people getting hacked up on screens. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering if they go into it deeper and things like that. I don't know. But what I saw here was good enough. I really enjoyed it. That was awesome.
Awesome.
Right on.
Right on.
7.5 out of 10. Brandon, back to you.
All right, number 6. Curse of White Man from Town. Thinner.
Wow.
Really? Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, Thinner.
Nice surprise.
Damn it. Number
it's
6?
It's a huge surprise because I didn't like this movie the first time I saw it. And I don't know why, but this time, I had so much fun with it.
You know, there's a common theme here. Because this movie feels like a TV movie.
It does.
There you go.
It feels like a goddamn TV film. On all accounts.
Except for
I was
when that
watching-
gypsy woman like lifts up her skirt.
It's pretty awesome.
That's pretty hot.
That's
dude.
why it's number 6 on my list.
Kari. She's worth it. Kari Wurr.
Wurr.
She's been
Who
my
is
girl.
that chick?
You don't know, Mood. You don't remember me talking about her? She was in the 2002 movie, and I was watching it and happy to see that she was in it. What's the Eight-Legged Freaks, dude? I love that. You don't know Kari Wurr?
I knew that she was from something else. Damn, that chick is hot, man.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
she's
knew
really
her
hot.
back in the day. We were like the same age. I used to watch her on this show called Remote Control on MTV. It was
Oh,
a
I love
game
Remote
show.
Control.
Oh,
You
mean
remember
RC?
that show?
Yeah.
RC, yeah, RC for short. And she was the Vanna White of that show. She was on Little Pieces, and she was. The show was fun. You know,
But
my
she was funner.
But having her on that screen,
She was Wurr.
dude.
She was Wurr.
Dude, I was obsessed with her. She was so hot that
Yeah.
I used to wait for the credits at the end of that show, because then they would show her bullshit with the other two hosts, and she would be there, and she always used to have half shirts on, and her
And then she would lift up her skirt every time.
Oh,
That's because I cursed her naked or
Nakeder. Are you stroking again?
No, I'm doing that on purpose. No, but
sorry.
I like the setup for this film. I mean, at first I didn't think I liked the film that much because I always thought, like, even though he is kind of a prick, the lead character, the obese lawyer, like, you almost get the sense throughout the film that he is genuinely remorseful. So
For what he did.
yeah, I do. I really genuinely believe that, and I like the way it plays out. I'm glad they went with Thinner over Lizard or Leper.
I gotta say, man, for somebody that's read the book and seen the movie, I think the book is just so much better. I know
yeah,
it's so
of course
cliche.
it is.
I know
No,
it's so
it's
it's so
probably
cliche.
true.
It's so cliche to say that, but in this case, it really is. I mean,
It's a Bachman book too.
yeah,
Thinner.
I fucking reading the book. I remember reading the book and just visualizing what was going on. And maybe it's my memory. It's, you know, when you read a book, I guess it's all your kind of imagination that kind of makes or breaks things.
Yeah.
But the way I envisioned it was just so much cooler than the film.
Yeah, well, it's really hard to make somebody get thinner on screen, right? I thought they did a pretty goddamn
No,
good job.
I thought-
Oh man,
I
it
thought they
looked
did
awesome.
a really
though.
good job. I thought they
looked
did
awesome.
a really good job with that. You know, I remembered it to be not as good as that, and I thought that was actually a really good part of the film. I thought the effects were pretty cool.
And you know, it's funny that you guys immediately said that this felt like a TV movie because the thing that did it for me, that sealed it for me, being in my top 10, and obviously it could have been number 8, it could have been number 6. It wound up at number 6. That's where I put it. But was the ending, which to me had a very Tales from the Crypt ending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A super Tales. That's the ending is a Tales from a Crypt episode.
Even more so than Bordello of Blood.
Yes, without a doubt. I love that ending. I'm not sure if it was a little different in the book. I know I was reading that people were a little confused by the ending, and I don't really understand what was to be.
I'm
confused about?
having trouble remembering the ending, honestly.
Everybody eating the pie at the end.
He invites the doctor in to have the pie.
There's nothing confusing about that.
Nothing at all.
No, there's nothing confused. I was like confused about the ending. What?
Well, he was going to go on with his life and live with his daughter and be happy. You know, he'd killed his wife for being, you know, an adulterer and cheating on him. Mm-hmm. But then, you know, when he finds out that his daughter ate the pie, he's decided he's going to eat it himself. But then he gets a knock on the door, and it's the doctor showing up to have an affair with the wife. So
Which is probably...
Go ahead.
Wouldn't you do that too, though? Wouldn't you do that too?
I would invite him in to have pie with me.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, but I think people were getting the impression that he was inviting him in, that he was going to feed him the pie and not eat it himself. And I'm like, what? No, he's eating the pie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But people who never seen this are probably like, what the fuck is this pie shit?
Pie looked good, man.
But yeah, Thinner
good.
is one that early on I'd never seen it. I'd always wanted to see it because the concept always kind of intrigued me. And Olive was kind enough to actually send me over the Blu-ray for this purpose of recording this podcast. And I checked it out on Blu-ray, and I did really like it. But there was just one issue that I had with it where it almost felt like it got a little ridiculous in the like third act at certain times. I can't remember exactly if it was his homie
Richie?
Yeah, like if it was his homie and like that whole thing got a little out of hand. But I don't know. Like I love the concept of this guy just shrinking down to nothing. It's kind of frightening.
And it all takes place because he was getting a blowjob while driving.
Yeah, which you feel bad for because you can relate to that. Like I would.
Yeah, I'm always giving blowjobs when we're driving.
Giving blowjobs?
Yeah. So and I think that it really captures that deep-seated like fear of like doing something by accident and then it being a total like fucked up. It fucks up your entire life and you really can't go back from it. And you're kind of pleading, hoping, but nothing is happening.
Well, the problem is he never really took responsibility for it until it was too late.
Yes.
I know he's not really that much of a
really blame
sympathetic
him
character,
either,
is he?
man. You know?
He's not really that much of a sympathetic character at all.
Towards the end, though, I feel like he was. I really did.
But it's like almost just what happens to him, you know?
No.
Yeah,
no, it's not.
It's not, but it is.
No. Fuck that.
I don't know. I get what both of you are saying.
I don't know. He doesn't really feel too bad about the shit. He got a curse put on him. Whatever.
I feel like that made him rethink everything, and then he sort of put everything in perspective.
Course, because something bad happened to him after. If he had no curse, he would have went on with his daily life, gorged himself to fucking death.
Yeah.
And whatever.
No, you're right.
It would have been what it was. The guy was a piece of shit. Lawyer.
I mean, dude, okay. Like,
that's what he was.
You're not
he was an
always
asshole.
the same. I've always been under the impression that, and the belief that people change, and I'm a completely different person. I was a piece of shit, but in certain aspects of my life.
I thought you said you were different.
JP, you haven't changed.
You're a dick. But people grow and they change, and everybody should kind of have that opportunity a bit. What he did was not malicious. It was an accident.
Yes.
But that's not the point. It's the way he went about it after.
He covered it up.
Covered it up, yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
He went really that bad because he can't prove that it was an accident.
No, it should. Well, I mean, come on. It's still what he did. If you felt genuinely bad about what you did, you probably would have went, "Hey, man, I fucked up. I fucked up."
Probably tried to get out of it like he did. Honestly,
I'm a very conscious person, man. If that was me, I would have felt so damn guilty. I would have fucking confessed. I'd have been like, "Shit, man, I was getting my dinky sucked and had a little accident."
Look, I haven't had much experience with this. I've only killed a few people while driving, but I feel bad, but you gotta go on.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
Shit happens. But I mean, it's the whole nature of who he is, though, because they show him being an asshole before. He's a fucking lawyer. He's a piece of shit lawyer.
But I like the way, even when they're talking about the gypsies, he's always he's almost like he goes along with the crowd. He's a part of those people because he's defending the mob. He's defending Richie, who's this big mob boss, and he's working with these other corrupt people.
But that's showing his nature of who he is.
He's a follower.
He's a shitty ass lawyer.
Yeah, but he's shady, but he's following others. It's almost like if you give him his own space and give him these circumstances, he kind of changes.
Yeah, he is a victim of circumstance, man.
Yes.
Like he
dude, I don't know, man.
I can't believe we're examining Thinners.
I think that honestly, man, what happened to him was his destiny, man. He's
okay,
a piece of
Mood,
shit.
sit up on your high horse.
What?
Dave, you get up on your rocking
Proudly
horse.
high horse.
Fuck that. Jesus Christ.
That's what you dude. But no, I mean,
I'm just saying, man.
I kind of understand what you're saying. Like, yeah, he is a scumbag, but he definitely, you can tell that he has a heart in him, and he just fucking was polluted with both fat and just circumstance and the people around him and the things that he was doing. But you know, like he definitely cares for his daughter and stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing. You get the impression like he's gonna be a different person at the end, and he's gonna be a better father, and he's gonna love her, and things are gonna be different. And then when obviously he finds out, you know, that she ate the pie, it's like
Which is totally awesome. Which is totally
It is totally awesome because
I'm glad that went down like that because it's kind of like this is what happens when you're a piece of shit. You try to crack your shit, and this is what happens. Sorry, man, but it just doesn't work out.
And the old man tried to tell him, you know, die with dignity, eat the pie yourself.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Which was kind of cool. It was kind of like, you know, foreshadowing what was to come.
But
foreshadowing.
So, Brandon, what's your rating on our featured review of Thinner?
7.5.
All right. Back to me. Coming in at number 6, I have another syndrome, and it is Ebola syndrome. So this is one that I was actually one of the most curious to check out, just because I heard so much about it. So I watched this with a friend, actually. I've told this story on the cast a few times. It was a chick, and, you know, as soon as the dude starts, like, fucking
no one likes a bragger.
You know, fuck you, Brandon. So you know, he starts fucking this pork chop and then just, you know, packs it up all nice and neat and serves it the next day. I'm just like, what the fuck, you know? Dude, this movie is fucking gross, but it's not as gross as I was expecting because it was hyped so much as gross.
You've never
like,
fucked poultry.
You know, was it poultry?
No, maybe it was pork. I don't know.
I think it's just
poultry. Poultry, that's not good. You can't do that.
It's a simple fact that like this guy's carrying the Ebola virus and he's spreading it. I mean, it's pretty fucking nasty.
I agree with you on that though, JP. Because this was the first time watched for me too for Ebola syndrome, and I was afraid I wasn't gonna like it because I was afraid it was gonna be over the top disgusting, and it really wasn't.
Yeah, it was, but
it wasn't
when
to the point where
out what he has and he starts spitting in people's face.
Like, to me, like, Dead Alive, the scene with the soup or whatever and the pus, like, that's a million times.
Don't even ever bring that up again. That is the single most disgusting fucking thing on cinema, man. Even thinking about it. So fucking gross.
What about that thing in Bad Taste when they're puking in their bowl, the aliens, and they're drinking out of it?
Ugh. Yeah, that's gross too, man. That's disgusting also.
Totally.
This is such a weird movie. There was so many times that me and my friend had just looked over at each other like, the fuck? You know, and I'm sure she hadn't seen much things like this, you know? Because this is not really a film like your average.
Well, to be fair, there isn't too many movies like Ebola syndrome. So it was probably a shock to her system. You're such a good boyfriend.
Right? He always picks the most fucked up movies to watch with this girl. Yeah. You never watch it.
Oh, no, he claims he's not
Frighteners or something, you know? Fucking.
JP, you're such a good girlfriend. You're such a good girl.
But
yeah, you guys are besties. It's cool.
Now,
you know, seriously.
Is she an illegal immigrant too? I mean, Mexican too?
Fuck you guys.
Apparently she's a climber, man.
Get that one.
She's a jumper, maybe.
Okay. So, that made the watch even more fun. Just these what the fuck moments. Like, you know, I never really had the chance to watch many movies that are considered like, oh, this would be great to watch with a group or with a bro or a buddy or something like that, you know? So, like, to have that sort of experience with something as batshit as Ebola syndrome, it really probably made me like a movie that I might not have liked that much a lot more. And, you know, it just gets completely, like, chaotic at the end, and it's just madness, and I like it for that reason. It's an 8 out of 10. Nice. I think that might be the first 8.
That is the first 8.
It is.
Nice.
Damn, I am so impressed that you like that movie as much as you did.
Yeah, and Dave, right?
Yeah, we both.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, man, it just fucking blows my mind. That's awesome. Really, really cool.
That is cool. It's a cool movie.
Right.
My turn?
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm also having the same number 6 as Moods with Thesis.
Nice.
Yeah, this was cool shit, man. I was engaged right freaking from start to finish. There was no 1.5 and none of that stuff.
He said there was no 1.5.
Dave, would I 1.5 you with a recommendation?
Dave,
no.
you ever 1.5 through sex?
Dave, let me ask
when
you
I
something.
jerk off.
So, the movie is very, very intriguing. But don't you think, in the end, where I guess it would be like the Spanish news decides that, hey, we're going to show you a little bit of what just happened here.
That's
like,
a commentary on something. You know, that's a commentary on the news itself.
And the fact that we're all obsessed with violence.
Yeah,
that's the whole.
That's the whole
right?
underlying.
Yeah, man.
Sort of sub
You know what?
idea behind this film.
Yeah, I mean, that probably makes a lot of sense. Yeah, a lot of social commentary there about.
Yeah, and there's a lot of historical commentary too. You know, I was looking up about the film and a lot about the historical history in Spain with women's rights and Franco's dictatorship at the time and stuff like that. And it was a lot.
Go, girl.
Yeah, you go, girl.
Damn.
Speaking of girls, did anyone else think that this girl looked a little bit like a Spanish version of Miss Argento herself, Asia? I kept getting reminded of her as I'm watching her.
I don't know Aja enough, or this girl enough, to make that comparison.
I never made the connection. Maybe because this one had short hair.
I never made the connection because you're just completely wrong.
You think?
I'm sorry. No.
Next time you see it,
I have to go back and look now.
Yeah, man. Maybe because he has the short hair, and I had the short-haired Asia on the brain because of the Stendhal syndrome, you know?
Could be. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's a note that I had here, and because my memory is shit, and this was a first-timer, I have Spanish Asia written down. So
Spanish Asia.
That's what I got, man. It's been a while. The Nightbreed poster, I had the exact same Nightbreed poster as that dude.
It really sets the tone for the dude's room, and I really like that.
Yeah, that's Moods, dude. Totally. So, seriously, I thought of Moods as soon as those people were having a conversation in class, and she said, that guy there, he has quite the collection. I'm thinking that would be like Moods.
Spanish Moods.
Yeah, Spanish Moods. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, but this was a fun movie. I mean, there was a great mystery going on, and ultimately you get the triangle at the end, and when the professor disappears and all that stuff. I was intrigued. I was into the movie. It was cool, and yeah.
I like the whole aspect in the film where, you know, the question is asked, like, what was on that? Do you think something on that tape killed the professor?
Yeah,
Right?
I like that, man, because it was like, what the fuck is on there, man? Like, people, you know, at the point you don't really know, right? Like where they're coming from and stuff. But
no, but that it was really creepy at that point.
Yeah, like the ring.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dance ring. Right.
I really like the scene in the film where she is in the dean's office or whatever, and or whatever the fuck the guy is. And he's like, don't you hate when you get caught lying? And he puts on the tape and it shows her like going up to the dead professor. And I was like, fuck.
Oh yeah, that was her new advisor.
Yeah, the advisor. So.
Yeah.
Good shit though. Good shit.
Absolutely. And that is another 7.5 from me.
All right. So I'm the only 8 with number 6.
Nice.
You Moods.
All right, man. So, getting into the top 5. Oh, that's so stupid.
Let's take it back to 1996.
We'll take it all the way back to the year 20 years ago, to the day 1996. Yeah, man. This is I'm not sure if this one's gonna be on anyone else's list. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Coming all the way from South Korea. With a film called Piano Man.
Nice.
Wow. I was like really floored by this film. This was really good. It was really good. It's very much in the vein of Red Dragon, type deal. Almost like that. There's even shout outs in the film right to Red Dragon, which was kind of interesting because I was thinking Red Dragon before they even got those. And I was like, yes, nice moods. You thought of it. So I was very enthralled by that. But pretty simple storyline about this killer starts killing off these people and stuff. And he's leaving like a trademark of these like little pianos, hence Piano Man. And then the police start investigating. They come in contact with this guy that actually plays piano for this like live singer and stuff like that. And then he gets into this this game between him and the police and stuff. This is a good film. This is a really good film. I loved the music in this one. It was elegant. It was very, very elegant, very atmospheric at times.
Haunting.
Just very haunting, very haunting.
Yes.
I absolutely loved the killer in this film. I thought he was just fantastic.
He was.
It was just great, man. And that all combined, it's elegant is probably the perfect word to describe this film because it just kind of flows perfectly. There's a lot of really good nighttime cinematography in this too and things like that. And, mixed in with that really awesome piano music. And if you're a fan of music and you hear that type of shit and you're just like, man, yeah, it just kind of screams serial killer now, doesn't it? Yeah. For me, it does anyways. Yeah. Classical music always kind of associates with serial killers and stuff, but that's essentially what this is. What's that, Dave?
I said, why is that classical music in psychopaths and serial killers?
I don't know, man. What is it? What is it with that?
Serial killers usually
I listen to classical music all the time, and I don't kill anybody.
No, it is weird how it is always associated with serial killers. They'll sit there and kind of absorb the music, and then it kind of gives them the depth in the I don't know, to go out there and do some shit. It's weird. It's really weird how this kind of works, but
they're always associated with higher intellect and more sophisticated.
I was just going to say that maybe it's like a mental thing too, right? Yeah. It's, this music is very kind of elevated. It's very, well, it's musical. It's actually musical, right?
Yeah. And they say gangster rap made them do it. It's really classical.
It really is classical.
That is a good fucking point. Don't blame Ice Cube, okay?
Yeah, blame fucking Beethoven.
Beethoven is the fucking...
Beethoven, the Saint Bernard?
Brahms.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, man.
And why do they play it for kids? Think about that. Remember for a while they were telling everybody to play classical music to children?
For babies, yeah,
that's where all the psychopaths came from.
They wanted to make a nation of fucking psychopaths, I think.
They made Piano Man and Billy Joel.
Who knows? Billy Joel's probably a fucking serial killer too, man.
He's a real piano man.
He is, man. He is. This is one of those movies, man. I honestly don't really want to say a whole lot about because it's like a horror thriller mystery type deal, but just everything about this is intriguing. It rips by. Just a lot of cool shit happening. I think that. No, I'm not going to even say that. But I'll leave it at my rating here, 8 out of 10. Nice. Fantastic film. It's really, really good. Good stuff.
I'm glad that came up because that was one that just missed out on my list. I had it at like a 7. I tried to watch it again. I didn't get a chance to. Just a little bit of the ending just confused me a tiny bit. But I feel the same way about you. I really did enjoy the film, and I'm glad it popped up on someone's list.
Yeah, I'm a also say that is one that I ended up catching, but I watched it super late at night, and I feel like I didn't really give it the time that it needed, so for that reason I didn't even add it as a film that I watched.
Okay.
1.5, homie.
That sucks, man. It's a long film. It runs.
I know, it's 2 hours.
About 2 hours, yeah. But to be honest, man, it was good, man.
I was watching it while I was house sitting.
Yeah.
Did you have to take the house for a walk?
A couple times.
I hate when that happens, man. So heavy. Shit. Fuck.
Man, I wish you guys would have shouted this out earlier. You guys never mentioned it. I didn't get to see
Piano
it.
Man? Yeah, we
No, I did. I actually brought it up. I had picked it up.
And Brandon literally said, hey, JP, make sure... I was like, I got Piano Man. And he's like, make sure you watch that one.
I think at one point in the chat I'd mentioned that I picked up Rubber's Lover, Piano Man, and 5 Dead on the Crimson Canvas.
You okay?
I remember seeing his brother.
Never even heard of that one.
Yes.
5 Dead on the Crypt. Yeah, man. I brought it was like that kind of Neo Giallo, American style Giallo that came out.
What? Oh, man.
It was a massive disappointment, man. I give it one like
Yeah,
4.5 out of.
didn't you tell me about that? I think you told me about that one.
Yeah, he told
Dude,
us.
I found a copy for relatively cheap, which was the cheapest one I could find anywhere online, which was $20. I was like, fuck, it's so.
Never
Apparently, it's
in
like super.
life would I buy that.
No, of course, but
That's
you know,
dedication, though, because I didn't
no.
want to spend like $8 on the Beast.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Right. So, but it was the only way I was going to see it, man. There was no way to find this film, and it turned out to be like a 4.5 out of 10 for me.
Damn.
Best $20 you ever spent, huh?
Best $20 ever. Yeah, that was terrible.
Which is like
But
22.5 in Canada money.
it is. It was expensive. No, yeah, I bought it from actually a Canadian seller. So I paid exactly 20. That was Swiss shipping though. So
Okay.
$20.
So whose turn was it? Brandon's?
Yeah, it's my turn. So, number 5, film that's already been talked about, Ebola Syndrome.
Wow, everybody's list.
Yeah, first time watch for me, and like I said, I
Did
was
it show up on Moods' list?
Oh, no, wait.
not yet.
No, it did not, but I have a feeling it will.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So, I was very surprised by this. I always skip this movie because of the cover art. It always grossed me out, and I was always like, okay, this is just going to be a gross out film that I'm not going to like. You know what and you guys know what I'm talking about. I was like, oh, this definitely isn't for me. But
Yeah.
even though it was gory and gross and stuff, I still found the story entertaining, and you know, Anthony Wong is just batshit crazy in this.
He's gross.
He's disgusting.
Dude, one of the funniest parts in the movie for me is what I think it's the next day when Buddy comes into the kitchen and grabs the bucket of meat, and he grabs the piece that he jerked off into.
Oh.
And he goes, "Oh yeah, grab that piece. That's a good piece. That's a good piece." I'm gonna lose it every time, man.
Yeah.
And he's all laughing like he's just so sadistic about it. He's like, "Oh yeah, feed that to somebody." It's so good.
Yeah, he's such a weirdo, and he's always yelling, "Don't bully me! Stop bullying me!"
Yeah.
The whole movie.
Yeah, I remember, now you bring that up, I remember laughing every time that he said that.
Yeah, he mentioned being bullied like every 2 seconds. Stop bullying me. I do love the ending too.
Yeah.
Like the very last shot, I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
The very last shot in the film is so good.
Yeah, it really was.
It just adds to the gnarliness of the film.
Yeah, you're like, oh
my
shit.
god,
You're like,
are you fucking kidding me?
exactly. That's exactly what it is. Are you fucking kidding me? And then it's like credits.
Yeah, it's good shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to say too much about that because people really should check that one out.
Yeah, it's out of print, but you can still find it.
I watched
got
it on
my copy
YouTube
for about $6-7.
Yeah, and I watched it on YouTube.
What's the rating on that, Brandon?
8.
8.
My
Alright.
first 8. Yes.
Alright, coming back to me, my number 5 is a film that was also talked about, taking it way back to 1996. We have The Dentist, Brian Usna directed. This is a film that I remember the first time that I watched it, I was just what the fuck am I watching? This was way back in the day, and I've watched it a few times since. We've even covered it on another show called The Burial Grounds.
We did.
And I liked it then. We had a long conversation about it. I think it's underappreciated. I listened to one podcast about this because, like I mentioned, I'll do that a little bit to just try to maybe learn some things that I didn't know. But they were just kind of slamming it. They were just like, "Oh, this is so bad. It's a good movie. This is the lighting, the shaky camera. It's nauseating." I'm like, "Yeah, that's a good thing. Like, it's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable and sick." You know, because he's uncomfortable and sick, like he is. So, you know, I honestly I love the visuals when he starts tripping out and seeing like the rotten teeth and stuff, and he's just like, you know, you kind of feel bad for him because he's going mad, but you know, it doesn't really feel like it's his fault. Like he often, like when he sort of molests the woman, he's like out of his mind, and when he comes back to, he looks horrified that he did that, you know? So it's not like he's just this, you know, asshole, you know, like the thinner guy, according to Moods. He's actually
He was a
actually,
dick.
like, you know, you feel
The
bad for
thinner
him
guy.
a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I watched this twice. This is I think I watched this. Yeah, this is the only film that I watched twice out
Wow,
of the
2 trips to the dentist. Wow.
Yeah. Well, the first time I was half watching it, you know, so I was like, I gotta watch The Dentist again full time. That also house sitting, and you know, I loved it. I loved it more than I ever have. I think that it's a really interesting film. You hear The Dentist, and it sounds so cheesy, like The Dentist. You know, it sounds like a stupid like Dr. Giggles like slasher or something. You know, but it's
Hey man, don't diss Giggles.
that ain't making a top 10. So yeah, The Dentist.
Dude, he crawls out of a body. That's amazing.
You know,
True.
I like the waiting room. I love the stuff, like all the stuff that takes place in the dentist office. Then it goes to his wife, then back to a thing, and then, you know, it's just, I just love it feels like a very long movie, even though it's not, but I think it's because we go so many places with him, and he's crazy everywhere, and you know, the man, I just really like The Dentist. I don't know what else to say. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Nice. Well, my
Sucks.
number 5 is also The Dentist.
I was unsure if you was gonna like this film, Dave. Had you seen it before this?
Damn, you guys had The Dentist high, man. Crazy.
I only saw it once before, but I didn't. All I remember is I can't believe you said Dr. Giggles, because I placed The Dentist and Dr. Giggles in the same category as well.
Unjustly.
And ignored them for years.
You're not a fan of Giggles? Like,
No,
what's going on?
it's a sucky movie. What do you mean?
See, this is funny, because check it out. I watched both of them in the 2000s because
90s goodness.
my ex was into them, and she had the DVD, so she showed it. I told her I thought they'd be stupid, so she showed them both to me, and this was like, I'm going back at least 10 years, and all I remember was being pleasantly surprised by them both, but not remembering anything in 2016, of course. So now when it came time to watch this, I'm like, okay, I remember I enjoy it, but I don't remember. But then I put it in, and I couldn't believe how much I enjoyed it. It was it was just a slasher flick. Basically, it was just this guy just freaking goes on this rampage because his wife is cheating on him, and it's just, I don't know. It was good gore. Brian Yuzna, you know, I was surprised to see Alan Howarth doing the score from Halloween fame. He did all the Halloween soundtracks.
You actually saw him doing the score?
3 and On. Yeah, I witnessed it. There's a YouTube video. Yeah, it was linked. It was under Moods somewhere. It was a related video.
Was it Spanish Moods? Was it Mood Seis Uno Seis?
You know, while we're all talking about The Dentist right now, I do have one question. Is
all
it
talking about me.
100% confirmed that his wife actually was cheating on him?
Yeah, remember later on when she was messing around with the pool guy?
Yeah,
but he also has hallucinations that entire movie.
No, I think she actually was cheating on him.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But now you got me thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I always thought she wasn't. But
Even with no tongue.
because doesn't it seem weird that she was like, you know, just, it was so obvious that it, like, you know, it just seemed like it would be more hidden. Because he was like,
yeah, it just set it off right at the beginning. It was just a way to get the wheels in motion.
I mean, this isn't a Scream script. Come on.
Oh, no.
You know, it is what it is.
I'm surprised Scream isn't on anyone's list.
yeah, I know, it's kind of shocking, actually.
Nah, it's fucking overrated.
Yeah.
It is.
So, yeah, and all the women are hot in it, actually. Not all of them, but there's plenty of them. There's plenty of nice little women.
I was a fan of the Asian.
Oh, when she gets the air bubble in the head. Ooh.
Yeah,
Oh
that too.
yeah. That's some good shit.
Yeah, that always. I never liked that.
That's
kill.
good.
That always
It's good.
turns me on.
No, it's good, man.
That's
It's
usually
good.
when I climax
Yeah. I feel
and cut the rope.
when you climax.
Yeah, so The Dentist. It's from 1996.
You sure?
I'm positive on this one, yes.
I mean, it's no Dentist 2, brace yourself, but
Brace yourself. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, yeah, that's a real movie.
That's hilarious. I don't think I ever saw The Dentist.
I've seen it
I never
one
heard of
time
it.
years ago. It actually follows the same story and actually follows the tax stuff that happened in the first film a little bit. I think they bring that back up. So, and it's played by the same actor, I believe, and also Brian Usna directed it.
Really?
Yeah, I want
How
to
do
check
I
it out just
never-
because I don't remember anything besides
I don't
that.
remember it. Brace
I don't know.
From the sequel?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it does. I think he's on the run from the Taxman, isn't he? Isn't he part of it?
And probably the people, the law.
It's like Stepfather 2, you're telling me?
Pretty much.
Wow, I gotta see this flick. And Burnson is in it too?
Yeah, he's in it.
Love hearing all these different pronunciations.
It's not
I
as
think
good
he
as, like,
stays at like
Stepfather.
a hotel or something, or like a bed and breakfast, and he like falls in love with he's having like a love interest with the older chick who runs it or whatever, and he starts having his hallucinations again. I think that's what it is, but it's been so long since I've seen that. I really do want to revisit it. It might
Shouldn't it be called
was it
Braces
2000?
Yourself?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that one too, man. It's
Maybe
definitely
we'll
not as
draw
good
it.
as like a Stepfather 2.
Oh, okay, no, I didn't mean as good as that, but I mean the same type of thing where it's the same guy going on to the next, situation,
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
continues
Those
on
are
the first
those
thing.
are underrated performances, man. Terry O'Quinn in the Stepfather films.
Yeah, man.
Dude, he fucking kills those roles, man. So good.
It
He
looks
makes
like
that
there
movie.
is,
He
you know,
makes
it is the same actor returning in Dentist 2, and I believe the same actor that did that was playing like the tax guy. Or wait, is that him? I'm not sure. Maybe.
Put a little alcohol on there and brace yourself.
Yeah, the dentist. Dentist 2, brace yourself.
So yeah, 7.5 for the dentist.
Look at you just giving out 7.5s all night.
Yeah, I got a ton of them.
All right.
7.5 at your number 5 there. That's not bad.
Yeah.
No, I think
That's
that's the
not
last of them. I think we
That's
go
not
up
too bad.
after this.
All right, so in at number 4, what do I got for number 4 here? I don't even know. I think I got some kind of weird fucking disease or some shit.
Ebola syndrome or Stendhal
I got
syndrome.
I think we're
the
gonna have the same 4 moods. You and I. I'm predicting it now.
number 4 Ebola syndrome.
Nope.
Oh, duh. Okay.
Okay. So,
Ebola syndrome, man.
We're gonna have the same top 3.
Shit, man. This movie is so much fucking fun, man. I just, it's one of those films where even the translation doesn't matter. It's funny as all hell. Like, I mean, I don't know if you guys were watching closely, but like some of the facial expressions in this film are so good. I love it, man. I love it. It's definitely not as extreme as, a lot of people
make it
say
out
this.
to be. Yeah.
It definitely isn't, man. But it has its moments which are kind of subtle. I mean, not overly that subtle, but the scene where for Anthony Wong is fucking cutting up the frogs.
Yeah.
Those are fucking real frogs. He's just hacking up there.
Yep.
It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. It's kind of gross, but yeah, man. I don't really have a whole lot to add to this. I don't want to ruin it for anybody that hasn't seen it, because I'm sure there's people out there listening to this right now that haven't seen Ebola syndrome, but we all highly recommend it. It's on all of our lists.
Yep.
It
It's
is.
the second
Yep.
film to be on all of our lists. The first was
The only-
Tremors 2.
Yeah, Tremors 2 and Ebola syndrome. There you go. Yeah, check this out, man. If you like kind of fucked up horror comedies and shit, this is the one for you. It's really, really entertaining. So, it's got replay value. It really does. Throw this one on, have some beers. Shit, dude, it's such a fun time. Such a fun time. 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Awesome. Brandon.
All right, number 4. First time mention. From Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Oh God, I love this film. Now,
Yes.
I'm sure most people know what it's about. 2 bank robbers who take hostage a pastor and his 2 children and basically wind up getting stranded in a bar that turns out to be inhabited by vampires. Now that's the setup, and I love the movie. It's so much fun. Now there's one certain aspect of the film that I kind of like because it's really dark and disturbing, but I felt like it didn't fit with the rest of the theme of the movie, and that's the fact that they make Quentin Tarantino's character, Richie, such a crazy, fucked up rapist killer.
See, I love that about
I said I liked it, but
I think it's a contrast, though. I think it's a contrast to, what's his
George
name?
Clooney, Seth.
No, not George Clooney. I'm trying to Seth's character.
Seth, yeah.
George Clooney's character. I think it's just a contrast, man, because I think you need, that strong kind of stable leader character, and then you have to have that, that real shitty, unstable fucking person he needs to watch. I think it just creates drama. It really does, because, Seth is obviously kind of torn between situations. He's like, he knows his brother's a fucking piece of shit.
But he's his brother.
But he's his brother, and he has to stick up for
Exactly.
him. And I like that contrast, man. It really kind of fits into the mold of the film, because
It adds
leading
depth
up to
the characters.
it adds depth, and it adds to the, the end of the film. Like, what do? You got this piece of shit brother. He's there for you. Are you there for him? It adds some kind of girth to it,
I felt like it was two movies in one, which was not a bad thing. I felt like it's like one certain type of movie until they get to the titties
That's the beauty
lister.
of this film.
Yeah,
That is the beauty. That's kind of what everybody says about how, like, you're watching this and you're like, I swear to God, I watched this with my friend and she was getting mad. She's like, I thought you said this is a horror film. You're going to put this on your top 10?
It's
like, yeah.
It's a heist movie, and then all of a sudden it's a vampire movie.
Yeah, and it's
brilliant,
cool
man.
how it shifts like that.
It is. I do like that. And I love the whole reason for this whole situation to have ever happened in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so silly and so funny.
Yeah.
Like, it's great. It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I love how Cheech plays like 3 different characters in the film,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
It's fucking totally awesome, man.
Yeah, he's great.
You got a great cast, man. You got Harvey Keitel. You have Tom Savini as the sex machine, iconic as fuck. You got Fred the Hammer Williamson as awesome. He just plays awesome in anything.
Well,
he
what
does.
about the beautiful Juliette Lewis?
the even more
my
beautiful
Salma Hayek.
Salma Hayek?
Which is
Oh,
still
God.
to this day one of the most beautiful women in the world. I stand by that.
I'm 100% in agreement.
Yeah, you know what? There's
And her character,
can't disagree with
If
that.
she was my own mom,
Satanic-
I would still, but she could be. I would still have sex with her.
Satanical Pandemonium, man.
Yeah, Pandemonium.
Dude, her fucking character is based off that movie. It's awesome. It's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah. 70s goodness, man. 70s goodness. But yeah. Danny Trejo. Danny Trejo's in the film.
Trejo, I forgot about Trejo. That's also probably related to me.
Who looks exactly the same to this day. I think he
thought
was 70 in that
pretty
movie, and he's
goddamn
70 now.
young, man, in this one. I said that to my friend. I was like, God damn, Danny Trejo looks young.
Yeah, he did look younger in this one.
And thin, very thin too,
Yeah.
in good shape. Everyone got.
Dude, Michael Parks is in the film. There's so many people
Yeah.
in this fucking film.
Yep.
Who's the Asian kid?
Oh, it's Gordon Liu.
Who?
He's one of the
It's a-
Lius. Lucy Liu's.
Oh.
It's not Gordon. Gordon's the one that was in the Kill Bill.
No,
movie.
Ernest Liu. Yeah,
Gordon?
but
No,
he's-
Gordon.
is he
was,
related to Lucy Liu?
I think he's related to Lucy Liu and Gordon Liu.
No, Gordon.
Think
Gordon
about
was.
it though. Tarantino, Kill Bill, Gordon Liu, and Lucy Liu. I wouldn't. I don't know this to be a fact. I just have a feeling. You know.
He really didn't do anything after, man. Like, not much at all.
Well,
Bunch
he
of
didn't
TV
really.
stuff.
He didn't really do much in this.
Well, he was like definitely the weak actor. In the film.
I feel
pretty
bad
fucking
for
bad.
him, man.
He's actually bad.
He's obviously like out of place.
Yeah, it was very out of place. Like, okay, why? Like, no need. And they never even go
What
into
was
it.
funny was George Clooney was like, "What are you, like, a couple of fags or something?"
That was great. Yeah.
Dude, John Saxon has a credit in this film. It's pretty fucked up, man.
Yeah, he's the cop as usual.
Yep, he's an FBI agent, man.
Yep.
Pretty wild cast. I mean, that's very typical Tarantino type stuff, right? He wrote the
Tarantino
screenplay
should
for
act
this.
So much more, man.
Isn't he fucking so creepy in this film,
He's
though?
awesome.
Yeah, he is.
And once again, his foot fetish comes out in this film. Every one of
And
his
it
films, he has a thing for
Makes
feet.
fucking gag so disgusting.
I like feet.
Anybody that can lick someone else's foot or touch it is.
Touch it. I mean, touch it. Come on. You're just
I, could,
a little-
I think I could lick a
I
foot.
can't even look at my own feet, and there's a reason for that. We know that.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I know. I can't look at him.
I just don't like. Feet are so disgusting, man. We walk on them, they sweat, they're dirty.
And for those of you who don't know, Moods doesn't like to
Speak
look
for
at his feet
yourself.
because he can't count that high.
Such a fucking dick. Such a dick. That's good. That is good.
Okay, I'll be here all week.
Like I said off the top of the show, man, the funny guy. You're the funny guy.
Brandon Newblood.
Shit, man.
DNB.
So
George Clooney absolutely steals the show in this film, though.
oh yeah, he's so well written. Like Tarantino, obviously, is
He
such a good
executes
writer.
every line.
Everything's
so perfect.
overwritten. Like Tarantino's films are obviously overwritten in terms of just like the complexity. Nobody talks like that in real life, but it's so fun and entertaining to watch.
Well, it's precise because it really adds this kind of girth to the characters. It's just like, damn, you're so well rounded. You're so stable. Like the scene where
I know it's 3 in the morning, but why is Moods talking about George Clooney's girth?
the scene where the brothers, they get to the hotel and they've got their hostage, the bigger girl,
the bank teller,
the bank teller, and he has Seth has a conversation with her, and he's just like, hey, basically you can either deal with me or in this, or you can deal with my brother. And he's talking about the way he's looking at her and stuff like that. I'm just like, oh, it's so good.
Yeah, that's when he was talking about the daughter.
Was he talking about the daughter?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he's like, you've seen the way my brother looks at your daughter.
That.
Yeah.
You don't like it, do you?
Yeah. And he's like, mm-mm. So, Brandon, what is the rating on From Dusk Till Dawn?
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. All right, coming in at my number 4, I have a film that has been brought up a few times, twice I think, and that is Thesis. Coming in at number 4, I was really surprised with this one. Brandon kept hyping it. I thought it was going to be overhyped by the time I got to it, and it wasn't. I definitely very much enjoyed it. My only complaint was, though, that I did find it kind of predictable, which was odd because Moods said the opposite. But I love the snuff film angle. It's something that I always think works in films. It's always a curiosity. Also, the social commentary on violence. I mean, we as horror fans are directly connected to that theory or that thesis in this case that the chick is writing about. It's a great concept for a movie, and it does feel very grungy. And when you first are introduced to the character who Dave said is Moods, and he takes her to his little apartment, and everything's all like, he just got shit everywhere, and that kind of reminds me of like anybody's room in the 90s for some reason. I think everybody was a lot more messy, and the Nightbreed posters and just his demeanor. I really like that character. I wish he would have got more screen time, honestly. Because he's essentially us.
Like when you look at that character, I just feel like that guy should have played in like Soundgarden or Nirvana, or one of those bands. He just kind of fits that mold right there.
Yeah, definitely. I also like the idea that this girl is like so appalled by violence, but is she really type thing,
considering her thesis topic.
Yeah. And considering that weird fantasy dream thing that she has as well with the knife and stuff. So I feel like it's almost like it's kind of saying that we all have these like subconscious, visualizations of violence and it's just part of us, and maybe everybody shouldn't be so afraid of it. And you can watch it play out in films instead of.
I mean, that could go either way. That scene right there, though, in my opinion, like, I mean, I think genuinely she might have been a little bit afraid of the guy, like her friend, at that moment in the film, though, too.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why she was having those dreams, though, too. So I don't know. I think people are interested in and want to know more about and even write about things that they're scared of. So, I mean, that could play into it too a little bit too, right? I mean, for me, off the top, she didn't really strike me as someone that was, into violence and things like that. She was interested in it because it was kind of foreign to her. So that's why she was doing her thesis on it.
I think she was like afraid of those ideas that she might actually like it. That's kind of what I got. I don't know. Moods is kind of different. What about you, Brandon?
I was pretty opposite on it. I felt like, she was writing about it because it was kind of scary to her. She was foreign. She's like, well, I need to know more about this because this is you know, I mean, it's like pretty much human nature.
I
but
believe her intent going into it was to write about it, you know, from this sort of, not disgusted, but this sort of like, what's the deal? But once she got into it, she almost became almost turned on by it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I got, but I kind of thought that those were her subconscious thoughts for a long time, but now she was just seeing them realized.
Yeah, and they probably were subconscious.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of social commentary in this, a lot of cool stuff. I really enjoyed Thesis. There's a few films that I watched for this year that I think are true gems that a lot of people probably never heard of or seen. And this is definitely one of them that people need to check out because it's one that I think a lot of people would like. And I guarantee a lot of people do not know about it. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
All right. What are we on, 4? Yeah, we're on 4.
Yes.
All right. 1996. The master himself, Dario Argento, presents the Stendhal Syndrome.
See, I was wondering if I was like, am I the only fucking dude who actually liked this movie?
No,
Thank God.
Of course I like it. I like, you know, Argento. I could take something from every movie he does. That's why he's my favorite. But this just happens to be a good story, a good movie. A little too long, like I said earlier. A little bit too long. They could have trimmed the fat a little bit, but quite good. It's, you know, I'm pretty much hooked from the start, and I like the way they kind of flip you on your ass later on in the movie. I mean, you see, you know, her getting stalked for half this movie, and then all of a sudden they turn it, and you think that that's the end of it, and then she goes in her thing, and, you know, without spoiling it, because if you don't want to be spoiled, if you haven't seen this, you should see it. But has a nice soundtrack, I think.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. When she walks into paintings.
The art exhibit, it opens in an amazing, I think that's a real life art exhibit that's considered one of the best or something, which is pretty cool.
That makes sense.
It's really cool. When she walks into the waterfall pic, that whole scene, when you see the way it's filmed, even
when she makes out with the CGI fish, classic material there.
Yeah, that's funny, especially when it's like one of the first things you see happen in your first dream. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, some of the CGI is pretty pretty wonky. It's weird, and they did it in weird places, like when someone.
I wonder why Argento decided to do that.
He's always backwards when it comes to CGI, and he's always behind the times. I don't know.
I know, it's weird. I've heard
it
other
is so strange.
Yeah, man, Dracula 3D, but the freaking praying mantis that looks like a PlayStation 2 freaking animation. Oh, man.
I never saw it. Spoiler alert.
But yeah, it's, you know, I'll be honest, I love Argento, but yeah, I don't know why he makes those decisions. But
I'm a little shocked, Dave. Like, I know you're obviously, you know, favorite director and stuff, but it's pretty high. This is pretty high on the list. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of high. I mean, I really like it.
I feel like you've been saying that a lot.
Who, me?
Yeah, because you said that with the dentist with both of us, too.
Yeah, man.
We're surprising the hell out of you tonight.
Yeah, I think so, man. I was expecting a little lower, but you know how it is. It is what it is.
Stay tuned with the ratings coming up. Stay tuned. There's high things going on here. That's for sure.
Nice.
Yeah, but I think it's Asia's best performance, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
No question. Yeah, I like it. I'm not saying she's the greatest actress, but she, you know, the chops she has, she shows them here. She does a good job. I mean, she's on the screen the majority of the movie. Mm-hmm. You know, you have to be invested in her. But it's cool. And I like what she even looks good with her short hair. I like, you know, the contrast, how she has long hair in the beginning, and then she cuts it. She's sexy. Man.
I'm a long hair guy myself, but
I am too. But if a girl can pull it off, it's sexy. You know,
I'm a no hair kind of guy. You know, shave.
Where I'm from,
there it is.
We call those baldies.
Hell yeah,
chicken
down in the south, bald-headed hoes. Yeah.
What do you do?
Or that Willie D shit, Dave Z. Willie D back in the bald-headed hose.
Oh,
Hey, a little
shit,
joke
that
you
Song
got.
called like
It's so
Bald Head
funny.
Hose or something.
that's some shit.
That
Guys,
is the
you know-
funniest song ever.
Do you know what you do after you go down on the smoothest cooch you've ever gone down on?
What's that?
Tell.
Put the diaper back on.
Oh, dude. Oh my God, you just. Okay, man, we're gonna have to break. We'll catch you guys after this.
Jesus, Brandon.
Jesus. Speaking of
soon?
fucking jokes, I swear to God, I was listening to your guys. I think it was a Sentinel show. I can't remember what show it was. And I swear to God, dude, you stole my fucking Christopher Reeves joke. I told you that one night on Skype, and then all of a sudden I heard you rip it on the fucking podcast, and I was like,
Oh,
you
Christopher.
fucking guy.
Christopher walking and Christopher not walking.
The Christopher, what's the opposite of Christopher?
That came from Moots.
What's the opposite of Christopher Reeves? Christopher
Listen,
Walken?
What you
I
don't
fucking
know,
started
Dave, is
howling
Brandon
when you
gets
said it.
all of his jokes from Skype conversations that we have.
That's his secret.
You
see?
ripped that shit straight off me, man. I was
Well,
like,
guys, do me a
That's-
favor. Have less Skype conversations with Brandon. Will you?
I think so, man.
So,
I'm sorry.
What's your rating there on Stendhal syndrome, Dave?
8 out of 10. Where did you guys have it? Who else had this movie?
I'm the only one that had it. It's 7.5 out of 10. So
Wow,
kind of right with you.
it's not even there.
I
Okay.
had it at
Man,
6.5.
I actually had really, Brandon, 6.5 for me too. Yep, that's
Yeah.
my rating.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah.
It dragged for me this time.
You know, I thought, you know, for sure JP was like, you know, who's gonna have fucking
Yeah,
Stendhal.
I mean, obviously, Romeo and Juliet is way better than Stendhal syndrome. I mean, obviously.
Oh, yeah,
I knew my
because
top 4.
The Dentist is definitely worthy of top 5.
All right,
Hey, you
back to you, Modes.
We're slasher fans.
All right, coming in at number 3, and it's probably going to be a little bit of a shock to some people, but it's just the way it goes, man.
Romeo and Juliet.
Better.
It is.
Yeah, it's going to be Children of the Corn 4.
You joking?
Of
Wes
course,
Craven's Scream. Scream.
Get the fuck out of here. What number?
3.
3?
And at number 3.
Only the most
Yeah.
important film of the last 20 years.
Yeah.
It may be.
Only
It
one
may
of the
be.
most influential horror films ever.
Of course,
Yeah, well,
of course. Does
I
does
don't
that
care.
deserve the number 1 spot for the year?
Yes.
Maybe.
Not because of that.
Determined.
That's not the reason it deserves number 1 if someone's saying it deserves number 1. It's what
All
it
lists are
influenced.
subjective, man. All lists are subjective.
Yeah,
Let's not
dude.
get you butthurt here, guys. And this
Moods.
is what I call. I
I'm
knew
with
for a
you.
fact that fucking JP was going to get super butthurt when I
I'm
came
not
up with that.
butthurt. I'm just
not
embarrassed
butthurt.
for you, homie.
No,
No,
'cause-
man.
Hey,
No, dude. I mean, I love Scream, man. I think it's a great film. I mean, we've said everything we need to say about Scream, but you know, it is what it is, man. I mean, it's a good film. I personally like 2 films better from this year than this one. I mean, it is really, really brilliant, man. You know,
Is
I
it
mean,
not
right off the
like-
top, we
Go
talked
ahead,
about
sorry.
you know the script and stuff, and you know the script it's really brilliant.
It's literally one of the best written films ever in terms of
Mhm.
horror.
And it's probably the best opening 15 minutes of a movie ever.
in horror history.
for
yeah.
sure.
I
And some
love
of the
that.
best end scenes in horror history. The reveal.
The reveal is excellent.
Nah, I
know.
don't know.
What do you
I
mean?
don't-
The reveal is amazing.
No, the
It's cool. I
reveal
didn't
is
figure
okay,
it
but the
out.
way everything kind of plays out there it's not really. Honestly, man, it's
Great
not my.
chase scenes.
Yes,
Yeah,
great chase
um,
scenes. I agree there.
No, I mean I have no problems with Scream. Barely any problems with Scream. Like barely any problems with it. Yeah, it's a great film, man. It really is. I think the script itself is just. I mean, what can we say about it, man? I mean, it's smart. I love how it's just so self-aware and like all the rules, man. All the rules, how it just kind of gives you everything, and it's just like it kind of sums up the slasher genre in one movie. You know, it's kind of brilliant like that, but kind of allowing itself to be itself too. I think it's really cool, man. But I don't really know what to say about it, man. You know. It is what it is. I mean, we talked about Scream a million times. I mean, we haven't specifically on the show, but Maybe we'll leave it for another show. But I'm sure this is going to get brought up a couple more times. But I still have a really high rating for it, man. I think it's almost a perfect film. I think there's a couple things, but it is what it is. 9.5 out of 10.
Nice.
All right, Brandon.
Nice. Wow.
All right. Number 3. The Frighteners.
All right.
Yep. Number 3 at the Frighteners, yeah.
Was this your first time or no?
First time. Never wanted to see it.
Mine too. Me too.
Never wanted to see it. I don't know why. I always knew it was Michael J. Fox and Ghosts. I don't know why. I just felt like it was going to be like a...
It's so funny, man, because I'm the complete opposite. Michael J. Fox is actually one of my favorite actors of all time. And
his acting can be a little shaky sometimes.
Get the fuck out of here. Michael J. Fox is the man. All the time. All the time. Not even
Dude,
sometimes.
Dave Z is the only one who got my joke.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I got it.
That joke's been done a million times.
No, it hasn't.
Eminem has done that joke a million times.
Eminem's a punk.
Literally, Eminem has made that joke
so good,
so many times in different ways.
And the Christopher Reeve jokes. Wow, look at this.
He's one of those natural actors that just seems to pull it off every time, man. You know, he's brilliant. He's great in everything.
He's great in Back to the Future, I'll tell you that.
He is, man.
He was great on Family Ties.
He's
good
even
here too. Shit.
He was great on Lost.
He's fucking hilarious in Curb Your Enthusiasm, and he's shaking like shit in that too.
And he was great on the show
You
Lost.
fuckers leave Michael J. Fox alone,
He
okay?
was good on Lost. Oh, that was Matthew Fox. Sorry.
Oh.
Wrong Fox.
Okay, so what do you like about The Frighteners?
The Frighteners is fun. It's violent. I think it's family friendly except for the whole hospital butcher scene. But I think it picks up, like, you know, where it would be a good film to introduce to someone who's a little younger. Not too young.
Like a 10-year-old horror fan?
Ew.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. But yet there's great performance.
I think it's one of those oddball kind of rated R films that you could probably show to a young kid and be like, it's okay. I mean,
I thought it was a PG-13 film the whole time.
I thought so too.
There's not a lot of, swearing. There's no nudity in the film and stuff like that, so...
It's a great setup that he had a traumatic experience and now he has this ability to see ghosts. I love
Dude, the storyline is good. It's a good story.
Yeah, it is.
It really is, man. So
we talked about this. I don't know if it was when we were Skyping one night, but about what's his name's character, Jeffrey Combs' character, Milton Dammers.
He's my favorite actor.
He steals the show as usual.
You know, I never thought of this, man, but I really royally fucked up, man. When I was at HorrorCon last year, I met Jeffrey Combs and Dee Wallace in the same day. Ooh. And I never thought to get my Frighteners DVD signed by them, as I brought the Respectable, Reanimator, and The Howling. What a fucking idiot I am!
What a fucking unoriginal idiot!
You think Michael J. Fox's hand signature has changed?
You're such a retard.
You need to get two things signed by him because it kind of drags over. You get Michael and then J. Fox on something else. Usually the table.
Michael, I asked for an ice cream cone, not a shake.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Like, I feel bad I even made anything. Stop.
What does he have? Parkinson's?
You gotta stop making jokes, man. You gotta... Parkinson's, yeah.
Okay.
It's fucking sad.
I can say that. My mom had Parkinson's, so...
Yeah, Michael J. Fox he's awesome to me.
That's like saying your dad's black so you can be racist.
Jesus Christ.
No, I feel like if someone in the family has something or is something, then you can make fun of it.
Oh, okay. So I can make fun of Mexicans.
I can make fun of like you being Mexican because my gardener's Mexican.
I got you.
You can make fun of Jews because you're Jewish.
Everybody is legally allowed to make fun of Jews.
I can't make fun of anything, man.
Yes, you
sucks.
can. You can make fun of Jews.
Actually, technically, I can because my family was Jewish. So
they got out of that with the quickness, huh?
Yeah, apparently we just got out of Judaism. I don't know. It's weird. I'm not going to tell that story right now, but my family that came from Austria was Jewish at one time. So I don't
honestly,
get it.
You know, as much as Jeffrey Combs was fantastic and Michael J. Fox was fantastic, I felt like the real show stealer for this was Dee Wallace in the final act.
Dee Wallace is excellent, man.
She just went batshit, and I loved every second of it.
What about Jake Busey, man? As well,
I love that. I love how they're basically comparing their counts to all the serial killers. You know, it starts off with him wanting to beat Charlie Starkweather, and then
Dude, I love that idea of how he's killing for the sake of being the most notorious killer in the world.
Yeah.
And so, not only does it stop at death, he comes back to get that body count up.
Yeah.
It's brilliant, man.
It's really well done. Yeah.
It's good, man. It's fucking awesome. And one thing you have to admit, though, the effects in the film are fantastic. I don't know, did you watch the director's cut of the film? So, like the 2-hour cut?
Yes.
I did too.
Okay. So, there's special features where Jackson talks about like the effects and stuff, and it's brilliant, man. It's like really good. The shit that they like, how much work they put into that, and like, it's really good. Really good stuff. I gained so much respect for how they went about it and stuff, because they weren't sure about what the technologies that they had, how it was going to work and stuff, and what it came out to. I mean, when you watch the movie even today, it looks pretty fucking good.
It does. It holds up very well.
It holds up really well. This is 96 CG we're talking about here. Really, really good. And I mean, there's obviously a couple parts where you're like, okay, well, whatever. But I mean, it still looks better than some of the shit that you see that's been done in the last couple of years.
Too bad this movie kind of bombed.
It is such a shame. And I'm very surprised that it did. Mm-hmm. You know, given the cast. I mean,
Michael J. Fox should have been PG-13 rating, it would have been a bigger hit.
I think the theatrical cut was PG-13, no, it wasn't. No, I guess it would have been rated R. But I guess obviously director's cut is unrated. I don't know. But
I think it's still R.
Yeah, man. That's probably what it was. I mean, definitely when you kind of look at a film like that, I mean, it's a little more violent than you would anticipate it to be. Yeah, I mean, JP, you thought that it had the same type of tone as Ghostbusters? Didn't I hear you say that?
I totally agree with JP. That's what I felt like it was going to be, especially like, I don't know why all I thought about was like the courtroom scene in Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's what I kept thinking it's going to be like, but it definitely is a little bit darker, especially when they get into the backstory.
I can see where you're coming from with that, you know, kind of related to Ghostbusters a little bit, but the movie's so much more darker. Way darker.
Yes, way darker.
And even like the comedy and shit, man, with like, you know, his, whatever you want to call him, his sidekicks. Dude, the black guy rules, man. He's so fucking funny. I love the line in the film where Michael J. Fox is like, dude, sucks, man. You died in the 70s. Get over it. Because he's complaining about his wardrobe.
Yeah.
I fucking love that shit. But that dude's funny, man. He's like cracking black jokes and stuff. It's good, man. It's really good.
It's a really good film. I'm upset I waited this long to get to it, but
I like the shit where he's talking when he's like, there's nothing worse than an angry black man when he's already dead.
So,
it's good shit.
What's the rating on that, Brandon?
8.5.
8.5. All right, is it back to me?
Yeah, buddy. It is.
All right, coming in at number 3 for me, I have From Dusk Till Dawn. This is one that we've mentioned, I think, once, and it really has an all-star cast, like we said. I love the tonal shift. For so long, you're like, this is not a horror film. Nowhere even close. Like, it's a dark thriller, maybe, like a crime drama, and then boom, it turns into a vampire flick, and you're like, what the hell? You know, there's a little bit of shaky effects in there, you know, for the 1996 and stuff. I almost found that this time watching it, I love the crime drama stuff way more than the horror stuff. One thing that always, for my entire
because there's tension in there, though.
Yeah. My entire life has bugged me about this film. My entire life. Cannot stand it. Is when shit hits the fan and the band playing on stage all of a sudden has these fucking human torso guitars. And I'm like, what the that makes absolutely no fucking sense at all. Like, where'd that come from? I hate that scene.
Me too.
Dude, I absolutely agree with you, but I find it so entertaining because he's playing a human body.
Why?
Why?
It's just funny, man. It's just funny.
How?
It doesn't fit the rest of the film. It just seems out of place. And then how can they make themselves blow up? No other.
Well, I'm not trying to
do
get
it.
too serious with this, man. But
Dave's getting angry.
That's the point. It's such a serious film up until
Everything
that
about
point,
it.
and
Yep.
even after.
Well, that's why I said if they had made Richie's character like just maybe it was just more of a little less serious in terms of his.
Oh, I loved it. I loved that. He was reprehensible. You fucking had to hate him when he killed the fucking.
Maybe
first girl.
he enjoyed killing people, but maybe he wasn't a rapist, and he just enjoyed killing people.
No,
and,
I like
just
that he's a rapist.
and it just set up.
he's a full blown rapist, and he like.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, but maybe if they had set it up like less, it wouldn't have felt like such
But
a
But
shift
they're
in
so
tone.
subtle about it in a way. I didn't even know
It's
that's
not
what
even
he
that-
was when I was a kid. Like, I didn't know he was raping people.
No, I didn't
Even though
either,
they
and I
flat
was-
out.
The dude just
Like-
loved to kill, man. He loved to kill, man. Opening scene in the little mini market thing.
Yeah,
He fucking tipped off the cop. He fucking
Right.
tipped off the cop.
Yeah, I love that stuff. He's
He's
crazy.
doing that
He's a
just so he can fucking
psychopath.
kill him. Just
He's
so he
a
can kill
literal
him.
psychopath. And you know, and the other dude is a professional. He's a crime guy. He's making deals. He's willing and
He's
dealing.
level-headed. is
So
what he
he's
is.
level-headed, and it's this yin and yang thing with with the two brothers, the Gecko brothers. It's badass, and I love Tom Savini as the sex machine, especially when he's like, hi, what's your name? And she's like, whatever, and then he's like, I'm Sex Machine. Nice to meet you. You know,
This part's great.
yeah, and you know the ending, like I love how George Clooney breaks down and he's like, all right, listen, I don't believe in fucking vampires. These are fucking vampires. And then when he's like, what are they, some kind of psychos or something? He's like, psychos?
Psychos.
They're not psychos. Psychos do not fucking explode when sunlight hits them. I don't give a shit how crazy they are.
Awesome. I love it too.
It's Tarantino.
I don't believe in fucking vampires, but I believe in my own fucking eyes.
And those are fucking vampires.
And those are fucking vampires.
I love when they're like, what do we know about vampires? And they're like, well, you know, and he's like, well, that doesn't do us any good because it's out in the car or whatever. You know, it's fucking, man, I love From Dusk Till Dawn. That one fucking scene just pisses me off so much I took a half point off of it. Straight up. Took a half point off for that stupid fucking scene that does not make any sense.
It doesn't make sense, but I think it's kind of funny. I would like to actually have like a human torso guitar, like just in my house. I think that'd be kind of cool, man.
I'm glad you're with me on that scene.
I'd rather have a human flute.
I'm 100%.
Dude, that's called a penis. You're
Ever
gonna put
since I was a kid, it took me out of it. I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, I give From Dusk Till Dawn a 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Did I catch you there, Brandon?
I was hoping you would make that comment. That's why I said that. It's still funny though, even though I wanted you to say it.
You set me up perfect. 9 out of 10.
That was like an alley-oop.
Yep.
First 9. Woo.
First 9. Wow.
What do you mean
No,
first
he
9?
did 9.5.
I know.
I had Scream at number 3.
Oh, yeah.
9.5.
He had a
It's
9.5
still
at
technically the
3.
first 9.
I know, but
Oh.
JP just gave the first 9.
Yeah.
There you go. Right.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, right off the bat, when we were doing these, first time we, realized we were doing 96 when we did the drawing, I looked and right away I knew what my top 3 were going to be. 100% knew it. Probably top 4, but I go, well, maybe something will surprise me. But I knew right off the bat, boom, there's the big 3. There they are. Right now, which one of these is my favorite? And at that time, I didn't know. So I waited till the end. These were the last 3 movies I watched. Just to, well, except for when I did Stendhal today. And, but I kept putting it off because it was 2 hours. That's the only reason I kept putting it off. Anyway, I knew this was my top 3. And these, to me, my last 3 movies, in my opinion, are all great movies. Love these movies. So, and we talked about this one before, and everybody so far had it higher up. But I really love The Craft.
The Craft. I had a feeling you were going to be really high on The Craft because me and you have talked about it before.
I've always loved it. I've always loved it since the first time I saw it.
Crazy.
I see very, very little wrong with this movie. First of all, the way it starts with the soundtrack with all these covers, and even the ones that aren't covers. There's cool covers, but there's songs that aren't covers, and they're great. All the songs they use in this film are perfect for the scenes they're in. If I hear those songs, I think about the movie. It's just this movie flows along perfectly. It has a great cast. Everybody is very good in their role. I really can't find anything wrong with this movie. I can see why some people might, shrug it off and say, "Oh, it's probably a chick flick or this or that." But
Chick flick.
This is a straight horror movie. This could have been made in any decade. You could take this story and do something about, with it, with the whole.
I would love to see The Craft made in the 70s.
Yeah.
Could have been done. I could totally see it. It would have been the 70s version of it, but that story is almost like a timeless story. You get these three, and then here's the fourth. They come in and they fuck with other people. They have bickering with themselves. Stuff happens. I could just see this even as a black and white, as an older movie. The same type of concept for a film.
One thing I can't stand about the movie, man, I do like The Craft. I think it's a pretty interesting film. I can't stand the music in the film. It drives me nuts.
I love the music.
I was just raving about it. You don't love all the covers, the songs that are in the movie?
No,
I like them?
I don't. There's something about it, man.
Wow.
I wish it was like a little bit dumbed down, a little bit darker.
Dave, I feel like
it just feels so.
It
feels so goddamn poppy to me, man. It's just like
poppy.
Yeah, man. I don't know what it is. It bugs me.
I don't know. Does it feel like the movie's about teenage girls? Maybe.
Well, yeah, I know, but there's still dark subject matter that's happening, man. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, but it sets the tone for the girls.
Sure, man. If that's what you want to believe, that's cool, man. I respect that.
Yeah, I dig it all, man. And Fairuza really steals the show. The cast is great. Because everybody in the cast is great. All the girls, four girls, and the other girl, even Christine Taylor as the blonde bitch girl. Everybody in the movie, they're all good, and she's hot too. Of course, what happens to her is awful. That resonates with me really strong. I always had these things with the body horror, like I've discussed before. Hair falling out, especially on a female, and in that amount, just fucking skeeves me out. Every time I see it, it gets to me. Some things in this movie get to me that way, and that's one of them. But Fairuza is awesome. She steals the fucking show. In the second half, when that scene when she pulls that switcheroo on the kid, the boy, whatever.
Yeah, and she gets all like, she starts screaming at him and shit.
You're nothing. You're shit to me. I love that whole speech. I almost I'm sitting there watching this movie, mouthing the fucking words. That's how into this character I am. She is one of the best female.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, dude. She's one of the best female villains ever on screen. I am so into her performance. I'm into the whole. I think it's just this movie sucked me in, and I'm in for it, man. There's such good dialogue in this movie. When she says nothing makes everything all better again. She tells her at one point they're talking about the slitting of the wrist and just man when they're busting balls and Fairuza Balk's mother says you can't pay the light bill, what are you good for? And he goes like, you know what I'm good for. He tells her this shit's great, man. And then when the kid's outside the house and he's obsessed with her and the father says to him, can I help you? And he flashes the flashlight and he says no. He goes, nobody can help me. That's scary. He knows that he's freaking possessed by something. He can't help but be obsessed with this girl. He doesn't know why. That whole thing. I can't say enough. I could go on and on.
You must have 12 pages of notes right now.
I have a lot of notes. I really do. There's the good makeup in the movie. The CGI looks good. They have the final. Oh man, all that shit happening at once when they're messing with Fairuza's character. Mm-hmm. There's snakes, spiders, rats, freaking maggots, roaches, all the worst things you can think of in one freaking house.
None of that really scares me.
Yes, of course.
There were Jews in the house. Yeah.
Yes, there were.
Well, you said snakes.
And rats.
Anyway, there's nothing.
Maggots.
I love the story. I love everything about the story. That there's not one boring moment. I'm so into the film that I can't really say anything negative about it. I'm that high on this movie and have been since the first time I saw it. It's just rewatchability. I could just keep watching it. I never would have thought when this movie came out it would be one of my favorite horror movies, and I love it. And my grade is a 9.5.
Wow.
9.5.
I never realized you were a 14-year-old girl.
You go, girl.
You know what the crazy thing is, Dave?
You guys are nuts. This movie.
No,
awesome.
I was just gonna say, I absolutely enjoy the film the same way you do. I just don't see it as a 9.5, but I don't nitpick with it. I still enjoy it every time I see it.
I was trying
I'm
to
the
find
one
something
overrating shit. Come on.
I know. I told you I had high grades.
It's crazy, man. I have the Craft at a 6.5, man.
Wow.
It's really not my thing, man. It really isn't.
I'm surprised it is my thing.
It's a good movie. I enjoy The Craft. I can watch The Craft.
I love The Craft.
I don't think it's, 9.5, but
I don't think it's 9.5 either, but
I
I appreciate your enthusiasm for it.
Yeah,
for sure, man. For sure, that's
love
amazing.
I do, and if I didn't, I'm surprised. Some people are probably surprised to hear me saying it. That know my taste in movies and shit like that. This is just one of those movies that, I look forward to seeing. I've seen it maybe a dozen times, but every time I watch it, I'm really into it.
You should see it at least 12, though.
Yeah, I'm almost there, buddy.
Okay.
All right, so back to moods.
Yeah.
Two.
All right, man. In at number dos. Gecko Brothers from Dusk Till Dawn.
Nice.
I fucking love this movie, man. I literally have seen this movie like 100 times. I absolutely love this film. And I always used to think that I liked the first half of the film better too. I kind of agree with JP. Like, it's kind of ironic though, isn't it?
Yeah, because we're horror fans.
Exactly. But I think the first half of the film is everything about the first half of the film is it's executed so perfectly, man. It is. There's tension. There's like all this crazy shit that's going on. It's just fucked up, man. Really good shit, man. And good stuff, man. The explosion at the Quickie Mart thing, awesome. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're putting an effort in this motherfucker, but that whole scene with that dude is just awesome. The first time I watched this movie, and when I think Seth says to his brother, he goes, "Shoot out the bottles." I'm just like, no, that's brutal. That's a terrible death.
Oh yeah.
You don't want to burn to death, man. Alcohol burn?
Yeah.
That's just hot. That's hot. That's a hot death, man. No, this one, it's great, man.
Did it really turn you on? It was that hot?
It turned me right on. No, it's just a great script, man, by Tarantino. Rodriguez does a great job of directing this, man. Mm-hmm. I think that he does what he's supposed to do. The switch in this film is great too. I mean, we can't deny that, you go from this crime thriller to this vampirism. And I love the way it starts though, man. Selma Hayek and Pandemonium, Satanico Pandemonium. That character, fucking awesome. Just works so well. Little bit, the CGI is a little testy at times in this film.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's dated. It's getting dated.
It is, and that's kind of where it loses the points for me a little bit.
It feels a little circa 96.
Really, 1990s, 20 years ago, man.
I remember watching this when I was like 5 or 6 with my grandparents, and the part where it's like, we got hot pussy, black pussy, pink pussy. I was just like, oh.
Cheech, man. Cheech is awesome, man.
Come on, pussy lovers.
Come on, pussy lovers. He's the best, man.
I will say, man, one of my favorite
pussy
vampires.
for a penny.
You actually sound like Cheech there. It's pretty good.
You can find it cheaper anywhere. Fuck it.
Come on, pussy lovers. Oh, okay.
Damn, that's pretty good, Dave. That's pretty good.
That's better than me.
Not bad.
Thanks.
Shame.
I've been doing it for years. I love that.
One of my favorite vampires in the film, man, Fred Williamson's. The makeup effects on him makes his face all look all fucking wide shit. Oh, that's good shit. Love that, man. Tom Savini, Sex Machine. Probably one of the most iconic characters.
No sense at all.
No, it really doesn't, because you would have to. It's like when you have a boner when you're pissing on the toilet. You have to bend over. You kind of have to like put your hand on the back there and kind of do that piss.
Do a handstand.
Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
I just said I'd do a handstand.
Try to piss with a boner. It's exactly. You would literally have to kind of like bend over to shoot somebody. It's like, who the fuck would ever do that?
I'm talking about how do you fire it.
Oh, that too. But I meant, even coming out.
Not to mention it'll probably fucking destroy your testicles and dick. with the kick.
Well, maybe it's like a 22 caliber, man.
Okay.
Not much kick. Maybe not much. I don't know. But Industrial
Didn't
Dawn,
look like
all
one.
around phenomenal film. I love this thing more than it's one film that I could watch all the fucking time. You guys have seen the documentary Full Tilt Boogie?
I haven't.
Yeah.
Really good stuff to make it in the film. Oh, dude, it's so good. Check it out if you haven't, man. Oh, it's really, really good stuff, man. Phenomenal cast. Julia Lewis rocks. Literally, she is, I think, even on tour right now with her band, just rocking out.
She is. Yeah.
Yeah, man. You guys know that? Julia Lewis?
Oh, yeah. She's basically
Has her own rock band. Yeah, she's been doing it since early 2000s, I think, and stuff. So she's amazing, man. She's amazing. From Dusk Till Dawn, man. 9.5. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Awesome. All right.
Nice. All right.
Brandon.
Number 2. Circa 1996. Spanish film. Thesis.
Wow, dude.
Yes, number 2.
Yeah.
There's only one reason why I would recommend this film so highly, is because I think so highly of it. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's a great film. I think this is a film that honestly probably not all the listeners have seen, or probably not a lot of them have even heard of. So I don't really want to go too much into detail, but I think it's, just well written, well acted, suspenseful. I don't even mind. I feel like it wasn't predictable for me. I didn't see where it was going the first time.
Yeah, I didn't get that either, man.
But I can get what JP's saying, because there's not a ton of characters, but the characters that are in it are all intriguing, and you keep going back and forth. At least to me, I'm like, I don't know who to trust. I don't know what's really going on here, but I love the way it plays out, and I love the way that some characters turn out to be completely different from how they're presented. So, for me, this is the type of horror film I like the best. It's more, mystery, thriller, horror than, blood and guts.
And plus the guy wears a Cannibal Holocaust shirt.
Yes.
How can you beat that?
Yeah, true.
Super cool, man. Super cool.
Yeah. More people need to see this film.
Pick it up, guys. Come on. Pick it up.
Yeah.
Just fucking rent
Everyone's
it.
fading. How long is this show?
Fading. Even though I thought I'd be dead by now, to be honest.
Shit, man. Y'all on that East Coast time. It's only 12:30 here, so.
Fucker. Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry for my energy, guys. That sucks. I had a long fucking day, too. It's amazing that I even have energy. But we're not going to get into that.
Brandon.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah.
JP, don't sound so disappointed. Dos.
Don't sound dos.
Speaking Spanish to this guy over here.
Hey, it's Moose 616.
Dos cerveza, por favor. Gracias.
I don't always drink Dos Equis, but when I do, I drink Dos Equis.
Yeah. That's it.
No, I mean, I agree with the things that were said. I forgot who it was who said that they felt like Chema's character was one of the standout characters in which he had been featured in it more.
That was not me.
I think it was JP.
Yeah, me.
He always makes better points. He always makes the better points.
I kind of agree with that, but, I liked everything about it. I liked the commentary. I like these films that make you think a little bit more than usual. So...
Honestly, what was your favorite thing about the film, man? Mine, personally, was the setting, being in the school. That I like the fact that it didn't go away from the school.
I love the setting in the school. I love the whole...
I think they could have taken it away and been like, oh, it could have just got huge in the film, but they didn't. They kept it in the location where the crimes were happening. I think that was fucking smart.
Yeah, I love the whole library, secret passageways off the library. It's very creepy.
Is it just me, or did that basement seem like, should it be there? Or was that just me? I mean, do these schools usually have these type of basements?
I don't know.
Because I actually don't know.
I don't know.
In Spain, they have these odd basements, in these schools. I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it's possible, right? I mean,
I'm sure they probably do have all these little secret rooms and areas, boiler rooms
I mean,
and
it never
stuff.
really bugged me that much. I just kind of assumed that, maybe it was because it's foreign. I don't know. I don't want to sound like an idiot, but, well, it's probably too late. But, yeah, I don't know, man. It never bugged me one bit, but I did question. I was like, damn, the school has that type of basement? Like, how
yeah, I question that too. That's
Yeah,
just horror film shit, though, you know?
Yep, exactly. And we've discussed this so many times that, sometimes you can just kind of separate yourself and it is what it is, right?
If you could accept that Halloween 2 is the darkest fucking hospital in existence, then,
Well, with no patients in it?
know anything in it.
What kind of hospital
Hot
does
tubs
have
in the
patients
basement
in
and
it?
shit.
No, they're like jacuzzis, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're for therapy.
Yeah, they do exist. Kane Hodder mentions those in his book, actually, I
Yeah,
think.
they're
But
for therapeutic purposes.
Yeah, gotta be true then, man.
so what's the rating on that, Brandon?
9 out of 10.
9 out of 10. Awesome.
Yes.
All right, back to me in probably the landmine goes click of the episode. Might even get some shit for this, but it is Paradise Lost, the child murders at Robin Hood Hills. And this is a documentary. It's not a horror film, but it is definitely horrific.
God damn it, GP.
Dude, this movie's a 10 out of 10 for me. Probably an 11 out of 10 for me, but it's
I didn't
not a horror
know that
film.
was even
What do you mean?
eligible for a horror.
It's
more-
a documentary.
Oh, you guys
What are
have
you
done this
talking
before
about?
on this show.
Listen,
You guys have done
it's
this
about
before.
murder. It's about fucking mutilation.
I still haven't seen
we
this
pulled
shit, man.
Crash
I
off
keep
the
hearing
list,
from
but-
everybody it's
No,
so damn
you guys
good.
pulled Crash off the list.
Didn't Jeremy have a documentary for the top 10 of the year of like 2013
Yeah, he
or
had
14
Crystal
or
Lake
some
Memories.
shit? And something else was said, like the
Gabe, don't
Peter
let me into
Wine.
Nasties, I
or
think,
something
or
else.
Pussy Tracking.
Dave, don't
These
let me
guys-
into you guys. It's always fucking Jeremy and JP. They're breaking the rules.
Oh yeah,
I-
Booze, you
I
follow the
feel
rules
I
the
feel
best,
upset
I
because
know.
I'm actually happy.
Dude,
I
for
got
it.
two
Priest
number
of a
fives.
Listen, this is way more
Breaking the
scary
rules,
than
breaking the
fucking
rules.
Thinner
It's absolutely terrifying.
or
It's absolutely
fucking
terrifying.
what is the other one? Like this is arguably more of a fucking horror film than Thesis.
Just the opening scene of Paradise
Fuck
Lost.
that,
It's
man. The whole
absolutely
end of
horrifying.
Thesis is actually horrific.
Yeah,
It's
this
a fucking
film.
horror film.
This
Dude,
film
this
you
starts
actually
with
see
actual
dead
footage
children,
of dead children. Yeah.
dead pictures of dead children that are naked and mutilated.
Yeah, I understand that,
Why'd
but
you say
it's a
naked all weird?
documentary.
Listen, I don't give a fuck. This film needs to be.
His voice changed for naked children.
My voice always changes for naked children. But no, man. I mean, seriously, dude. This fucking thing, like, this is the most like affected I've been by something in a while. Like watching this, I had so many emotions of like, okay, like I'm angry because like this is bullshit how these kids were accused. Essentially, what the film follows is the real life murders of three little boys who were murdered, raped, and mutilated in the hills of West Memphis, Arkansas, known as Robin Hood Hills. They were hogtied and left in a ditch. Then later, three teenagers were arrested and charged with the murder. Jesse Miskelly, Damian Elkos, and Jason Baldwin. And essentially, it follows their arrest and trial. And basically, you go through this film, and I got to give the credit to the filmmaker for one, being very unbiased. Because he definitely shows the two filmmakers, they definitely show each of these three accused, murderers in non-flattering light many times. And it even makes me question some things. And I'm like, okay, well that's kind of weird. Like, okay, he's clearly lied about that. Well, okay, what's going on here? But then like certain things don't add up, and it's like the lack of evidence. And essentially you're infuriated because they're essentially pinned. It's so. I still don't know. I've only seen the first part. It's a trilogy.
Yeah, there's the three of them.
You really don't know, and you go back and forth, and you start seeing other people, like the father of one of the boys, and this guy's really weird too. And you're like, well, I mean, maybe they should look at this guy. Like, he had blood on his knife, but said he never opened his knife, and he has the same blood as his son, so of course it comes back to same blood or whatever. And you're like, oh shit, like this is getting insane here. But then you start thinking, oh my god, like these fucking kids, you know, he's lying about this and he's into the witchcraft and this different shit. But essentially, what the police fucking lose evidence and lie and or different shit. It's like, it's really fucking weird that how this case went. There's another, you know, person in the film that they mention about this crazy black dude who like was covered in blood one night of the night of the murders and
at the fast food restaurant.
Yeah. And there was no fucking report ever like kept on it, and it was right next to where it happened. Yeah. And you know, it's just, but at the same time, these kids could have fucking did it because there's like certain things about them that are weird. And you're really just confused and angry and sad, and when they start talking about what happened, and then you hate the parents because they just want to blame somebody, and you hate the police because they just want to blame somebody, and then you hate the justice system because it fails miserably, because even though I had questions about these kids, the whole fact is there was no fucking evidence on these kids other than suggested evidence, and these kids went and got tried and they were guilty and they spent years.
It's the classic case, man. It's the classic case of we need to bury somebody for this crime right now,
especially in a small religious town.
It happens so often, man. So often. Yep. Yeah. All the community wants is someone to go down for it. They don't give a shit who it is, as long as someone goes down. In their minds, they can truly believe that it was them.
Yeah, and the one kid confesses.
The one kid does confess,
but he's mentally
challenged. He's
obviously pressured into it by the Pope.
Yeah,
exactly.
And there's plenty of, you know, evidence towards that in the fact that they don't have a lot of the conversations recorded that they had with him, and you know, just so happens that they didn't have conversations recorded when during certain times there, and I was really impressed with, you know, because they do let Damien Eccles, and he actually speaks on the stand, and I was very impressed with like what he was able to say, but you know, at the same time, like they could have done it. I wasn't sure, and even when it ended, I still was not sure. I was like, they could have, but I know for sure that if I was on the jury, there's reasonable doubt there. I couldn't put these kids to life or death sentence or whatever they were going for. And, you know, since these trilogy of films have been released, they have been released from prison. But they are still, because they admitted guilt. But what are you going to do, right? I mean, they say they'll let you out if you admit to it. So, fuck yeah.
They did that because of Damien Eccles' situation in prison. He feared for his life towards the time when they actually just decided that they were all gonna confess, because, you know, his life was in danger. Yeah. Obviously, being a child killer in prison.
It's truly one of the best documentaries I've ever seen.
I agree. It's one of the 3 documentaries that has affected me the most. There's only been 3 documentaries that I've seen that have really like upset me, traumatized me, brought me to tears. And this was one of them. And I'll include the whole trilogy in it because they're all worth checking out.
It's not a horror movie, but it's dealing with murder, and it's dealing with you know, it's dealing with satanic rituals. So fuck you guys. That's you know, but it's so amazing. I had to include it on this list if for the only reason that people need to check it out, and this will shed some light on it. It's amazing. It's terrifying. It's terrifying to think of being innocent and put in jail for murder, for prison, for your life. And the moments before the verdict comes in and they're smoking and they're just like, I don't know how they didn't just flip shit and go crazy and die. Because I would have just died right there. I would have been like, I'm dying right now. And, you know, it's fucking amazing. 10 out of 10.
Yep, that's what I gave it.
Damn!
Yeah,
I've not seen it.
It's that good of film, guys. It really is.
This guy's got 2 10 out of 10s on his list. Crazy. Must.
Dave.
You must.
I haven't seen it. Okay. This movie, I had a feeling. I said I had a big 3, but I had a feeling going into it that this might actually be my number 1. And after rewatching them, not that it was the first time I've seen them, but of course I'm rewatching for the show, and one of them I hadn't seen in a few years actually. This ends up being number 2, but this is another fantastic movie. We've talked about it before, From Dusk Till Dawn.
Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
Always been a huge fan. Here's the problem, though. I was spoiled this movie. When I used to work at my pizzeria, my family and I, we had a few pizzerias in the area.
That pizzeria.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, I used to pull my pepperoni. Hey, I pulled my pepperoni.
Yeah.
We got the newspaper delivered to the pizzeria. It was like a free publication. It was like one of those, like a local thing. And then I would always use it for shitter material. I would go in the back, get on the toilet, and I would read this paper.
Of course.
Yeah. So in the back, they always had music and movie reviews from critics, local critics, whatever. So I was reading this thing, and I read about this From Dusk Till Dawn. At the time, I wasn't paying much attention to horror. I took a few years off in the 90s.
It was 96, so...
Of course. Yeah, I was on a sabbatical. I was just, getting high and chasing pussy and all that fun shit.
Understandable.
Yeah, I was just not doing it for a while.
Yeah, me too.
So, I'm reading this thing in the back, and there's a review of From Dusk Till Dawn, and it says the movie starts off this, and this, and then halfway through... It turns on its head and turns into an Evil Dead style romp or something, it said. And I was like, what? This is actually going to turn into like a horror movie and it's crazy and this and that. I was like, wow. And I wish I hadn't been spoiled that because I would have loved to experience that, just as a viewer, not knowing. But, it hasn't hurt the movie. I love the movie. It's immediately you go into the intensity right off the bat. Even the conversations in the beginning, just those simple conversation between the cop and the the cashier guy, freaking, it's just well written stuff. And I'm with you, JP. Nowadays, actually, and this has only been a recent development, I actually prefer the first half more than the second half now.
Yeah,
I don't know why. It is. I know. It's just so well written. George Clooney and just all the dialogue, especially from him, is great. And yes, I love the cast. I love everybody in this movie. Juliette Lewis is pretty much my favorite actress, period. So, I love her in this movie. It's cool that she went into this mode shortly after doing Natural Born Killers. 2 completely different roles, and she was playing an older...
How can 3 people that have From Dusk Till Dawn in their top 3 agree that the first half of the film is better than the second on a horror podcast? What the fuck just happened here? Like, are we fucking retarded or something? Like,
no, it makes sense. You like it's 2 movies. That's the only slight problem with it. It's 2 great movies, but what if it was a crime thriller and then a vampire movie? What if 2 separate movies were made?
It'd be interesting to know what would happen if, the first half of the film played out like the first half of the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be.
And vice versa, too. Yeah. It'd be very interesting. I think, question A would probably be better than B, which is so weird.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the second half of the
it.
film is a vampire film, and we've seen a million vampire films, and it doesn't do much different than most vampire films. So...
But it's still great. I always said it was my favorite vampire film until Let the Right One In came around.
But you know what makes the second half of the film so great is that the whole vampirism, the whole vampirism takes place in a place called the Titty Twister. It's fucking amazing. It's amazing.
A couple times.
It's so good.
It is amazing. And you guys realize that Selma Hayek was 30 years old when she did this?
I love Selma Hayek.
30.
You know what? Selma Hayek is 50 now, and she still looks like she's 30.
It's her birthday right now. How about that? September 2nd.
Happy birthday, Selma Hayek.
Is it September? Oh my God! It's like 12:40. I guess it's like 6 in the morning. Your guys know.
She's 50 as of today.
I'm just saying.
So beautiful still.
Right? And in this movie, oh my God, oh boy. But yeah, amazing cast. The soundtrack is very good. It just The relationship between the brothers is great. I love watching what's going on. The lines are great. You know, what was it? Oh, it's called The Punch. When he opens the door, gives him the freaking punch to the face. And later on, the funny stuff. And he's like, you guys, you know, like a real book. And the guy goes, you mean like a Time Life book, he says? Something like just little things like that. They're funny and great practical effects, and the weaponry is really cool and creative.
I like when they're drinking when he first gets at the bar and he's like Kate, you want a shot? And she's like, oh, I'm not 21 yet. It's like you think like this guy gives a fuck about.
Well, they're
that.
in Mexico. You know? Who cares?
Right. And the way she says it, you know that she's already drank. She's being facetious in front of her father. It's funny. I love Juliette Lewis. That's my girl. You know. But man, just so much fun. Such a great.
I love when Seth knocks out fucking Richard in the bathroom, though.
Oh yeah,
and that's how they get across the border.
Yeah,
and then he's all like nice to him, and he's like, we're in Mexico, buddy, and he's like, for real?
It's like, what
he's
happened?
Like, yeah, bud.
Can you tell me trip?
It's so good.
He's like, you fell.
Said something about your hand hurt, and then you passed out.
Yeah, you passed out. That's it. You passed out.
Oh.
So good.
It's so good. It really is. Hey, I'm going to say some wacky thing that no one in the world's going to bring up. So I'll take the opportunity. I've always thought that since the first time I saw this, it was at the show, I remember. The show, Brandon. Yes.
Let's all go to the show.
At the show, man. At the show.
I was at the cinema.
My uncle says it all the time. He's like, man, you know, I saw that show at the show, and I'm like, what the fuck did you say?
Yeah, go to the show. So, okay, you know that part when the black guy rips out that freaking one guy's heart and then looks at it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought that he was the same dude from Jason Goes to Hell. And when I first saw the movie, not Creighton Duke, the mortician, the guy that does the... Remember how in the movie he takes the heart out and he bites the heart?
Yeah.
When I was watching the movie the first time, I thought it was, and I can't, why would they tribute that piece of shit? But being the Friday fanboy that I am, I thought that they were tributing Friday and that dude was going to bite the heart.
Oh, man.
The way he held it and the way the guy looked at it, it's very reminiscent of Jason Goes to Hell in that scene. If you watch
great flick.
But and that dude's funny as hell when he's telling that Vietnam story and he's going on and on.
I thought it was going to be a Quint moment, like from Jaws and shit, because it sets up like that, and you just start seeing Tom Savini growing fangs and shit.
It's hysterical. He's going on. He goes, then I went here. And he's going on, and he's in the back. No one's even paying attention to him, and they're thinking about bats and everything else and what's going on. And he's going on in the back. So this movie just has all these special touches that the more views you have, the more stuff you pick up on. Yeah. So it's amazing. I'm not going to go on and on because I know there's going to be more talk about it. It's another 9.5 for me.
9.5. All right.
Beautiful.
I believe with 9.5 plus my 9 and Moods' 9.5.
Oh, that is
equals 28. Which does qualify for the Hall of Fame. So tonight we induct from Dusk Till Dawn. What year is it from, Moods?
1996.
Into the Hall of Fame. Happy about that. From Dusk Till Dawn is a fantastic movie. I think we all agree. And yeah.
Wow. That's the first inductee tonight? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Not the last.
So I'm assuming there's going to be one more, and probably minus my number one. But yeah, man. Number one, my favorite film of the year, 1996. Probably not a big surprise. Probably not that big of a surprise, and it is from New Zealand. Starring MJF, my initials actually, my real initials. The Frighteners, man. Love the Frighteners.
Wait, really?
Wow.
I didn't expect that.
I was hoping for Uncle Sam.
Wait, did you already have Ebola syndrome?
Yeah, that number 4.
Fuck.
Yeah, the Frighteners, man. Oh, dude. I remember going to the cinema and seeing this film and being I like fell in love with it right away. I never grabbed the full appreciation for the film until years later when it was on DVD. Watched it again, theatricals, director's cut came out, loved it even more. The extra, 15, 20 minutes that's in the film? Holy fuck. And guess what I did again? I watched this movie right before we did the podcast again with my kid. 6 years old, and there was a part in the film, and I shit you not, the scene where the killer is mowing down people in the hospital. He fucking curled right up to me. He's like, I'm like, you scared, buddy? He's like, no, man, I'm not scared. And then he says to me, and he kind of fucking pulls back. He's like, nah, this is good. And I'm like, nice. It was awesome. It was like one of those moments where I was like, I probably shouldn't be showing him this right now, but don't let the wife know.
Oh, Frighteners ain't that bad. I was watching Friday 7 at that age.
It really isn't that bad, but man, everything about this movie I just love. I'm a huge Michael J. Fox fan. He rocks it. The script is fantastic. It really is good. There's great comedy in this. It's actually funny. It's not slapsticky. It's really good. The effects are just, for 1996, phenomenal. Really, really good stuff, man. And it was really cool hearing Peter Jackson talk about the effects and how they did them and what they went through and stuff. And he wasn't sure about it either. He wasn't sure. He was like, man, I don't know how the fuck this is going to turn out, kind of thing. And it turned out really good, man, in my opinion. But I just love the characters, man. I think that Jake Busey's character, fantastic. Dee Wallace, amazing. I know Brandon mentioned earlier, her third act. Yeah. Amazing, really good, yeah. But she's good in it, man. I mean, the time that she has, really good stuff, man. But man, Jake Busey, what a great acquisition to that film, right there. He looks batshit crazy, perfect, looks fucking perfect, man. I think this is like the epitome of one of those great horror comedies that works. It really does work, man, because it's kind of serious at a lot of points in it. There's a lot of kind of undertones to the film. Michael J. Fox's character, his whole demeanor in the film is based off of tragedy. It's like a tragic story, right? He loses his wife, and from that tragedy, he kind of gains like a positive. He can communicate with the dead, so he uses that like a scumbag would. And he uses that to kind of scam people and stuff. I like that idea. But then there's this whole other aspect of, this killer that is out to be the most notorious killer in the world. And now he needs to stop that and stuff. And I like this whole aspect. It's got a lot of different dynamics to the film. I just absolutely love this film.
All right, what's your rating on that?
Nobody wants to chime in at all. I can talk about this film.
Wow. No, it was the first time I saw it, and I liked it more than I thought I was. I still gave it a 7 out of 10, and I'm going into it, I was thinking I was, not going to really like it at all, because I just, by the look of it, but I enjoyed it as well. I'm surprised that it's your number one. I didn't know of your love for this.
Yeah, I'm really surprised, honestly.
Well, it's funny because JP, if you had paid attention to things over the years, like I've mentioned this film a few times and how much I love this movie, but man, when 1996 came up, I was like, oh my god, the first 3 films I thought of was Scream, From Dusk Till Dawn, and The Frighteners, and it's my top 3.
I mean,
it's just kind of how, yeah.
I guess I could comment on it a little bit. It's obviously not my number one. I did like it. I did not see it in any way, shape, or form as much as Moods likes it. It honestly, it was all right. I gave it a 7 as like Dave. I did enjoy it.
Was it first time watch?
Yeah, first time watch. It was pretty cool. I love Michael J. Fox, huge fan. I just felt like it drug. It was kind of I didn't really dig the comedy at all. It felt very Ghostbusters to me, which I'm not a huge fan of either. They felt the same tone. I know Moods disagrees. Brandon kind of agrees with me. To me, it's the same exact tone.
I mean, Ghostbusters is actually one of my favorite films ever.
Yeah.
I love Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I didn't mean that in a bad way.
Yeah, I
don't think this one drags at all, man. Even watching the director's cut is insane. The last 45 to 50 minutes of the film is it's like this long third act. It's just nuts. It goes crazy.
I just really wasn't that interested in it. You guys rave about the effects and stuff. I don't like them that much. It's cartoony to me. Even though they look good, it feels like I'm watching a cartoon. It's like a Scooby-Doo episode.
But the cartoony effects is appropriate for this film because it's kind of a comedy.
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's a horror comedy. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, it is what it is, man. I think this movie's fucking brilliant, man.
I mean,
I didn't like the CG. That was my issue, honestly. I think I didn't like the way the CG looked. But
Really? I think it looks amazing. I think it's probably the top-notch CG that by far in any film in 96. And even today, I think it still looks really good.
yeah.
Well, like I said, it was my first time. Maybe if I go back and watch it again, maybe I'll be like, well, maybe
I can
maybe I'm
tell
wrong.
this is a
I
film.
saw
You know
this
the
on the
movie
big
better
screen
than I
back
do.
in 96, and I was just like, I was like, this is so damn cool, man. So cool. I mean, this isn't a number one nostalgic pick, whatever. This is the third time I've watched this film since
It's
we've
the
been
best
doing the
film
96.
there for you, or your favorite film?
This is the best film.
Better than Scream, better than From Dusk Till Dawn.
This is my favorite film.
It's his favorite.
Favorite or best?
This is the best film. Better than it. This is my favorite film.
No, I mean,
I'm closer with Moods though. I love this film. This was the first and second time I saw
To
it.
be honest, man, I have a lot more fun watching The Frighteners than I do with Scream. It has way more replay value for me than Scream. It really does.
Frighteners literally has zero replay value for me. I'll probably never watch it again.
It's because you have no sense of humor, though. That's your problem. You have no sense of humor. So
when I watch
the
my
humor
horror
isn't even
films, I do
slapsticky
like
in
them
this. It's
humor
actually
films.
pretty funny. I mean,
It's
they're
pretty
walking
slapsticky, dude.
not like fucking Chris Farley slapstick comedy, man. Come on.
No, not.
It's
for
pretty.
Scooby
I mean,
either, but like I don't know. It feels like a Scooby Doo episode to me. Like it really does.
this is the first time you watch this film, right?
Ever, first time ever.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. I don't need to argue, man. I think
I'm not arguing. I wasn't even going to say anything about it.
Landmine goes click.
He's kind of like, nobody's going to say anything, so I was like, I'll talk. Landmine goes click is great.
I don't know if I'm capable of
I'm
talking
sure it's good.
anymore.
I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's not a number one film though, but it's all
You might have had it number one.
yeah, right.
What do you mean? Why? Have you seen it?
From last year?
Yeah.
What was my number one film last
The
year?
Editor?
Yeah, exactly. Nothing's beating that.
Yeah, no, another horror comedy there.
Well, apparently
What
I
movie?
like a little bit of humor in my films, I guess. Never really thought of it like that.
Anyway, Brandon,
But then again, Scream is.
did you rate it? Did you give it 10 out of 10?
No, I did not. 9.5. 9.5.
No 10s for you this episode?
Dude, don't fucking patronize me. Come
What
on.
are you talking about, patronize? What do you mean?
Always gotta have a 10 out of 10 on every episode.
That's my number one.
All right, Brandon.
Wait till we get to your number 0.
Oh, you don't even want to know what that pick is.
All right, my number 1. No surprise. Scream.
I mean, I think we should all just... Dave, your Scream?
Yes.
Mine's Scream as well.
Yeah, the crazy thing is...
well, apparently I'm going to look like the guy that did it out of whatever.
No, Moose.
Hey,
The
dude,
guy that can't
if you
pick Scream,
love...
he's got to be the different fucking guy.
If you
Good
like...
for you. Being different's cool.
Moods. JP went landmine goes click. You'll never have to
Nobody will
justify.
ever.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and Jeremy went flu.
Yeah. So...
Nobody even knew that was a movie.
And that
So,
and that was in the same year as fucking the Maniac. Oh,
Yeah.
The Maniac didn't even make his top 10.
Yeah.
I
But
think
then
I-
ABC's a
Death
horror
did.
did or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Death, whatever the fuck.
But no, seriously, Moods, if you fucking love The Frighteners with all your heart, like, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah, that's awesome shit.
No, I'm
Like
not.
me with the craft. I love the craft.
Dude,
I was just saying how I
watched
didn't
it again
like it that
before the show. I watched it again before the show because I love that movie so much.
Yeah. Scream, I feel that way about. Like, to me, Scream is the first true horror film that was new that I seen. 1996. I was still watching the Friday the 13th and shit of yesteryear. Scream was the first big horror film that I ever seen that was new. And it blew me away. I remember people calling each other, "What's your favorite scary movie?" Shit like that. I mean, it literally forced the nation to get caller ID. Like, it literally did, And
Oh, man, I remember Scream. I saw it in the theater too, man. It was fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
It was such a breath of
It
fresh
was.
air. especially being in the 90s, like how many great horror movies did we see in the theater? Not a whole lot.
Yeah,
I mean, I saw Hellraiser 3. I saw Hellraiser 3 in the theater one time.
It literally forced
the
the entire genre to change. And
it did. It did.
And it's a film that you go back and you watch, and these references are genius. The scene alone where Jamie Kennedy is sitting on the couch. Is that his name, Jamie Kennedy?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's sitting on the couch watching Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween saying, "Behind you, Jamie, behind." Like, that is like a quadruple, like, entendre, like, fucking
never
amazing
say
mind
you'll
blow.
be back. Never say you'll be back.
Yeah, nobody had ever vocalized the rules of horror.
Well, that's what I love about Scream, because it's so self-aware of not only itself but the genre and everything. It's great. It's great.
I mean,
but yet it's a great slasher.
It's a really
itself.
great.
It's a great slasher.
It is.
It's fantastic. It has some of the best chase scenes ever.
Absolutely.
It has some of the coolest and well written, most depthful characters ever in a slasher. Ever.
I agree. It has perfect red herrings, I think.
Perfect. I had no idea who the killers were when
Me either.
I thought it was the boyfriend, so I guess I kind of won. But
you guys have a lot of you love watching Scream over and over again, even though
I can watch Scream.
Completely know who this killer is, and
there's only two.
You find
films.
it loses a little bit of.
Nope.
I have a different opinion.
Is still so amazing to me that like the whole scene when they're like when they're stabbing each other and shit, and it's like I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? And when he's like, the blood looks so good. The blood looks realistic to me. Like, I've seen some bloody ass people in my life, and it's more dark like that. That's
Brandon, I was fucking right, wasn't I?
About?
What did I say pregame? What did I say pregame?
What, JP's gonna be number one with Scream?
No, that my number one won't even be on JP's top 10.
Yeah, you did say that.
Wow.
You did say
I
that.
called that shit. JP wasn't on fucking mic yet, and I said, I got a feeling that my number one might not even be on his top 10.
Look,
Damn!
It's probably because I talked about it before and how I was like, it was pretty good, but nothing super great.
To put that
what
little argument to rest, there's only 2 films out of the 37 I watched that I watched more than once, and that was Scream and The Frighteners.
Yeah, Scream I watched twice as well.
Scream I watched twice, and The Frighteners I watched
So
twice.
JP, you obviously rated the Frighteners under 7. So
no, I gave it a 7.
Oh, you did give it a 7.
Yeah, it was kind of on the edge there. Right now, I have it ranked at 15.
Would you rank all of them?
There's 4 films in front of that one?
Yeah, I have Thinner in front of it. I have Trilogy of Terror 2, Crash, and The Beast.
Damn.
I mean, did it make your list, Dave? Frighteners?
No, it's right off. It's a number 7, and my first 2 are 7s. It's right there with it, and it just didn't make the cut at the end. It almost made the cut.
But like I said, all those 7s are interchangeable. If I didn't have such a good connection with the craft, it could have made the list. The Frighteners is a solid fun watch.
I had more fun with The Frighteners the second time. The first time I watched it, I gave it an 8, and I'm like, okay. Then I'm like, all right, this is number 3 right now on my list. Let me rewatch it, because if it drops down to a 7, 7.5, it could be anywhere from number 3 to just off the list. And I raised it up to an 8.5. So, like, I'm definitely more in the boat with moods on The Frighteners, but
Frank Bannister, man, so dope. He's so awesome, man.
That's great.
Milk,
but I feel
he's got to be the creepiest, oddest, fucking most bizarre character. Like, Jeffrey Combs kills that role, man.
And I'm with you, dude.
Good,
The Frighteners is a very well-made movie, 100%. It is directed well, it's acted well, it's written well, all that stuff. But
even Jackson says it's his best horror film. By far.
I like Dead Alive better, but Peter Jackson probably knows more than me. From Dusk Till Dawn and Scream,
probably he does.
These films are also written well and directed well and acted well, and some of the most iconic characters ever, and one of the most iconic killers ever, and one of the most iconic opening scenes ever. It was literally parodied and spoofed. It's just, these films to me are I love them so much, and Scream is truly one of my favorite horror films ever. Not in '96, period. It's a game changer. It's groundbreaking. There's literally.
I agree with all that. But when it comes down to favorites,
okay,
different story.
Favorites slightly different because my list might be different favorites. I rank these from the best quality to least best this time.
I mean, there's always, when you're ranking these, man, I mean, I'm sure all of us did it a little bit different. You know, I mean, can I talk for everyone here, or am I just talking about my ass?
No, go ahead. I want to hear this because I'm kind of
No, man. You know, sometimes, you know, we rank these films like, you know, favorites or the best and stuff. I'm actually quite curious on how everyone did their top tens. Did we rank them by, you know, favorites or strictly by the best?
I mean, when you're talking about like two
It's
sevens, I'm gonna go with my favorite over maybe what's technically a little bit better because they're both sevens. But at the end of the day, like most of my list is it just so happens that Scream is also my favorite in this list. But you know,
of course,
it's also the best. Like for example, like I like The Dentist more than Thesis, but Thesis is a better movie, so it went above The Dentist.
So it got changed up a little bit then. So you're saying that, you know, some films were ranked higher because they were better and some were ranked higher because they were favorites.
Only in a situation where I have a tie.
Okay.
I went more
Fair
with
enough.
favorites. I went more with favorites, to be honest, because from a technical standpoint, unless something blatantly pisses me off or is noticeably bad, it's always going to wind up being my favorite that appears to be the best to me. So it's almost like interchangeable. Like, I went with Tremors 2 and Bad Moon on the list at, 10 and 9, and left films like Stendhal Syndrome and Piano Man just off. And those were the two films that I was talking about you with Moods beforehand that I was hoping would come up because I wanted to talk about them.
I thought for 100% sure you're going to have Piano Man.
Yeah,
on
I thought so too.
And Piano Man, Piano Man was a movie, I watched it 1.5 times. I watched it once and then I went back to certain scenes to watch it again. And honestly, if it wasn't for just the amount of time that's gone by since I've seen it, it might be on the top 10. So, it's tough to say, but I really just don't consider myself knowledgeable enough from a technical standpoint. Yeah, I could tell if CGI is bad or if acting is bad, but
I've always
the thing is with
like
ranking
this.
films,
I'll put two films next to each other. Which one do I think is the better film? Better made film, better like that to me it's not, you don't have to be super analytical about things. Just what's the better movie?
It's tough though with certain films because
there's really no method to it though. There's no method, man.
Yeah.
If you want to rank on your favorite to least favorite, that's fine. There's no rules to this.
Yeah, nobody's saying that you can't do that.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm interested because sometimes the best and favorite.
But that's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
I know JP generally ranks from, best to worst.
Yeah.
And I, everyone knows I like, favorites to least favorite. I mean, sometimes I'll respect films, I know that they're better. 100%. It might be further down on my list.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I never do that either. Yeah. I do that sometimes. I just have a very sort of mixture quality that I do. In my head, it all makes sense. I might have a hard time verbalizing it, but typically I lean on it just usually, most of the time, the better film is my one that I like more anyway. Yeah. But not all the time. So I do deviate from my criteria sometimes in certain cases. I don't, like I say, I bust your balls over your rankings sometimes, but at the end of the day, we know that film is subjective, but that doesn't mean that I can't have fun and make fun of your, edit.
Oh, and that's why I never get mad. I never get mad at that at all because, we're generally going to disagree on the majority of things. No, yeah, I might sound like I'm getting mad because I'm only defending my word.
Okay.
I'm not actually getting mad.
Okay. Yeah,
because getting mad is a little ridiculous. I'm not Jeremy here. Come on, I'm not getting fucking butthurt. I mean,
so what about you, Dave? Do you go best to worst, or do you go favorite to least favorite?
Well, for me, when it comes to music and movies, favorite and best are always the same thing.
Okay,
that's why they're my favorite because they're the best.
Of course, Dave has to do that, man.
That's why I've heard people talk that way on shows, and I've never understood the difference. Now, a football team, The Bills are my favorite football team. I know they're not the best football team, so
Not
it doesn't
even,
count
like,
with
the top 15 best.
Well, whatever. It doesn't
I
count
think
with
sports are different. Sports are
They're not
different. Though.
I'm just
subjective.
joking, man.
That's what I'm saying. But I could say something is better made. Like, is The Frighteners a better made movie than fucking Ebola Syndrome? Of course it is. Better production values, of course, because they have more money and stuff. So that's one way of saying best, but it wouldn't be ranked higher because that wouldn't be fair. But to me, every time I make a list or every time I rate, or when I give, it's always just that's how I feel, and it's favorite and best are one and the same.
It's
just
just
feel you, man.
You don't take budget into account. It's tough to sometimes grade these when you're talking about.
I just don't think that deeply
I
about it.
really
Like,
never
it's
try to
awesome.
consider budget, man, because I watch
No.
so many low budget
Yeah,
films.
I throw budget out the window.
Yeah, I gotta throw that out
Sometimes
there.
I will rank a film that had a low budget that exceeds that budget and looks better. Like, sometimes I'll give it credit for that, but even then I shouldn't really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But anyway, Scream, I think that we all agree, all four of us agree that it's an amazing movie. It truly was groundbreaking. I mean, we
And
can
that
scene for scene, do commentaries,
Made the
whatever.
hot.
And-
Made the Hoff.
My opinion's going to be a little different, though.
Okay.
I love it. I did end up picking it as my number one. I've only watched it probably less than 10 times in my life, and I saw it when it first dropped at the show, and it was just like Mood said earlier, it was a breath of
At the
fresh
show.
air.
Where'd you see it?
At the cinema. How's that?
Okay.
And,
I love the show. It's great.
really enjoyed it because, like I said, horror was dead at the time and I was out of it. And this movie came out and I was like, ooh, this is a real slasher movie. I haven't seen a slasher movie in at least 5 years. This is great. This is what horror needs. And you know what? I was right, and that was great. But here's where I'm different. Everything that came after it, everybody gives this movie all the credit for rejuvenating slashers and this and that. To me, everything that came afterwards fucking sucked. This movie was lightning in a bottle, and it's a great fucking film. But everything
Thank
it
you, Dave.
inspired is shit. That's why I didn't
Not
watch
everything.
this.
Do you like The
Just-
Faculty?
Never saw it because
It's great.
It reminded me of everything else. I know.
I know
people
you
have been telling
did.
me
I know
should
you
see
did last summer.
it. Watched it for
Pretty
the first
much
time
not that good.
3 years ago and thought it was average at best. But
I give
that's
that
all
shit
I'm
a
saying.
6.
Yeah, all of them fucking movies, everything that came out, I could live without. It didn't do anything to rejuvenate the slasher genre. It rejuvenated freaking horror. Yes, but then what came after? Shit, horror wasn't good again until freaking 2003.
Yeah.
Seriously.
99.
So this movie gets a little too much credit for that, but not for what it is in itself. Itself is great. The references, the Halloween and the slasher fanboy stuff, of course we're gonna love that. How would we not? All that shit about movies, all that stuff is great. And the freaking here's the thing. Bottom line is this: self-referential, the gag, meta, whatever you want to call it. At this time, they wouldn't say that word, but the self-referential stuff was great because at this time it was new. Now it's passé, and everybody did it, and it sucks.
I don't like it now either, Dave. But
No.
I don't like it even before this really that much with New Nightmare and stuff. This is
No,
the
me
only
neither. Or
film that I
Jason
really
Lives.
love it in, and maybe Leslie Vernon.
Right. But this was great. There's so many great things about this movie. This was the best slasher we had seen in years. The writing is so smart. The intro is absolutely epic. I don't think anybody can deny that. That was great.
Yeah.
You know, it's filmed well. The soundtrack is great. I love
Soundtrack's great. There's one
Don't
thing
Fear
that I
the Reaper.
don't like about the movie, okay?
What's
and
that?
it's the scene, it's a couple scenes, but one of the scenes is when Ghostface just appears like in a grocery store or something. It's so Scooby-Doo. I'm like,
It's
that
bullshit,
should have
man.
been
It
cut.
doesn't make any fucking sense.
It doesn't.
That doesn't
It
bother
doesn't
me.
make
Why
any
couldn't
sense,
he know
man.
where
I
they
was
were?
literally just saying the fucking same thing when I was watching. I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
It's
only
not
scene.
him. It's just somebody wearing the costume.
It's the only scene, man. It's the only scene.
Jesus Christ, Brandon, that's not true. It's actually Ghostface.
No, it's
It is
not.
Ghostface, but why can't he
and
know
Don't
where
Fear
they
the
are?
Reaper was
He,
in the
he can
Frighteners
know where
also.
they are. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make much sense.
Why do that? You
In
know?
the credits, it was.
Yeah.
Why?
It was-
like which? Okay,
Don't Fear
if
the
it's
Reaper
Billy
was in
or
the
Stu, it doesn't make sense.
It was in both
No,
movies.
it was
I'm
in the
saying.
background.
We have
Don't
two
Fear the
different
Reaper was-
conversations happening right now.
Yeah. They're talking about Ghostface, and I was just saying that Don't Fear the Reaper was in both movies.
What, Halloween in this?
No, it's Scream and Frighteners.
The remix song.
Oh, I don't know about the Frighteners.
Frighteners.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well,
Are you talking about the Carpenters cover?
That's a fucking hating on the Frighteners. You fucking Scream #1.
You talking about
fucking
the Sonic
fan.
Youth cover?
Fuck.
I like that version.
Is that who did the remix
Of what?
or the cover?
Of what?
Don't fear the Reaper.
What are we talking about? I'm so confused right now. I don't know what's
I'm
going
confused too. I'm not sure.
Don't
Keep going
fear
back
the
to the
Reaper.
Frighteners somehow.
on. Okay, anyway, 10
Because
out
me
of
and
10
Brandon are
for
talking.
me,
You guys are talking about Scream.
10 out of 10 for Dave, and I assume 10 out of 10 for Brandon?
10 out of 10, yes.
Okay, with that, perfect 30, Hall of Fame, any honorable mentions or dishonorable mentions? Start with me. Okay, so my biggest surprise
I
of...
can't believe I'm going to be left off my own goddamn website because I have a 9.5 on that. You guys all give it 10?
Yep.
Yeah, but you can leave me off.
No,
Yeah, I'll
it's
give it a
perfect 30
9.5
with
if
Brandon
you
and Dave and me.
I'm fucking huffing and puffing over here. Puffy chest.
Give it a 39.5 out of 40.
Puffy chested.
Okay.
Ugh.
One of the biggest surprises with me was fucking Amityville 8 or 6 or whatever it is. Like, it was actually not bad at all. And it was so surprising. I was like, how is this even possible that this late in the Amityville series, there's a solid movie in there? Because Dave knows, I know, Amityville 2 is the best, followed by the first one, and then everything is trash. Except for Amityville, It's About Time or whatever one I watched, or Dollhouse. It was Dollhouse.
Guys, JP, can I interrupt you really quick? I'm sorry. Just because I happen to be here and I listened to the show. When you guys are talking about the Amityville, what
franchise?
counts? Yeah, here's what I truly believe. If it's not called the Amityville Horror, it's not part of that franchise. 1, 2, and 3, and then the remake are the only official. Because anybody can use the name Amityville because it's a real town. I can make a movie called The Pittsburgh Connection if I want to. It doesn't matter. And anyone can make a house that looks like that because you can't copyright a house. So in my opinion, I may be wrong by studio or something. It's the first 3 that are called the Amityville Horror and the remake that's called the Amityville Horror. And that is it. Everything else, any asshole.
Pretty much every film up to the remake
Brandon.
are Amityville something, though.
Is it
They're
me or
called
is it-
Amityville, but they're
Does
not called
anyone
the
else want to see
Amityville
the Pittsburgh
Horror.
Connection now?
So I just had to say that.
Yeah, well, that's
Think about
definitely
it.
an interesting conversation, Dave, but I do believe that Amityville 4 and 5 and 6 were actually produced by the company that owned the original Amityvilles.
Maybe
That's right.
because
They
they
were.
have
That's right.
numbers.
They were all part of the original franchise. Everything up to at least the remake are.
Okay, well,
For
I'll tell
sure.
you what. If they have a number, I could buy it. But anybody can call something the Amityville Curse.
Well, that's
Legally, I
why
can make
we
it
like
tomorrow.
numbers, man. That's why we like numbers. That's why we give
Yeah,
props
we do
to
like numbers. But you wouldn't say, like, Friday... Well, it doesn't really work with that, but I know what you mean,
Well,
yeah.
no, it doesn't. But
So,
I'm just saying any asshole can make an Amityville film. The 4 of us can meet tomorrow.
well,
and
we're
call
starting to
and
think
that was
any
my
asshole
argument,
can.
too, Dave.
Because we got Polonia Brothers making fucking Amityville horror films, and we're like, what the fuck? Like,
See?
we know they have nothing to do with Amityville. So it makes you kind of wonder a little bit.
Didn't mean to
does.
sidetrack, but I'm here, and I listened to the show, and I was like, rather than type it out one day, I figured I'd say it, so here we are.
Good
All
point.
these new ones that are coming out, fuck me, man. So many.
Amityville Dollhouse, I thought was pretty good, really
Yeah.
surprising. You guys were really down on Pinocchio's Revenge. I thought it was alright, honestly.
So what y'all rate that one?
What?
Pinocchio's Revenge.
6.5?
5.5.
Are on fucking crack.
Why?
Seriously.
5.5.
Who else watched that one?
6.
5.5 for me.
Oh my god, what the? I got a 3.5 on that. That movie's
Why?
shitty.
What's wrong with it?
It's horrible.
How?
Everything is horrible about that film.
Nah,
It's just
dude, like,
terrible.
it's pretty cool, like, because at
No,
first
the
you
whole
don't know
setup,
if the
acting,
fucking, the Pinocchio is real or it's the kid and like, I like that. It's kind of cool.
Okay, no, it's garbage. But
So that's your dishonorable
Your
mention?
only criticism is that it's garbage. That's
no, I said the acting. I said the whole setup to the film is shit. What
But
do you mean
the
you're
guy who
fucking
murders
confused?
the
What do you
kid
honestly
and-
think that the fucking kid or the doll is doing? Give me a fucking break.
you
That's
mean?
retarded. It's
Why?
It's called Pinocchio's Revenge. There's no mystery there.
There's kind of a
There's no mystery to that. It's retarded. I talked to Kevin Tenney about this. He even laughed with me. He said it was garbage.
I don't know.
Garbage. Fuck. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Garbage. 4
Yeah,
out of
Uncle
10.
Sam does
Yep.
suck.
Yes,
4
it
out of
does.
10. 4 out of
Fucking
10.
terrible.
Awful.
Fucking
I
terrible.
give it a fucking
Thoughts on Mary Riley?
2.
Thoughts on Mary
Mary
Riley?
Riley was alright. I gave it a 6.
6.
I gave it a 5.
I didn't see it. I skipped it. I figured it would be shitty or average.
The Beast was good. That was close to my top 10 there. I liked Thinner a lot.
What'd you rate it? You can't talk about a film and not rate it.
7.
Okay, same rate as me. Yeah.
Thinner, I gave a 7 as well. I did like Thinner. Trilogy of Terror 2, a 7.
I got Thinner at 7.
Crash, a 7. The Girl in the Basement, that was a big surprise for me just because of the ending. It's not the best film in the world, but I actually really enjoyed it. I gave that one a 7 as well.
Yeah, I gave that a 7 too.
Girl in the Basement, I may have 7 exactly. Same rating. Same rating.
Oh, I really hated that film.
Oh, I'm surprised. I thought they'd be right up your alley.
Yeah,
it's
pretty
it was
cool.
boring as
Indie
shit.
little.
The ending was cool, man.
Did
The ending
anyone
was
watch
cool.
Polymorph?
The ending was cool, but it
I
was
like it
boring
better
as
than
shit. man.
Dahmer. You
That's
guys loved
messed
that
up.
movie.
That's
Anyone
messed up.
watch Baptism of Blood?
No.
Yes. I enjoyed Baptism of Blood.
Me too. I gave it a 6.5.
Let me see my rating. Hold on. 7. I gave it a 7, actually.
Okay.
Splatter? Anybody watch Splatter? Naked
Nope.
Blood?
Yeah, 6 out of 10.
I gave it a 6 too, Brandon. Thank you.
Hey.
We're on the same fucking page.
Sometimes they come
Dude,
back.
you got it.
and wasn't-
Some of the gore in that shit was fucked up. Man.
Oh my god, yeah.
Dude, when that chick started eating herself, man, it was like, what?
That's extreme.
It was extreme, man. It was crazy.
Sometimes they come back again. I didn't think that one was that bad. I gave that one a 6. One that
6?
you guys
I gave that a
had,
6.
Brandon, the lone person that had this on their top 10. I actually kind of enjoyed this one way more than I thought, and that was Romeo and Juliet. I gave that one a 6.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I really thought Moods. You didn't have that on your top 10.
It kind of overstayed its welcome for me.
I have it at a 6.5 out of 10 on my list here, man.
It's funny the way
Same.
I really felt like you were gonna come in pretty high on that.
Yeah, I really enjoy that film, man. I just don't think it's overly that great. But
No, it kind of is the same joke that's really funny in the first hour, and then it's just like, okay, it's the same joke still. You know, it just keeps going with the same joke.
the film does run a little bit too long.
It is.
Yeah.
It is long.
But it was,
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
really surprised with it, because you know me and I always talk shit on trauma and stuff, but I liked it. I liked it. It was definitely fun. It was funny.
Okay, I got a couple guys. Rubber's Lover. Anyone check out Rubber's Lover?
Nope.
That was actually in my top 10, and I scrapped it for The Beast and put it in, Beast is number 9. That was a really fucking interesting kind of Japanese cyberpunk film. It was really fucking messed up. Really cool shit.
Yeah.
Fatal Frames, I had 7 on there too. It was really, which I'd reviewed before on the podcast. Fun stuff. I don't know. What else do you guys have?
Well, I'll tell you my worst. My worst 2 that I watched was Fever Lake with Corey Haim and
I didn't watch
Tongue. Killer Tongue was dreadful. It was a 2 out of 10. Barely even a 2, man. I could go lower. It was so awful.
Wow.
Sucked. It sucked bad.
Yeah, I had
Biggest waste
Carnosaur.
of time.
I had Carnosaur 3 at a 2.5, and Little Witches at 3 out of 10.
Shit, man.
Santa Claus. Santa Claus, 1 out of 10.
Wow. My worst was a 5. and that was freaking, what do you call it? Head of the Family. That was a 5, and it was the worst. But I didn't get as deep as you guys did, of course.
I would probably give
I
Head
tried
of
to
the
skip
Family
them.
a 5
I
as well.
wasn't
All right,
going to
man.
watch Uncle Sam again and those other shit, and Carnosaur and shit like
Bordello of Blood,
Uncle
huge
Sam?
disappointment. 6 out of 10.
4 out of 10.
6.5 for
Uncle
me.
Sam. I got same thing. 6 out of 10.
6.5.
For Bordello?
Yeah.
Yep.
What
Bordello.
about Henry 2? Am I the only one that liked it? I gave it a
5
7.
out of
I gave it a
10.
6. 6 out of 10.
I gave it a
5.
7, man.
What did I give it?
Damn.
I gave it a 6. A 6.
Yeah, Brandon, you're right on that.
Here's what I think. You guys watch
No,
one after the other,
I
and it
think
hurt
it's
you.
pretty bad. But
I was surprised. I thought it was going to be awful. Just like I thought the Trilogy of Terror 2 was going to be awful. And I watched it, and I was like,
right.
huh. But I'm telling you, you guys did 1, and then you went to 2 right after, and that would definitely make the grade go down.
Yeah, because
there's no question. You're comparing.
Yeah, I mean, we even
Yeah.
criticized the fact that Henry's
Right.
like fat now and he doesn't seem
Right.
anything like he is. But I mean, I
He's got
guess
a different head.
I just hadn't seen. Actually, I have seen Henry this year. I had the Blu-ray, and I did watch it this year, part 1, of course. But because my memory is shit, it doesn't matter. So I watched part 2.
Stop
and it's
getting so old.
What did you guys think of Hellraiser 4 and Children of the Corn 4?
Hellraiser was good. I gave it a 6 out of 10, and I like it to a degree because it's Pinhead's movie. Because he gets more dialogue in that movie than he gets the first 2 combined, I think. They made him front and center, and for that reason,
He gets
it
a
had
lot
some
of dialogue
charm.
in part 3 as well.
Yes, he does, but it's cheesy. They jump the shark and all that shit. Oh my god.
Hellraiser 4.
6 for me.
6 for you, Moods? I gave it a 5. I honestly, I used to like it. This was the worst viewing for me. I really noticed a lot of the flaws that I had in the past. I love the period piece stuff when they're back in France in the olden days and shit. Like, that's good to me. The modern day shit sucks, boring. It's actually really convoluted and just all over the place.
Dude, the movie's like so fucking back and forth. It's just like you're watching a fuck job.
I've never watched a fuck job.
What about Children
Well,
of the Corn
you
4?
did if
Dave,
you
did
watched
get
fucking
that one?
Bloodlines. It's a fuck job.
Did
What'd
you
you
get
say?
the Children of the Corn 4, Dave?
I did not watch Children of the Corn.
I thought you was gonna like that one.
I did.
Sticking
really?
with 6.5. 6.5 for me on Children of the Corn 4.
6.5 for me too.
I
Yeah,
like
everybody
it.
likes.
I remember you guys not liking it when you did your retro.
No. They liked it. I didn't like it.
That's my original rating from the podcast. Is 6.5.
I
Yeah.
thought 3 and 4 were the
It's good.
the ones
I
you
watched
did.
it again. 6.5. I give it 6.5. I liked it, man.
It's
No,
fine.
I own
we
that
all
movie.
like part 3, and most of everybody likes part 4. Part 4 is probably the best made besides the first one. I just don't like it for some reason.
I've only seen the first one, and I own freaking parts like 3 through 7 on some freaking 4-pack Blu-ray.
Four
And I never
is
watched
like a Asian influenced film with Naomi Watts. Like it's just
What?
it's like an Asian.
I have
ghost-
no idea where you're coming
It's
from.
like an Asian ghost story, dude. It's like the same type of stuff that happens in Asian ghost stories.
I love Naomi
If you really think about it, come on.
That's Dave's Pamela Voorhees.
No, that's Christians. But I
Okay,
like,
guys.
and there was a lot of hot
Christians.
shit.
Island of Dr. Moreau. Who watched
I
it?
didn't get to it. I couldn't
I
find a
watched it.
copy, man.
Brandon, what'd you think of it?
I gave it a 5.
Oh, dude, Reddit says 5.
Yeah, I
That
couldn't find
movie
a
is
copy.
that movie is atrocious, man.
That was one I was
It's
actually.
it's
interested in.
atrocious, but I'm surprised. Like, it was the first time watched. I'm surprised I didn't hate it more. It was just
It
very.
is so bad. It's such a bad film. Fuck.
It really is.
But at the same time, it's still like pretty well made. Like there's kind of factors that are factored into both there, but yeah, it's a really big budget film that should have been a lot better.
Yeah.
Such a shame.
I gotta say, there was a lot of hot women in these movies this year. I noticed that almost every movie there was a standout attractive woman. There was a lot.
Thor.
I love how Dave's always bringing up the hot women.
Dude,
It's
I'm
fucking-
sorry. I didn't talk about him enough. Seriously, there was a
Nah, it's
bunch.
so good. What about
Dude,
did
Firuza
you watch
Balk?
Fear? Did you watch Fear?
Okay,
I
I'm
know
glad
some-
you think Firuza Balk is decent looking because
Oh,
I thought I was
I'm
the only
obsessed with her.
person.
In this movie, I'm obsessed with that character and her. I would just, yeah. I don't know why that dude was chasing freaking the other girl. I would.
Yeah, I'm more of a Robin Tunney girl.
Wow,
I'm more. I don't know.
guy.
I like that
Guy,
freaky
whatever I
Firuza
am.
Balk, man. I'm down
Dude,
with you, Dave.
She's awesome, and Rose McGowan in Scream, she's distracting.
Oh my god, dude!
Oh man,
I had the biggest crush on her for my whole life.
That little red pants that she's got on Scream.
oh.
And her
Yes.
green top.
Oh.
Come on.
And when she gets killed later, it's
Honest-
a great scene.
Dude,
Oh,
when,
it's so
when
sexy
she's
when
bent
she's
over,
dead.
when she's bent over in the garage
Yes.
there, all I'm thinking is shocker.
Oh. So, yeah.
Now, would that be a 6-finger shocker?
That would be. I guess. Yeah. We would.
Oh no! Don't bring it up.
Okay, so we got one more thing to take care of, guys. Our next
yeah.
top 10.
Oh,
This is the most exciting part of the entire show for me. I've been stoked
this
about
one.
this for fucking weeks.
Yeah, and the
Weeks.
reason why, guys, is because
can't
they
wait
convinced
for
me
this.
to remove all 90s films and all 2000s films and only focus on 1969.
Well, we need to get a year that we
because
haven't
they've
had,
been
or a
used
decade that we
before.
haven't had.
We need
Yeah,
to get a
only
different
be-
decade. A different
Yeah.
decade.
Yeah, and
Different decade.
And we
Makes
have
sense.
done the 60s, but the point is there's only one left to do, so might as well throw it in. And we haven't got any in the 2010 plus yet. So we have...
Which is only 2 years, right?
Yeah, we have 1969 to 1989, and then 2010, 11, and 12.
Oh,
Awesome.
3 years. Okay.
Yeah. All right,
Please-
so are you
please
guys
be-
ready for this?
Please be 70s or 80s.
Are we making predictions again?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
1976. Baby, baby.
1987.
Oh, I hope it is 87.
God, it'd be awesome if 87.
But I predict. I'm going to go with the first thing that popped into my head 77.
1980.
All right.
Well, I
here it
hope
goes,
so.
guys.
That's your
You
year,
guys
Brandon.
ready? Are you excited?
I'd bust a
Me and
nut. if
Brandon
it's
were
1980.
conceived.
80
All right.
or 81. I'd bust a nut.
Somebody count
That's
it
our
down.
conceive year.
Somebody count it down.
5, 4, 3,
Do it now.
1.
1986.
Yes!
86?
Yes! Yes!
86.
Motherfucker, what year?
Ah,
So good. 86 was a terrible year.
anything
Was it
80.
really? I don't even know.
It's
Let me
80s.
see.
No, 86 is good, man. 86 is good.
Of course it's good. It's 80s.
Oh, you tricked me, man. You said 1980.
I know.
You
Oh, I'm
bastard.
so excited. I'm
All right,
so excited.
so-
now
so
we're in the
let-
80s.
let's
We're
take-
gonna have a.
Let's go into some of these. We have Aliens, April Fool's Day, Chopping Mall, Class of Nukem High, Critters, Dead End Drive-In, Deadly Friend, Dead Time Stories, Demons 2, Entrails of a Virgin, The Fly, Jason Lives, From Beyond, Gothic, Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, The Hitcher, House, Invaders from Mars, Killer Party, Killer Workout, Little Shop of Horrors, Link, Maximum Overdrive, Mountain Motel Massacre, Moon and Scorpio, Murder Lust, Neon Maniacs, Night of the Creeps, Night Ripper, Nomads, Poltergeist 3, Psycho 3, Scream Time, Shadows Run Black, Slaughter High, Sorority House Massacre, Spookies, Terror of the Ten Killer, Terror Vision, Texas Chainsaw 2, Trick or Treat, Troll, Truth or Dare, A Critical Madness, Vamp, The Vindicator, Witchboard, The Wrath, Zombie Nightmare, You'll Die at Midnight, and those are just the ones on Wikipedia.
How in the
Slaughter
fuck do you
High.
even make a top 10 out of that?
Oh,
I
it's
just
gonna be
recently reviewed The
so
Wraith,
hard.
man.
How the fuck are we gonna watch this
Psycho
many
3.
movies?
We're gonna
Dude,
have to have like a
I
6
own all of them,
this
man.
one.
This is
This
great.
has to be.
So
This has to
easy.
be like 6 years from now.
I know, right? A
Also,
year.
Stand By Me came out that year.
Don't count.
Manhunter, Troll,
Oh, Moods is a manhunter.
Jason Lives.
Yeah, I am.
And
Which
Trails of a
one?
Beautiful
Haunted
Woman.
Honeymoon, King Kong Lives,
Spookies. I've never seen it.
Gothic,
House.
Rawhead Rex, Crawl
Oh.
Space, The Zero Boys, Monster in the Closet, Twisted. I mean, guys, there's a lot of.
It's a good year. It's a good
Cocoon,
year.
Raiders of the Living Dead. Never even heard of that. Body Count, Ghost Fever, Evil Laugh, Bloodhook.
Oh, here's one I've never seen and I've skipped for years. The Hitcher.
Really? Are you
You
kidding me?
skip- Why would you skip the Hitcher?
Dude,
I
The
just
Hitcher
figured-
is so good.
I just thought
It
it was a
is.
thriller. I always
No,
looked like
no,
a
no, no,
thriller
no,
to
no,
me.
no. The Hitcher is boss, dude. Hitcher is my favorite road horror film, probably.
Yeah, I know people like it. I just always blew it off. It just looked like a thriller to me. Some hitchhiker. I don't know. I don't know.
This is gonna be a lot of films.
Yep, we're gonna need probably a 6-month preparation on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch 10 movies a month. 60 movies. 10 movies a month for 6 months. I could do that. 60 would be my goal.
But also, we'll also have the top 10
1986.
2016 coming up in between that time as well.
Oh shit! Yeah. Wow.
So-
All
Yeah.
these top 10s, man.
You
Yeah.
gotta catch up big time.
Love them.
Yeah. So, all right. That's it. That's the episode.
86.
That's everything?
That's everything.
Sweet.
It's like a 5-hour show or something.
Yeah, damn.
Well, and you thought that this show was
I
going
know.
to be
I don't know
short.
why I say that. I always fucking say that.
You always do that, and I always tell you you're wrong.
I just thought that this one would be different.
I'm deleting my 1996 list.
And you also thought there was going to be like, what, 12 different films or something, or 12 films in our top 10
There
list or
was
something
more-
like that?
I don't have the list here, but there was more than I thought. I'm surprised Stendhal didn't pop up more. I'm surprised Frighteners popped up at all. I'm also
Frighteners.
surprised
No, I'm
that
not.
You're such an asshole. You only say that shit because it was my number one, and you're like,
I'm
whatever,
surprised
man.
Trilogy of Terror popped up.
I'm sure there's one or two people out there that agree with me.
Hey, I was
Their
with you. That was
favorite
number
film.
3. Number 3.
Yeah, man. But over screen, man. I mean, God, how cliche would that have been? And this is not by design.
I mean, it would have been
All four of
appropriately
us were-
cliche.
You still gave Scream a super high. I mean, 9.5. I mean, that's
it's the same score I gave fucking The Frighteners. I give for every film the same score.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't have...
I'm not discriminating. I'm not discriminating here.
And you gave From Dusk Till Dawn a 9.5, right? That was your
you
number
had
2.
3
I love all
9.5s.
those 3 films are my favorite films of those years.
I feel like the more I watch From Dusk Till Dawn, it'll probably go up. I feel like 8 might be a little low for that one.
I'm at least happy 2 films made the Hall of Fame.
I figured awesome. Scream was. I wasn't sure.
I mean, I don't remember 2002, but I think only 1 made it, right? Yeah, only 1 made it in 2002. Which was
I mean, even though 96 was a weak year, it still had a couple really strong films.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
very top heavy.
It's got that going for it. So very top heavy. Yeah. All right, guys, that is going to do it for episode 87 here on the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. I want to thank our very special guest, Brandon and Dave C.
Yeah, and seriously, if you guys can somehow convince Christian to do this, he's more than welcome. But I know that his schedule's pretty tough.
Just let him know that there is another Canadian on the show and be like, oh man, you can do it. You can do it.
I know that it might fuck up the space-time continuum, which could be catastrophic. But if we kind of adjust the 1.21 gigawatts to 1.22 gigawatts, then we might be able to have it happen.
Gigaboo?
Here's the problem.
Anything is possible, man. Yeah.
He has to. He goes to bed early and Moon stays up really late. That they have opposite.
We gotta get Terrence and Philip together.
Late for the East Coast.
I mean, this is.
Does he part a lot too?
I'm gonna tell you right now. Yeah. This is brutal. 4:30. 4:30 right now.
Yeah.
Can't you just please move to the East Coast for the next top 10?
How about y'all move to the West Coast? Everybody knows
more of us. Everybody lives over here.
I'll be honest. I struggled from the very beginning. I was not feeling good.
Rhymes. The West is the best. I mean, fuck y'all move out to Cali.
The East is the beast, and the beast was on your top 10, motherfucker.
Yeah, it was, motherfucker. Yeah, y'all move out to Cali, man.
No. Look,
get rid of those winners and shit.
Moods. Matt, East Coast. Kyle, East Coast. Dave, East Coast. Brandon, East Coast. Andy, East Coast. Like literally everybody but you is East Coast.
Oh, Zach lives in the fucking
Zach's
West
never
from
been on the show.
Town. Yeah, I'm just saying, man.
I'm
he's a homeboy.
about the people that's been on the show.
And they're probably
matter when we're recorded.
I'm just saying. There's some cool motherfuckers in the West Coast here.
Yeah, there's a few.
And they're probably asleep too. Even the West Coasters.
Yeah, right?
1:30? It's 1:30 here, man.
Yep.
No one's sleeping right now, man. Guaranteed I'd call up Zach right now and be like, yo, what's up, man?
What? Well, Zach works night shift anyway, so.
Yeah, he does.
Well, if he was out during the day, he'd scare most of the locals.
Moods we'll take a break, and it'll be like 3:30 in the morning, and Moods will be like, what the hell's wrong with you guys, man? You guys sound like you're dying. It's like, I mean, we're all tired. Like you.
I'm so known for that, man. Everyone hates me for that, man. It'd be like 3:30 here. We're all drinking, partying and shit. I'm like, people are leaving. I'm like, where the fuck you going, man? We still got like 3 more hours of partying. I'm terrible for that. I really am fucking bad for that shit, man. I'm that guy that won't let anyone leave the party.
Well,
just like this party right
now.
Y'all
are leave the party now.
Y'all are not leaving right now, man. Fuck that shit.
We're gonna stay up 5 hours. Fuck that.
That is bullshit. No one has to be
hungry.
up 5 hours.
I'm starving.
Actually, honest to God, I actually have to be up early too.
I have to get my I gotta get my CPR certification tomorrow.
I have mine.
I'm gonna.
I
have. You want? Required for the gym?
Yeah, I gotta get it recertified tomorrow.
You can just use mine, dude.
All right.
It's all the same shit. Same shit.
It is.
Actually, they do change it a lot. It's weird. It's like you'd think they would have it down by now.
A buddy of mine who's a EMT does it for me, so like it'll be a half hour instead of having to sit for like 3 hours.
Mine actually expires in January.
Yeah, mine expires in like 2 weeks.
Anyway,
yeah. Y'all want to get out of here?
Yeah. So
that is going to do it. That is going to conclude this episode. Thank you guys once again for stopping in, man. I love you guys. You guys were fucking awesome.
Was I?
And
no,
JP.
I didn't even know you were still recording.
Take us out of here, JP.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
We're leaving now.
Man.
See you later, guys.